The Legend of the Ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Prologue. The Land of Water is an island country floating on the sea with a unique culture. Although the country is surrounded by sea water on all sides, it still has many unique terrains of mountains. Izumo Village on Otojima Island. The once peaceful and quiet Izumo Village is now filled with smoke. The Kirigakure ANBU are holding swords and constantly attacking the running villagers, or throwing kunai and shooting the terrified villagers around them. Mingshan got up in a daze and looked at the masked ninjas who were constantly hunting the villagers around him. Why did he become like this after waking up? This was Mingshan's first reaction. The next second, Mingshan hurriedly staggered and hid in a sparse forest not far away. He lay under the ground and carefully looked up to observe the situation. Are you kidding? Are you still standing there stupidly waiting for people to find you and kill you? Are you kidding me? I was drinking and eating barbecue with my friends at the beach last night to celebrate my college graduation. How come when I woke up, my body became so small, only about 9 years old, and so weak, that I have to be on guard against being chopped by these ninja-like guys? Mingshan was very depressed. He had traveled through time like everyone else. It would have been fine if he had traveled through time, but why did he have to be chopped again after traveling through time? This was too ridiculous. He couldn't help but complain about his current body. Mingshan noticed that a group of ninjas wearing forehead protectors rushed out not far from his right side and shouted angrily, asking why the Kirigakure ANBU suddenly attacked them. Unfortunately, they were answered by a large number of shurikens and kunai thrown at them, and the two groups of ninjas soon fought each other. Mingshan's eyebrows kept twitching. Although he didn't understand why this happened, he knew that if he didn't try to escape, he would probably be hacked to death like the villagers and ninjas who had already fallen in a pool of blood. He looked around and found that there was a 10-foot wide river flowing rapidly behind him. He slowly retreated and crouched down, crawling his body backwards, not daring to be careless at all, until his whole body entered the river. Mingshan pushed the shore with his arm and quietly let his weak body drift in the river with the rapid flow of the river. Mingshan looked up at the gray sky. This country that was different from the original one was really gloomy. Mingshan took out a hard, black object from his arms, floated his hand to the surface of the water to identify it carefully. It looked like a potato, right? Waves of hunger came, and he had no time to think about taking a bite. He resisted the urge to vomit, bit it hard and swallowed it, and turned around to look back. Now, the first priority for me is to survive. After drifting for a long time, Mingshan had only eaten half of the hard black block. He couldn't bite it anymore. He just put it back in his arms and glanced ahead. His eyes widened, and he wanted to curse. There was a very turbulent waterfall in front of the stream. He tried hard to get close to the shore, but regretted jumping into the stream. He was weak and washed back by the rapids several times. When he wanted to rush over, he had already drifted to the waterfall. He didn't have time to scream, and he fell under the waterfall and lost consciousness. Half a day later, "Uncle, can this guy be saved?" The little girl squatting by the stream asked an old man on the side. The old man frowned on his thin and sallow face and carefully checked Mingshan floating by the stream. "This child is still breathing. Come on, let's fish him out," the old man said, and he and the little girl struggled to pull Mingshan ashore and then found a broken wooden cart near the village to bring Mingshan back to the village. Under the night, in a shabby and leaky hut, Mingshan slowly opened his eyes. A weak candlelight cast a shadow that occasionally dragged the already dim hut. Creak, creak. The small door was pushed open by a skinny old hand. The old man saw that Mingshan had woken up. He walked over and picked up the broken bowl on the table. There was still a lot of clear ice porridge left in it. He helped Mingshan up and said, "Come on, drink something quickly." After a few mouthfuls, Mingshan obviously felt that his stomach was not as uncomfortable as when he just woke up. Looking around the old man, he found that the old man's clothes were very shabby and there were patches on many parts of his body. "Grandpa, where am I?" The old man smiled. "This is Shunoma village. I found you on the river, where our village draws water. Mingshan recalled that he lost consciousness after being washed down by the waterfall. Through talking with the old man, he knew that he was now in a small mountain village on Dadeng Island in the water country. The old man's name was Agui. He cultivated a few acres of thin land in the village to make a living. The old man chatted with Mingshan for a few words and then went out again. The night wind blew in from the window, caressing Mingshan's wrinkled face. He rubbed his head and thought about the past of this body. He only knew that he fled alone from a place called Kirigakure village. The reason for his escape was that 2 years ago, his parents were killed by Kirigakure ninjas. The reason for the murder seemed to be because they sympathized with the ninjas hiding certain families. At that time, he happened to go to the ninja school with the neighbor's children to register. After going to school, he ran out of the village with his friends and did not stay with them. When he came back, he saw his parents who had been killed by Kirigakure ninjas lying in a pool of blood. Before he had time to cry for the loss of his parents, he was found by a neighbor who was very close to his parents. He kindly dragged him out of the house and covered him before he was searched by Kirigakure ninjas. He only brought dry food and nothing else and wandered alone. After running out of Kirigakure village, he was tired and hungry on the road day and night, begging with pedestrians on the roadside or competing for food with wild cats and dogs. He was no longer carefree at home. Fortunately or unfortunately, my parents were just ordinary chunin in the village, and their family was small, without strength or status, so no one should have taken them seriously, and a child like me actually escaped. I walked with difficulty all the way to the place I had traveled to, Izumo village. Although Izumo village was small, it had its own ninjas, but not many. A passing villager saw a half-grown child in ragged clothes begging at the edge of the village. He couldn't bear it and gave the little grain he had left to the child. The child fainted from hunger before he could eat, and when he woke up, he saw everything he had just seen when he traveled to the time. Tomorrow looked at the candlelight, feeling quite depressed. In his previous life, he was looking forward to a life in a big city after graduation, but now it was hopeless. Since I have come to this damn place, complaining is useless. The small door was pushed open silently, revealing a round little pot-lid head peeking out, and found Mingshan leaning against the bed. "You're awake? Do you feel better?" Pushing the door open, the little girl ran to Mingshan's bedside with a smile, looked at him, and stood on tiptoe to pinch his face, which was quite funny. Mingshan was also looking at the little girl in front of him who was only 1 or 2 years younger than him. The yellowish coarse cloth she wore had many patches on it, and the straw sandals on her feet were stained with a lot of mud. Her little face was grey and lackluster. "Well, much better. My name is Mingshan. What's your name?" Mingshan took the initiative to ask the little girl. The little girl grinned and patted his shoulder hard. "My name is Daliwen. You have to thank me. If I hadn't been sharp-eyed and pulled Uncle Agi to the river to salvage you, you would have been." Mingshan looked at Daliwen, who was not much older than him, chattering non-stop beside him, with his freckled little face slightly raised, and unceremoniously declared his life-saving grace to him, emphasizing that when he could get out of bed and walk, he would help Agi to work in the fields. Mingshan looked strange and nodded repeatedly. Half a month passed, and Mingshan gradually adapted to this era. In several casual chats with Agi, he learned that Agi was a lonely old man, and his wife who had been with him for many years passed away last year. Daliwen also had a similar experience to Mingshan, but her parents were killed by the Kirigakure ninja last year because they were involved in some family affairs, and she fled to this small village and was taken in by the kind-hearted Agi. Mingshan found a few broken scrolls he had picked up in the fields in his early years from Agi's house. After reading and identifying them carefully, he was sure that he had come to ancient Japan, but he didn't know which period he had traveled to. In this era, there is no KTV, no Weibo, no wireless Wi-Fi, no Beidou Tiba, and no girls wearing revealing and sexy clothes that can be admired on the streets. The only thing you can see is a group of Japanese farmers who face the loess and back to the sky, and a little ghost who will always wander in front of him and command him to work when he has nothing to do. Alas, other people travel through time to enjoy themselves. When their souls come to ancient times, they are either landlords or noble families, wearing brocade robes and jade belts, shaking expensive folding fans, and taking a group of dog slaves to the streets to molest decent women. But what about me? Mingshan glanced at Daliwen, who was working hard to wash clothes with a mallet by the river. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and work. Daliwen looked up and saw Mingshan in a daze again, puffed up his little face and scolded. Mingshan was quite helpless with this wild girl. No, I'm just twisting it. He picked up the washed clothes on the ground, twisted them tightly to dehydrate them, and stretched them flat on the bamboo poles to dry. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, although this kind of life is boring, it is fulfilling and warm. There is no high pressure and compactness in the big city before, and the air is so good that there is not a cubic meter of smog. Soon, it was busy until the evening. After working in the fields, Agi returned home to prepare dinner and called them back. The two little brats came back with the clothes that had been washed and dried today, threw them into the corner of the room, ate them with some broken cakes, and picked up the porridge on the table to drink. Agi shook his head and looked at the Ticketons with a smile. Mingshan wiped his mouth and glanced at Daliwen and Agi next to him. Uncle Agi, I'm full. I'm going to take a walk outside. Agi nodded and told Mingshan to come back early after playing for a while. After Daliwen finished drinking the porridge, he stayed in the house to help Agi make straw sandals and do other housework. The stars were dim at night. Mingshan climbed a tree, lay on the trunk, and looked up at the night sky, thinking about the future. This place was very poor. RGUI's family was in a very bad situation. The remaining food could not feed the three of them. Humph, you climbed so high again. Daliwen tried to climb up like Mingshan, but unfortunately he was too small and his strength was not good enough. No matter how he climbed, he could not climb up as smoothly as Mingshan. He was so angry that he stamped his feet and kicked the trunk desperately. A little ghost is a little ghost. Mingshan could not help but feel helpless. He was also a good athlete in the past. Although he was now possessed by a 9-year-old ghost, he at least retained his memories of his previous life, so climbing a tree was not a problem at all. But he said, okay, Daliwen, don't be angry. I will teach you some tricks to climb a tree when I have time. Humph, you don't need to teach me. I will definitely do it. After practicing a few more times, the little girl sat by the tree and looked up at the stars, not convinced. Mingshan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want him to teach him, so he slid down the tree trunk and sat down next to Daliwen, yawning. Mingshan, do you miss your parents? Daliwen stared at the night sky, speaking with a bit of loneliness. What is there to miss? They are in another world now, so it's useless to miss them. Mingshan felt helpless, shook his head, and said he didn't miss them, and now he only thought about the future. Chapter 2, The Kaguya Clan. After meditating on the tree for a while, Mingshan slipped down from the tree and went into the house with Daliwen to rest. Mingshan came into the house and saw Agi, hesitant to speak. After Agi chatted with Daliwen for a while and coaxed him to sleep, he signaled him to come out with his eyes because he had something to say. Agi didn't know what Mingshan was going to say, so he followed him out. Uncle Agi, I plan to leave here tomorrow, Mingshan said directly. What? Mingshan said this out of the blue, which scared Agi. Mingshan, the outside of the village is not peaceful now, it's so chaotic. What do you want to do outside as a child? No, I can't let you mess around. Agi refused very seriously. Uncle Gui, your family doesn't have much food, and you can't afford to support a sudden extra vital person like me. Besides, I came here by begging. Bandits and robbers are not interested in a little beggar, and there is no danger. So I decided to leave tomorrow, while Daliwen is still asleep. Mingshan spoke to Gui in a tone that was not in line with his age difference, which made Agi a little surprised. After spending these days with Mingshan, it was the first time that he felt that he was not a 9-year-old child. Mingshan, but you. Agi tried to persuade him not to be so willful. Uncle Gui, you are a good person. Thank you for your kindness to take me in, but I don't belong here after all. I'm leaving here. Take care of yourself. Mingshan interrupted Agi. He knew that Agi was simple and kind, and didn't want to let a child like him go out and wander around again. But what else could he do? They were living such a hard life, how could they support another child? What if they were discovered by the Kirigakure ninjas, and it would also implicate Agi and Daliwen? RGUI had no choice. As a farmer who worked in the fields all day, he really didn't have the energy to support 2 children. He persuaded Mingshan a few more times, then stopped talking about it, and went back to the house. The next morning, Mingshan got up, packed 2 sets of worn-out clothes and quilts that RGUI had given him, put the bag on his back, ate a few bites of breakfast, and asked RGUI to wait for him at the door. Before leaving, Mingshan came to Daliwan's bed, gently stroked her head, and stared at her. In his world, children of Daliwan's age were all in school, instead of wearing tattered clothes and doing farm work and housework all day. With a silent sigh, Mingshan said nothing and left. Uncle RGUI, go back. If there is another chance in the future, I will come here again. Mingshan waved goodbye to RGUI. RGUI glanced at Mingshan and said nothing, nodded and left. At noon, Mingshan followed the path out of the village, heading west all the way, not knowing where to go. The original owner of this body had no direction or goal when he fled. He was too young to have seen the world, and wandered blindly. Mingshan thought about the scrolls he found at Agi's house. They were mixed with Chinese characters and kana. He didn't understand them very well. He could only say that the language expression was no problem. Because of the time travel, he absorbed the knowledge of body language, so there would be no communication barriers. However, there was no text. This made it difficult. He had not taken the Japanese elective course in his previous life, so he had a headache and had to take it one step at a time. He walked forward for a long time and finally met a traveler before sunset to show him the way. He found the direction of the pier and headed for the road. Mingshan asked for directions to the pier because he learned from Agi, when he talked to Agi, that there were several villages gathered on Dadan Island. Agi's village was located below the waterfall, and there was a fishing village near the pier. Among the several villages, only Izumo village, which was attacked by the Kirigakure ninja when Mingshan traveled here, had a small group of ninjas attached to the Kirigakure ninja, but now they were probably destroyed. It was already midnight when he arrived at the pier. Mingshan looked around and found that there were still several large ships without lights on the shore. He took advantage of the night to unload his bag and put it in the dark behind a big tree. He took advantage of his small body to sneak, and with the cover of the dim moonlight, he walked to a ship that looked larger than the other ships. He grabbed the rope hanging from the side of the ship and climbed up slowly with his feet. Mingshan had just climbed over the railing with great effort, but unfortunately, his feet landed on the ground with a swoosh. Bang! He slipped and fell on an unknown liquid. It hurts. What is this? Mingshan rubbed his sore buttocks, and his hands were covered with the liquid. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. He was shocked and almost nauseated by the fishy smell. He said in a lost voice, blood. Who is it? Who is there? Hearing the sound, people around Mingshan quickly arrived. Mingshan came to his senses and found that there were corpses lying around him. After a little identification, he found that these were actually the accomplices of the group of ninjas who attacked Izumo village. Most of the corpses had masks similar to those people on their faces. A sharp bone knife was pressed against Mingshan's chest. Mingshan's mind raced at this moment. If he didn't do something quickly, he would be killed. He cried wow, squatted down with his hands on his head, and shouted for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'm just a little beggar. Beggar? The people who heard this were stunned. They looked at their companions around them, and looked at Mingshan carefully. He was wearing tattered clothes, and was indeed not those people. Then he shouted sternly, Kit, what are you doing on our boat? Tell the truth. I just want to find something to eat on the boat. Mingshan explained carefully. HMPH, forget it, take this kid with us. We have to hurry. We have to kill all the people from the Kirigakure ANBU. Once the villagers know about the situation, they will take action again, the day after tomorrow at the latest, and tomorrow at the earliest. Mingshan only had time to say before he was knocked unconscious and carried away on his shoulders. After an unknown amount of time, Mingshan woke up with a frown on his face and found himself locked in a wooden fence with a white-haired boy sitting next to him with his knees hugged. Mingshan looked around, and except for the silent boy next to him, there was no one else. After a long silence, light shone in from outside the wooden fence, and a small door under the wooden fence was opened, and a plate was handed in, with 2 bowls of white rice and 2 bowls of meat soup, with only a soup spoon. Mingshan's stomach was rumbling with hunger, and he saw that the boy just glanced at him, got up, took his own portion, and sat back to eat, and he also took the meat soup to drink. After wandering for so many days, he didn't get to drink meat soup even in a Giz house. After eating, Mingshan leaned against the wall to think about it, and tentatively asked the boy, "Were you also caught and locked up here by them like me?" Mingshan felt that he asked a nonsense question. The boy shook his head and said nothing. His right hand reached out from his left palm and grabbed a bone dagger. He held the bone knife tightly and stabbed the wall beside him, muttering to himself, "Why am I here? Why didn't the gods appear?" The boy whispered these two sentences repeatedly. What the hell, has he become autistic because he has been locked up for too long? Mingshan's cheek twitched. Seeing him actually pull out the bone knife from his hand and sit there, he kept stabbing the wall with the bone and muttering to himself, "Did I do anything bad? Hey, I'm telling you, you didn't do anything bad. Stop stabbing the wall. It's noisy." Mingshan grabbed the boy's hand helplessly. The boy looked up at Mingshan indifferently. "Then why am I locked up here all the time? How do I know why you are locked up here?" Mingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he said to him seriously, "But I want to escape. Do you plan to escape with me?" When the boy heard this, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. "Escape? Yes. Are you still waiting for God to save us?" Mingshan said, standing up and groping the surrounding walls. The boy, who had been living a lonely life in the darkness, was touched by the boy's words, and his eyes flashed. "Do gods not exist?" the boy asked Mingshan. Before Mingshan could answer, the light shone from outside the wooden fence again. Mingshan squinted and asked, "Who is it?" The outside responded indifferently, "It doesn't matter who it is, you come out." The door was unlocked, and Mingshan walked out with the boy. "Kimimaro, it's time to use you." Kimimaro, is his name Kimimaro? Mingshan looked at Kimimaro, and then at the man in front of him. "Little ghost, stop looking, you have to follow Kimimaro." The man glanced at Mingshan. "You two, just fight for our Kaguya clan." Alas, what are you talking about? Why did things turn out like this? Mingshan was confused. He saw Kimimaro follow the man out, so he had to follow him and squint to adapt to the light. Under the night wheel, the shadows gathered together, making bursts of creepy giggles. Mingshan stared at the surroundings. The group of people who had arrested him were also here. He had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that Kimimaro was used to it, he couldn't help but sigh that being locked up has its benefits. Next, we Kaguya will launch a night attack on Kirigakure. Now that they are panicking because of that incident, it is a perfect opportunity to let them know how terrifying we are. Haha. Are there not many normal ninjas in this world? Mingshan looked at the people around him. Under the instigation of the person who seemed to be the clan leader, they became more and more crazy, and his heart was beating. Let them experience how terrifying our Kaguya clan is. Roar. The people of the Kaguya clan began to scatter and attack Kirigakure. "What are you doing? Kimimaro, go. What do you need me to do?" Kimimaro looked up. "You don't have to think too much, Kimimaro. Go to the hidden mist village and kill everyone you meet on the way. Just act on your instinct." The man's pupils trembled constantly, with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face, and he turned and disappeared in the legend of the night. What a joke. Letting a child go to kill people is almost like sending himself to death. Mingshan saw Kimimaro also sneaking towards the night ahead, and couldn't help but shouted anxiously, "Wait for me, brother. What is going on? No, I must stop Kimimaro from following that group of people to do this meaningless killing." Mingshan gritted his teeth and tried to run in the direction where Kimimaro was going. To be honest, Mingshan didn't know why he did this. They were obviously strangers who had just met not long ago. Under the moonlight, Mingshan chased Kimimaro all the way. The two ran slowly and kept a certain distance. Suddenly, Kimimaro, who was running in front, stopped and put on alert. "Are you from the Hidden Mist Village?" Chapter 3, Dissuading Kimimaro. Mingshan ran to Kimimaro's side and stopped, lowered his head, and panted with his hands on his knees. When he heard Kimimaro ask this, a thought flashed through his mind. What the hell? Mingshan looked up and saw two people standing in front of Kimimaro, a ninja with a big sword on his back, and a child of the same age as Kimimaro. The ninja's lower face and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. When he looked at Kimimaro, Ming-Shan saw him reaching back, as if to pull out the big sword, and his heart tightened. He quickly pulled the corner of Kimimaro's clothes. Kimimaro, they are not from Kirigakure. We recognize the wrong people. Kimimaro looked at Ming-Shan beside him, and then looked at the two people in front of him, puzzled. Did you recognize the wrong people? Sorry. Kimimaro was about to leave after saying that, but Ming-Shan pressed his shoulder with his hand and pulled him. Wait a minute. Kimimaro, really? Kimimaro looked at Ming-Shan very puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't he order us to go to Kirigakure? I said, why do we have to go to Kirigakure? You are really stubborn. Listen to me. Let's leave here together first. Ming-Shan interrupted Kimimaro without waiting for him to finish, and said to him firmly and seriously, why? Kimimaro was troubled by his action. Ming-Shan did not answer him. He pulled Kimimaro and ran away from the two ninjas with a slightly apologetic nod. The murderous intent that had emerged in the ninjas gradually dissipated. The young man standing next to the ninjas looked at Ming-Shan and the other ninjas' backs as they left. He couldn't help but think, the look in the eyes of the man with the knife is exactly the same as before I met Mr. Abuser, but the look in the eyes of the man next to him. Bay, there is no time to waste here. Let's go. The ninja with the big knife walked in front and interrupted Bay's thoughts with a slight urgency. Okay, Mr. Abuser. Ming-Shan took Kimimaro to the other side of the fork in the road. He no longer walked in the direction of the hidden mist village. He left the original route from a fork in the road and stopped when he could no longer run. He felt that it was necessary to persuade Kimimaro. Why are you stopping me? If we don't go to the hidden mist village to fight, what should we do? No one will need me anymore. Kimimaro pointed the bone knife at Ming-Shan's chest. He felt that he couldn't understand Ming-Shan's behavior of stopping him from fighting. Is he an enemy? Hey, you, didn't you question the existence of gods before? Now I can tell you again with certainty that there are no gods, and there have never been any gods. Ming-Shan did not look at the weapon against his chest, but looked up at Kimimaro, who looked older and slightly taller than him. Since there is no god to save us, why do we have to listen to him and fight the hidden mist village? To be honest, I don't want you to fight too. Kimimaro still frowned in confusion, but slowly put the bone knife back. Without the clear purpose of the battle before, his eyes revealed a bottomless confusion. Kimimaro, as a human, we should live for ourselves first. If we don't know how to deal with it, we can't live without a goal. Then, you fight for yourself, just like me. Ming-Shan patted his chest with his hand. You? Kimimaro looked at Ming-Shan under the moonlight. His clothes were even more worn out than his, but his eyes were very bright and firm. Looking at Ming-Shan, Kimimaro couldn't help but be surprised and a little dazed. To be honest, I just met you, and I haven't introduced myself to you. My name is Ito Ming-Shan. My parents were killed by the Kirigakure ninjas, and I escaped from Kirigakure. The Ito family in Kirigakure is not well known, but just a small family. Ming-Shan came here through time and didn't know much about himself. After all, the body he inherited was just that of a child. I have been wandering, trying every way to avoid the Kirigakure ninjas, afraid of being caught by them again and being killed by them like my parents. Ming-Shan took a deep breath and continued, but no matter how scared and worried I am, I will not succumb to this fate. This is not the ending I should have. Ito, Ming-Shan. Kimimaro was shocked by what the boy said. So, Kimimaro, if you must fight, I hope you can fight for me, because I need your strength to escape from here. Ming-Shan stretched out his right hand, looked at Kimimaro calmly, and looked forward to his response. Kimimaro raised his left hand in hesitation, and held Ming-Shan's hand with some trembling uncertainty. Ming-Shan was somewhat happy at this moment. He was not a naturally powerful person, not in his previous life, and even less in this ninja world. He could not even protect himself. It was just that sometimes, he could not watch the people around him step by step towards the abyss of destruction without anyone to remind or stop them. Although there was no benefit in this, and although he did not know Kimimaro at all, he could say that he was a good person. Sometimes, people were such strange creatures. Well, to be honest, living is not necessarily meaningful, but if we live, maybe we can find something interesting. Ming-Shan pulled back his hand, grabbed a handful of hair on his forehead, and smiled bitterly at Kimimaro. Kimimaro was startled when he heard this, and then he seemed to be thinking about something. Mingshi in discussed with Kimimaro how to leave here next. When he escaped from the hidden mist village, he escaped with the help of his neighbors, and was not very familiar with the terrain here. Mingshi was looking forward to Kimimaro taking him away, but he did not expect Kimimaro to know the way even less than him. He had been imprisoned in the clan cage for many years. Apart from letting Mingshi know that he was a member of the Kaguya Clan, he had no general knowledge of the outside world. This made Mingshi quite vomit blood. There was no other way, so he had to flee the Kirigakure village with him first. In Kirigakure, there was a raging fire, shouts of killing, and the remaining people of the Kaguya Clan gathered together. Are these the only ones who survived? The Kaguya Clan licked the bloodstains on their lips and looked around excitedly. Didn't you see Kimimaro? Were Kimimaro and that kid also killed? Who knows? It doesn't matter whether the two stinky kids are dead or alive now. With the Kaguya Clan surrounded, the Kirigakure ANBU ninjas gradually compressed their encirclement and prepared to launch an attack. It looks like we are surrounded by Kirigakure ninjas. The guards are stronger than expected. There is no other way. Let's kill as many Kirigakure people as possible to go with us. Haha. The killing started again. After a crazy night, at dawn, all the Kaguya Clan were killed. Except for Mingshi and Kimimaro who had already escaped, the Kaguya Clan of Kirigakure village disappeared. A few months later, in the tea country, Dekaku port, Mingshi, who had lived to live, carefully avoided the mist ninja search for them along the way with Kimimaro, and came to this port town called Dekaku port, doing hard labor for the Wasabi family at the dock, to make a living temporarily. Mingshi handed the last box of goods on the ship to Kimimaro with great effort, and hurriedly wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeves. Mingshi saw Kimimaro working seriously, and many of his white hairs were wet on both sides of his cheeks due to sweat. In his green eyes, there was no longer the confusion, depression, and numbness that Mingshi had when he first met him. Instead, he was focused and meticulous about his current work. Kimimaro looked up and found Mingshi staring at him. He smiled knowingly and turned around to continue working. Mingshi, Kimimaro, come over and rest after you're done. A middle-aged man sitting in a tea shop by the dock greeted the two of them with a smile. Master Chiro, you don't have to be so polite to us every time. You treat us to food right after unloading the goods. We are all working under you anyway. If you do this, it will make other brothers dissatisfied. Mingshi was polite, but his hands were not idle. He stuffed another string of meatballs into his mouth before finishing the first one. Jiro was so amused that he laughed in his heart. I thought you were really not hungry. In comparison, Kimimaro's eating was much better than Mingshi's. He ate the snacks calmly and measuredly. Master Jiro, I plan to leave here with Kimimaro. Thank you for taking us in during this period. Mingshin drank a sip of tea to moisten his throat and said solemnly to Jiro Wasabi. Oh, since you came, I knew you would leave again. Have you thought about where you are going? Jiro asked calmly. Mingshin was stunned. He didn't expect that Master Jiro neither objected nor tried to keep him. He thought too much of himself. Although I have worked hard on his land for more than 3 months, and he has taken good care of his 2 children, he is not that reluctant to leave me. I'm not his relative or anything. It is embarrassing. Mingshin laughed foolishly and hid it in the puzzled eyes of Jiro. We plan to go to the Land of Fire. Kimimaro took over. The Land of Fire. Jiro pondered for a while. The Land of Fire is located at the crossroads of transportation. It is a major road connecting the north and the south. The unique geographical location has brought together a large number of talents and resources in the Land of Fire. It is the most powerful country among the 5 major countries. This is a good place to develop. Mingshin, have you ever considered becoming a ninja? Mingshin and Kimimaro looked at each other and pondered. Kimimaro was imprisoned in a dungeon by the Kaguya clan for many years. The people in the clan only used him as a tool to kill people. He had no concept of ninja. The original owner of Mingshin's body was originally planning to enroll in the ninja school in the Hidden Mist village. However, after his parents were murdered, he began to wander and flee. He was lucky to be able to avoid the pursuit of the Mist ninja and survive, and he directly ignored the idea of becoming a ninja. Since Mingshin traveled to this ninja world, he was taken in by Gi and Daliwan at first, and stayed for a short time, slowly getting familiar with the environment of the ninja world, and then chose to leave. That night, he met people from the Kaguya Clan, and was kidnapped and coerced. He dissuaded Kimimaro, and fled with him from the hidden mist village, a place of trouble. He wandered around for a while, and wandered to this port town in the Tea Kingdom. His mind was full of worries about survival. He really didn't think about becoming a ninja. Chapter 4 Meeting them. Kimimaro, what do you think? Mingshin went to Kimimaro to discuss becoming a ninja. In fact, after seeing the rules of the game in this world, he knew that, if he wanted to avoid being hunted, and hide from the enemy all the time, he had to be strong enough. Mingshin, if you want to be a ninja, I will go with you. Kimimaro replied directly without any consideration. Mingshin was 1 year older than Mingshin, and was taller and stronger than him, but Kimimaro unconsciously relied on him as an adult. His heart told him that he would guide him, and he just had to follow him. Elder Jiro, we are 2 children who escaped from the land of water. Even if we want to go, will the ninja village in the land of fire agree to take us in? Mingshin had some doubts. Mingshin, don't worry. I will vouch for you, and prepare a letter. In the letter, I will explain your origins to the Hokage. You have escaped from the land of water, and have not received any training from the ninja school. You are not formal Miss Ninjas. This is not a big problem. Let the Hokage take you in. He will agree. Mingshin closed his eyes and thought deeply. Soon, Jiro saw the firmness and determination on his face that only adults would show. Then let's go to the ninja village in the land of fire. Kimimaro, let's go together. Well, go back and pack up. When do we leave? Tomorrow? There was nothing in the temporary residence, so it was not troublesome to pack up. Kimimaro asked. I think, let's go tomorrow. Mingshin thought about it. He didn't like to drag things out. Jiro and Mingshin agreed on a time, and then stood up, and went back to their residence. Thank you, Jiro. Your kindness will always be remembered by Kimimaro and me. Mingshin was deeply moved, and stood up to thank Jiro. Jiro said with a smile that he didn't need it, and walked on the way back. Jiro was not without emotion. Mingshin had told him about his experiences of escaping from the hidden mist village in the land of water with Kimimaro in his spare time. After spending some time with them, he observed them. He found that Mingshin's words and deeds were not like those of a child. He behaved like an adult, which was surprisingly hard to find fault with, but he was out of tune with them. What made Jiro feel even more incredible was that Kimimaro, who was older than him, actually took Mingshin as his backbone, and would do everything he said without hesitation. A truly innocent 9-year-old child could not do this. After his parents were killed, he fled all the way, evaded the search, and struggled to survive. Along the way, he did not despair at all, and remained calm and restrained. It was really amazing. Mingshin was this child. The next day, at the port pier of Deka Port, Mingshin and Kimimaro saw Jiro waiting at the pier, with a middle-aged man standing beside him, and pulling a lively little girl. Mingshin, Kimimaro, let me introduce you. This is my close friend Tsuchigumo Nami, and the one next to you is Iki no Gyuza's granddaughter, Tsuchigumo Hotaru. Jiro introduced them to the two enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. Hello. Mingshin politely greeted the other party, and Kimimaro nodded in greeting. Tsuchigumo Nami smiled back, and the little girl mischievously broke free from the adult's hand, and ran to Mingshin and the other person, looking at them curiously. Mingshin saw that the little girl kept staring at the two of them, and was a little puzzled. What's wrong? My name is Tsuchigumo Hotaru. I'm 6 years old this year. What are your names? Maybe because there is an adult behind her to support her, the little girl will be much bolder than usual, and she is very arrogant. Mingshin and Kimimaro looked at each other. My name is Kaguya Kimimaro. My name is Ito tomorrow, little brat. Humph, you're also a little brat, okay. The slightly chubby little face puffed up, and raised its head, jumping high in front of Tomorrow, making Tomorrow look confused. What? You're obviously not much taller than me, huh? Tsuchigumo Hotaru proudly flicked her brown short hair on the side of her face with disdain. I said, forget it, I'd better not say it. Tomorrow sighed helplessly, not wanting to waste time with this little girl. Not wanting to waste precious time in the morning. Tomorrow and Kimimaro solemnly said a few more farewell words to Elder Jiro, promising that after learning skills in the Land of Fire, they must come back to repay Elder Jiro for taking them in. Tomorrow was grateful from the bottom of his heart for Elder Jiro's taking them in and taking care of them during this period. He not only provided them with accommodation and food, but also agreed to tomorrow's somewhat excessive and unreasonable request during this period, inviting a teacher to teach Tomorrow and Kimimaro to read and write. Elder Jiro waved his hand generously to decline Mengshin's gratitude, and frankly said that taking in the two children was just a piece of cake. Even if it wasn't them, other children who wandered here would do the same, so there was no need to worry. He told the two that this time his good friend Tsuchigumo Namito would bring the granddaughter of Master Rigi no Yoshizawa to the Land of Fire with them, and hoped that they could travel together. Mengshin and Kimimaro nodded in agreement. After boarding the boat, provided by Elder Jiro, Mengshin and his party headed towards the Land of Fire. On the boat, the bored Tsuchigumo Hotaru saw Kimimaro pull out a bone knife from his left arm as a weapon to practice the family's physical skills. She was very excited and curious, and shouted that she wanted to worship Kimimaro as her master and let him teach her. After hearing this, Kimimaro shook his head decisively to reject the little girl's unreasonable request, and told her seriously that this was a unique physical skill of their Kaguya clan, and only those with the corpse bone vein bloodline limit could learn it. Mengshin, who was standing by the boat, heard this and disdained to complain about Kimimaro in his heart. Apart from their clan, no one would be so idle as to pull out their own bones as weapons. After being rejected, the little girl was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and had to take out her anger on Mengshin, who was watching the fun on the side. She followed him wherever he went, chattering endlessly. Mengshin was so annoyed that he took out a few grim fairy tales that he had heard in elementary school in his previous life to coax this little ghost. But after a few days, Mengshin regretted it. He never expected that this girl would be attracted by these little stories to coax children. It can't be said that she was fascinated, but simply possessed. Almost every day, she asked Mengshin to tell her a new fairy tale. He only had one thing to say in his heart: I'm really a bitch. I regretted it so much. I should have known not to tell fairy tales to coax her. Now, I have made myself suffer. A few days later, on the road in the Land of Fire. Hey, Mengshin, Rapunzel told a story yesterday. Let's change to a new story today. Tsuchigumo Hotaru pouted her cute little mouth, walked on the road leading to Konoha village, and pulled Mengshin's hand and shook it hard, yelling in dissatisfaction. Tsuchigumo Langteo, who was on the side, saw the little girl's behavior and couldn't do anything about this clingy little clever ghost. He smiled bitterly and couldn't stop her. Hey, stop shaking. You're making me nervous. I know. I'll tell you a new story, isn't it? Mengshin was a little dizzy. Once upon a time there was a place called Demacia. It was located at the western end of the Valoran continent. Mengshin started a new nonsense seriously. After walking for more than 2 hours, just when Mengshin was worried that he could not make up a story, they finally saw the gate of Konoha. Mengshin immediately became alert, straightened his back, and fooled the little girl that he would continue to talk about something new tomorrow. Then he ignored her protest and went over with Tsuchigumo Langteo, took the initiative to walk in front of the two gatekeepers, and Tsuchigumo Langteo spoke. I'm Langteo from the Tsuchigumo clan. I came to see the third Hokage under the order of the ability walker. You should have received the notice. The two guards thought for a moment and remembered that the third Hokage had indeed said that someone from the Tsuchigumo clan would come to Konoha, so they invited the person directly to the Hokage Rock office. Then one of them walked forward to guide, and the one with a bandage across the nose and cheeks on his face said, I'll take you there. Along the way, Mengshin and Tsuchigumo Hotaru were curiously looking around the streets of Konoha village, and from time to time they would quarrel. Kimimaro didn't know if he was born to like quietness. He walked behind Mengshin and didn't say a word, looking at Mengshin and the other two, and then looking at the surrounding situation, while Tsuchigumo Langteo chatted with the ninja who led the way. After a while, Mengshin and his companions arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. The ninja leading the way knocked on the door vigorously. Hokage-sama, I'm Tsuchigumo clan. Someone from the Tsuchigumo clan has arrived. Oh, please come in. A voice came from inside. Tsuchigumo clan opened the door and led Mengshin and his companions in, saying respectfully, "Hokage-sama, everyone from the Tsuchigumo clan is here. I will take my leave first." The third Hokage glanced at Tsuchigumo clan and his companions, nodded to Tsuchigumo clan, and Tsuchigumo clan turned around and left the room, closing the door. Mengshin and his companions were the only ones left in the room, staring at the third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, I'm Tsuchigumo clan. This is what the EG Nosings asked me to give you." Tsuchigumo clan took out a scroll from his arms, opened it in front of the Hokage, unsealed it, took out a package from the scroll, and handed it to the third Hokage. "Thank you for your hard work." The third Hokage's face was full of wrinkles, and he was smoking a pipe. After taking the package, he looked at the children standing next to Tsuchigumo Langtao. The white-haired boy made him very concerned. "Langtao, are these children around you all members of your Tsuchigumo clan?" "No, Hokage, this little girl is the granddaughter of Master Reiji no Gyauza, and the two of them are not from our Tsuchigumo clan. I was asked by my good friend Wasabi Jiro to let them come to Konoha with us. This child is called Ito Mengshin, and the other one is Kaguya Kimimaro." Tsuchigumo Langtao introduced Mengshin and Mengshin to the third Hokage politely, pointing at Kimimaro, and then at him. "Is that so? It seems that I misunderstood." The third Hokage walked back to his desk and sat down. He took a puff of cigarette and asked, "Boy, do you have any tasks that you need to entrust to our Konoha ninjas?" Mengshin shook his head and explained, "No, Hokage, we want to join Konoha village." Chapter 5 Newcomer Report. Join Konoha. The third Hokage looked at Mengshin in surprise. Mengshin took out the letter from Jiro Elder and presented it to the third Hokage. After reading it, the third Hokage frowned in embarrassment. Konoha now rarely accepts people who escape from other villages, especially those who escape from the other 5 major ninja villages. When the third Hokage was hesitating, Tsuchigumo Langtao saw this, and, out of his good impression of Mengshin's words and deeds, he also spoke a few good words to the third Hokage on behalf of Mengshin and the others, doing his part. In the end, the third Hokage made up his mind to welcome Mengshin and the others, and accept their 2 children, to join Konoha village for various considerations. Kaguya Kimimaro, Ito Mengshin. The third Hokage silently read the letter. From what Wasabi Jiro Elder said in the letter, he learned that Kimimaro was a member of the Kaguya clan that had been exterminated by the Hidden Mist village in the rumor, and the last owner of the corpse bloodline Genkei. The third Hokage had never heard of the Ito clan in the Hidden Mist village. They should be an insignificant small family in the Hidden Mist village. The third Hokage took a puff of cigarette and said, "Tomorrow, you and Kimimaro will settle down here." He pointed to a building far away from the Hokage Rock and told them which floor and which room belonged to them. He took out a bunch of keys from the drawer under the table, carefully found one of the keys, and handed it to Mengshin and the others, and told Mengshin and Kimimaro to rest for a few days. Someone would take them to the ninja school tomorrow morning to report. Mengshin took the key from the third Hokage and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to live a life of displacement anymore. After thanking him, he turned around and planned to say goodbye to Tsuchigumo Langtao and the others and leave. What Mengshin didn't expect was that when Tsuchigumo Hotaru heard Langtao say that Mengshin and Kimimaro planned to separate from them and stay in Konoha village as ninjas, she actually cried and made a fuss, which was a headache. "Don't stay here, woo woo. Tomorrow, you come back to catch Tsuragi Mountain Fortress with us, okay? Grandpa also has powerful ninjutsu. I'll ask him to teach you. You can tell me more interesting fairy tales every day and catch Tsuragi Mountain, okay?" Tsuchigumo Hotaru cried and pulled him. "Spare me. Are you a devil, you naughty child?" Tomorrow, he looked like he had no desire to live, and he roared in his heart. The third Hokage smoked and exhaled a puff of smoke. Seeing this, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing that the 2 children had a good relationship. "Hotsuka, be good. I want to stay in Konoha with Kimimaro as a ninja, so I won't go to your place. I promise to go to catch Tsuragi Mountain to play with you when I have time in the future." Tomorrow, he forced a smile and coaxed Tsuchigumo Hotaru to follow Langtao back to Tsuchigumo village as soon as possible. "Yes, Hotaru, we will definitely find you after Konoha is stable." Kimimaro also stroked the little girl's head and coaxed her. Miss Firefly, we have stayed outside for long enough. You were clamoring to go to the land of tea with me before, and Master Yazixings has accommodated you. If you don't go back, he will be very worried about you. Tsuchigumo Hotaru was also coaxing Tsuchigumo Hotaru to go back to the village with him. Everyone took turns to coax the little girl, but Tsuchigumo Hotaru cried more and more sadly, and just didn't want to go back. She was determined to go back with her to tell stories tomorrow. Tomorrow regretted it so much. He was simply crazy. What fairy tales are there for no reason? If you don't die, you will die. After arguing, even the third Hokage couldn't stand it anymore, so he proposed a compromise. He also gave Tsuchigumo Hotaru a key, and arranged for him to stay next door to them for a few days. He would contact Yazixings to discuss this matter himself. Great. Tsuchigumo Hotaru was so happy that he clapped his hands and jumped up and down. Tsuchigumo Hotaru saw Miss Firefly so happy and looked at Tomorrow with a look of laughter and tears, looking at Tomorrow's dejected face, covering his face and shouting misfortune. After a few people made a lot of noise in the Hokage's office, they all left. The third Hokage looked at the backs of the children leaving. For some reason, he always had an indescribable feeling about the arrival of Mingshan and Kimimaro. He shook his head for a long time. Old people are useless and like to think too much. Then, he continued to correct the thick pile of unfinished documents on the table. In the evening, Mingshan and his friends wandered around the streets of the village. The overall scale of Konoha village was very large, and it was impossible to visit all of them in one day. They found the residence designated by the third Hokage for them. Kimimaro opened it with the key, and Mingshan followed him in, and found that the room was not big and the furniture was simple. It can be said that there was nothing else except tables, chairs, and beds. Mingshan came to the little girl's place, and found that their room was decorated very delicately. It was obvious that the third Hokage had ordered someone to come and tidy it up. Alas, people are still treated differently. Lang Tao once chatted with him and said that the Tsuchigumo clan and Konoha were allies, and they would be treated better than orphans like them who had no one to rely on. Mingshan, Kimimaro brother, come quickly, let's have dinner together. Uncle Lang Tao bought a lot of food. When Mingshan was daydreaming about other things, Tsuchigumo Hotaru pulled his hand and called out to Kimimaro who was cleaning to come and eat. Both of them had no temper with this little girl. They smiled at each other and went into the house to eat with her. After dinner, Mingshan and Kimimaro thanked Lang Tao for the reception and left, went back to rest, and prepared to report to school tomorrow. Entering the house, Mingshan noticed that there was an extra thick hemp rope across the bed in Kimimaro's room. He felt strange and asked him puzzled, "What is this for? What do you want to do with a rope next to the bed?" "Oh, for sleeping. This will help with future physical training." After saying this, Kimimaro jumped on the rope, lay down, closed his eyes, and said goodnight to Mingshan. "Come on, I really suspect that you are also a soul that has traveled through time." Mingshan complained in his heart and closed the door for him. Back to his bedroom, he didn't take off his clothes because it was too troublesome and fell asleep directly. The next morning, Mingshan was awakened by a knock on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out of the bedroom and saw Kimimaro talking to a ninja. The ninja was holding a bulging envelope. He walked over and asked, "Who are you?" The ninja saw Mingshan coming and smiled warmly and said, "I'm Umino Iruka. You two will be your school teacher for the next few years. The Hokage asked me to take you two to the ninja school." Mingshan looked at Iruka and described him in one sentence as a very ordinary school teacher. "By the way, this is the living allowance that the Hokage asked me to hand over to you. It will be distributed to you every month until you graduate from school and become a junior ninja." Iruka handed the envelope in his hand to Mingshan and the others. Kimimaro glanced at the room of the little girl next door. "Mingshan, do you want to say hello to them before leaving?" Mingshan shook his head and said no. He and Kimimaro had some breakfast outside and went to school with Iruka. Arriving at the ninja school, Mingshan and Kimimaro, led by Iruka, filled out information in the staff room, registering their names, ages, and family backgrounds. Mingshan was a little depressed because the two had not received systematic training at the ninja school and had no ninja foundation. Iruka could only arrange them in the first year class that had just started. Just thinking about it, a 10-year-old and a 9-year-old mixed with a group of 7-year-old kids. It was so weird, but there was no way to protest. After helping the two complete the admission file procedures, Iruka took Menshin and Kimimaro to the classroom, clapped his hands, and shouted to the noisy classroom, "Quiet down, everyone. Now I want to introduce two new classmates to you." Immediately, it attracted the attention of many children. "Look, those two new students seem to be older than us." "Yeah, did they repeat a grade? Stupid, that's impossible." "Wow, look, that white-haired boy, so cool, who is he?" The classmates in the class were whispering about the new transfer students, and Iruka encouraged them, motioning Menshin and Kimimaro to come forward and introduce themselves. There was a sparse applause in the classroom, and most of the students looked at the two new students curiously. "My name is Kaguya Kimimaro." Kimimaro took a step forward, spoke calmly, bowed, and then, nothing happened. Huh. Just like that, nothing happened? Under the stunned gaze of many classmates, Kimimaro didn't even mention his hobbies and interests, and retreated. Iruka smiled awkwardly, and made up a random excuse to get away with it. Menshin coughed dryly, took a step forward, and was interrupted, just as he was about to speak. Bang. What's this guy so proud of? A child with golden hair sitting in the seat pointed at Kimimaro and shouted angrily, "Naruto, be quiet and don't make trouble." Iruka was a little annoyed when he saw Naruto standing up and making a lot of noise. TSK, Menshin curled his lips and ignored the yellow-haired kid. He introduced himself. "My name is Ito Menshin. Today is my first time in school. Please give me your guidance." Iruka nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Menshin, do you have any dreams?" "Yes." Menshin grinned and said confidently and excitedly, "My dream is to conquer the Sea of Stars by my own strength." Many classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. What is the Sea of Stars? Iruka didn't react for a while. Is there such a place in the ninja world? Even Kimimaro was confused. It seemed that he had never heard mention this place. "It's over. I said the wrong thing. I was so excited that I blurted out everything." Menshin secretly cursed in his heart, so he had to play dumb and pretend to be stupid while everyone was still not in a daze, and retreated to get over it. Iruka coughed heavily to quiet the whole class, and then arranged Menshin and his seat to sit in the back. "Wow, look at him. It seems like he is looking at me. He is really handsome, not inferior to Sasuke." The little girls sitting below Menshin and his friends turned around and looked at Menshin and his friends, whispering shyly. Menshin saw them and thought they were looking at him. He was a little excited and poked Kimimaro next to him with his elbow. Kimimaro looked at him puzzledly. "What's wrong, Menshin? Is my hairstyle very handsome today?" Menshin deliberately lifted his bangs and shook it to Kimimaro. "Well, very handsome." Kimimaro's mouth twitched, and he answered against his will. Chapter 6: The Use of Chakra. "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and turn around, open your textbooks, and read aloud what I asked you to preview yesterday." Iruka tapped the chalk in his hand against the blackboard, reminding those infatuated girls to turn around and start the boring lessons of the day. After finally making it to noon, Iruka finished his morning classes, and just as he walked to the staff room, the students in the class began to run out of the classroom in twas and threes, some to find a quiet place to eat their lunch boxes, or to go to the cafeteria with their good friends. Menshin was about to get up and pull Kimimaro to the cafeteria when he saw the girls who had been staring at him leave their seats and come over to them. "Sit here and wait for me." Menshin asked Kimimaro to sit down and quickly tidied up the invisible bangs on his forehead, trying to show a smile that he thought was very handsome, and walked towards the girls. "Hey, classmate, please don't block us here. Please move aside and don't disturb us from talking to the handsome guy." Who knew that those little girls, without even looking at Menshin, squeezed Menshin away, surrounded Kimimaro and started to question him. "Kimimaro, do you like tofu? Kimimaro, is your hair like this naturally? It feels so comfortable to touch. Hey, Kimimaro, what's your zodiac sign?" Women, as expected, only good-looking people have youth, whether in the past life or in the present. Mingshan, who was frozen there, looked at Kimimaro surrounded by a few little girls, and felt very uncomfortable. He simply went out for a walk, and ignored these clouds. The noisy and leisurely noon passed in a blink of an eye. When Mingshan returned to the classroom, he found that the little girls who surrounded Kimimaro had started to go back to their seats, to prepare for the afternoon class. He walked over to Kimimaro, who was sitting in his seat, and had just finished sighing, and handed him a fried noodle bread. "Thank you." Kimimaro reached out to take it. "You're welcome." Mingshan recovered from the previous blow, patted Kimimaro on the shoulder, looked at him, and said to him meaningfully, words that only experienced people can understand, "It's good to be handsome. Even if you don't know how to flirt, you still have fans." Kimimaro was confused by Mingshan's words, but soon, as Iruka came to the classroom for class, he put his mind into the course again. At the end of the day, through the study of the classroom books and the explanation of teacher Iruka, Mingshan, a transfer student, although he still didn't understand the content of the textbook, knew for the first time that in this ninja world, chakra is the basis of all ninjutsu secrets. Unlike traditional physical skills, no ninjutsu can be launched without chakra. The so-called chakra is the energy used by ninjas when using ninjutsu. Chakra is extracted from the physical energy drawn from each cell of the human body and the spiritual energy accumulated through countless training or experience. The ninjutsu is to extract these two energies from the body and train them into chakra. Chakra stimulates this energy through the action of making hand seals. Simply speaking, continuous practice can accumulate and extract chakra in the body to use ninjutsu. After school in the evening, Mingshan and Kimimaro returned to their residence. When they passed by the next door, they found that Tsuchigumo Langtao and the others were not at home. They were probably out to accompany the little girl to stroll around Konoha village. Oh, I didn't expect that being a ninja is not that easy. There are still many things to learn. Mingshan lay on the table in distress as soon as he entered the door. Didn't teacher Iruka say in the last class that there is no shortcut to the road of ninja? Kimimaro sat opposite Mingshan and reviewed what he taught today. You don't know about Master Lu. If there is a shortcut, who doesn't want to take it? The key is, there must be one. Mingshan looked up and saw Kimimaro reviewing his homework seriously. He complained in his heart. After sitting for a while, he didn't disturb Kimimaro and went back to the bedroom alone. Hey, wake up. Mingshan lay down and fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, he felt someone shaking his body. He woke up slowly and found it was the little girl. He asked her, "What are you doing?" Mingshan, you haven't told me a new story today." Tsuchigumo Hotaru shook him hard, yelling in dissatisfaction. "Oh, spare me." Mingshan was forced to get up with a miserable look on his face. He had to tell her a new story to appease her, otherwise she would cry endlessly again. "I see. Can't I tell it? Great." Tsuchigumo Hotaru jumped up happily and clapped her hands, stomping on the floor with a loud thump. "Hey, stomp softly, my lady, don't disturb Kimimaro's study." Mingshan reminded. "You mean Kimimaro-san? He just went outside to practice physical skills. He's not in the room." The little girl pulled Mingshan's hand nonchalantly, trying to drag him out and urging him, "Hurry up." Okay. Mingshan was very reluctant to come down. After thinking about it, he pulled the little girl's hand and went directly to their room, ready to have a meal after the talk. "Uncle Langtao, can I ask you a question about chakra?" Mingshan coaxed the little girl and came to Tsuchigumo Langtao's bedroom to ask him sincerely. "Oh, what do you want to ask, Mingshan?" Tsuchigumo Langtao stopped what he was doing. "I was at school during the day, and I read about chakra in the school book. I want to know if there are any more specific methods to improve the control of my own chakra." Mingshan flipped through the whole book. The teaching textbook only mentioned in theory that chakra training is to extract the two powers of body and mind, but there is no specific training method for controlling and using this aspect. The textbook only briefly mentioned that diligent training every day can increase the amount of chakra. Mingshan roughly told Langtao his idea. He wanted to know how to control and use chakra more effectively. "Is that so? Are you talking about ways to improve the flexibility of controlling your own chakra?" Igumo Lang Tao pondered for a moment, then analyzed it carefully. At your age, your physical fitness and high intensity physical training are not good enough for you. 2 simple methods are ineffective. If you want to improve your own chakra control, there is only one way, such as climbing a tree, using your body to remember the feeling of controlling balance. Climb a tree. Ming Xian's eyes lit up. Climb up with your hands. No. Igumo Lang Tao shook his head and explained. I walked up slowly, standing upside down. Ah, how is this possible? Ming Xian denied it in disbelief. Come with me, and I'll show you. Lang Tao asked Ming Xian to come out with him. The little girl saw that they were going out to play, so she followed them out and called Kimimaro, who was practicing physical skills outside. Kimimaro is here too. It's just right. You can demonstrate to Ming Xian by walking. Walk from under this tree to the trunk and stand upside down. The 2 of them went downstairs first. Seeing Kimimaro following them, Lang Tao pointed to a big tree next to him and asked him to demonstrate. Kimimaro agreed without hesitation. He made a seal and walked up the trunk with his feet. He also stood upside down on the tree as Lang Tao asked. Ming Xian and the little girl stared with eyes wide open and mouths open. Can these feet really stick to the tree? Lang Tao smiled and stroked Ming Xian's head, pointing out the principle. The amount of chakra used to climb a tree is actually very subtle, and it's on the soles of the feet, which is the most difficult place to gather chakra. Kimimaro is 1 year older than you, but he is not old for nothing. Even if his family doesn't value him and uses him as a tool, they will teach him the basic use of chakra of these ninjas. Well, the people in the clan did teach me before, so that they could use me more conveniently. Kimimaro nodded. Ming Xian, as long as you learn how to climb trees, it will be more convenient for you to learn anything in the future. If you are not good at controlling and maintaining the chakra extracted during training, no matter how high the amount is, it will be useless. Lang Tao paused and added, therefore, if you extract chakra, but cannot control the balance, you cannot activate the effect of ninjutsu, and it will only waste chakra. Ming Xian was thoughtful and remembered Lang Tao's instructions. Great, I want to learn to climb trees too. Igumo Hotaru was listening to her and waving her little fists and shouting. Ming Xian was speechless for a while. Miss Hotaru, you can learn to climb trees when you grow up. You are too young now, and it is not suitable for you to learn this. Lang Tao smiled bitterly helplessly, touched her little head, and rejected the little girl. After that, Lang Tao ignored the little girl's wild protest and took her back to the room to rest. Before leaving, he asked Ming Xian to practice climbing trees well and asked Kimimaro if he didn't understand anything. After practicing all night, Ming Xian was in a mess, with bruises all over his body. Kimimaro watched him practice and couldn't help persuading him to rest. He would not be able to get up for school tomorrow if he was too tired. Ming Xian had to give up. He could only climb halfway up the tree and fall down. He was far from the level of Kimimaro, who could walk upside down freely. He also thought that Kimimaro had been trained as a killing tool by the members of the Kaguya Clan since he was a child. After all, he had only practiced for 1 night. Kimimaro supported Ming Xian, who was unable to stand steadily, and slowly helped him back to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, Ming Xian yawned tiredly and walked side by side with Kimimaro on the street. They were about to go to a street shop for breakfast, but suddenly found that the shop and the surroundings were all painted with colorful paint. They were stunned. Fuck, who is this? So idle that he does such a boring thing. Ming Xian asked the passers-by around Kimimaro. It's all his fault. The passerby pointed indignantly at the signboard of Konoha shopping street. Following the passerby's guidance, Ming Xian saw a little boy with yellow hair standing on the signboard, with 6 unique fox whiskers on his face, and Naruto grinning. These paints are all my proud masterpieces of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled slyly and ran away without a trace after a few jumps on the roof, leaving the shop owners who couldn't catch up with Naruto stomping their feet in anger. Chapter 7 Ninjutsu Training. What a joke, come back here. It's him again. He made a mess of my shop. He makes trouble like this every day. It's so annoying. I can't stand it. He made a mess here. Hey, I told you guys not to bother with the kid. Actually, Ming Xian hadn't finished speaking when Kimimaro tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed at his back. What for? Mingshan followed Kimimaro's instructions and saw a lot of dark blue paint on the back of his clothes, and he immediately wanted to curse, pulling Kimimaro along to chase Naruto, who was almost out of sight. "Don't run, you little bastard. These are the clothes I just changed today. If I catch you, I will skin you alive. That guy has no parents. We can't even complain. It's such a headache. What should we do? Who will compensate us for our losses? Even if we can complain, it still won't make us feel better. Stop talking. Clean up the paint quickly. We have to open for business today." Alas, the forbidden child, he. "Stop talking now. It will not be good if the Hokage finds out." As Mingshan and Kimimaro were chasing after Naruto, they found that the people around them were no longer complaining about what Naruto had done. Instead, they were busy with their own shops. They started cleaning up the paint, whispering to each other, and looking at Naruto's back with disgust in their eyes. What's wrong? Even if a 7-year-old child is making trouble, he shouldn't be so disgusted and excluded, right? Mingshan asked Kimimaro to slow down. He noticed that the atmosphere around him was not right. He didn't know what was going on. After discussing it, the two gave up chasing Naruto and went to school first. Naruto had to go to school anyway. Naruto ran a short distance. After hearing the villagers' discussions behind him, he gradually slowed down, clenched the brush in his hand, and his whole body was shaking. Mingshan, who was rushing to school, saw Naruto standing there and didn't move. He was secretly happy and took the opportunity to run over and hooked his arm around Naruto's neck. "Boy, where are you going? You've smeared paint on the back of my clothes." Naruto exclaimed and woke up from his distraction. He stepped hard on Mingshan's feet with his feet, broke free from the restraints, and made a face. "Idiot, idiot, what does it have to do with me? Come and catch me." After a few jumps, he jumped onto the roof and slipped away. Mingshan jumped up with his feet in pain, unwillingly saying, "Damn it, you kid, just wait for me." Seeing Mingshan's foot being stepped on and jumping up in pain, Kimimaro's face darkened, and he pulled out his bone knife, pretending to catch up with Naruto. Mingshan saw him and quickly grabbed him. Hey, Kimimaro, why did you pull out the bone knife? He has to go to school too. He can't run away. Don't chase him. Help me. This kid is too cruel." "Mingshan, it's not convenient for you to walk like this, and you practice climbing trees all night last night. I'll carry you to school. Come on up." After being persuaded, Kimimaro squatted down when he saw that he was unable to move and motioned Mingshan to lie down behind him. "No, forget it. Thank you." Mingshan rejected Kimimaro's kindness with a bit of disgust. If a girl wanted to carry him, he could barely accept it, but a boy. When he arrived at the ninja school and walked into the classroom, he smelled a very unpleasant smell of paint and was scolded by teacher Iruka. "Hey, Naruto, you are making trouble in the shopping street. Do you know that this will cause great trouble to everyone?" "Teacher Iruka, it's so annoying." Naruto picked his ears nonchalantly. "No one else can do the pranks I did in the shopping street." "Humph, awesome, right? Yeah, no one else can do stupid things like you." Mingshan passed by him and complained contemptuously. "What are you talking about, seaweed head?" Naruto retorted disdainfully. Mingshan was about to get angry when he heard this, but was interrupted by Iruka's roar. "Naruto, you idiot, stop making trouble outside and concentrate on your studies." Iruka was so angry that veins popped out of his head. He looked at the students in the class and shouted, "Hurry up and go to your seats and get ready for class." Yes, a group of little kids were all waiting to see the show. After being yelled at by Iruka, they were all disappointed and responded perfunctorily. Iruka didn't plan to teach the contents of the book in class today, but told everyone that he was going to teach practical ninjutsu, the clone technique. This made everyone cheer. Finally, they didn't have to go to class and learn practical ninjutsu. Iruka slowly made seals with his hands while carefully explaining the role of this technique. The clone technique is one of the simplest and easiest to learn among all ninjutsu. This technique cannot launch actual attacks, but can be used to confuse the opponent and confuse the audience. It is similar to illusion and is the foundation that ninjas must master. After Iruka finished the demonstration, he asked everyone to remember it and practice it by themselves when they return home at night. When they come tomorrow, they will be checked one by one to see their actual practice situation. A group of children complained at once. Many of them hated the trouble, especially Naruto, who joined several other kids who didn't want to practice and started to argue, which made Iruka so angry that his veins popped out and he scolded them again. Mingshin looked at the noisy children, put his hand on his chin and couldn't help but sigh to Kimimaro. They don't live in a peaceful era, but they are lucky to grow up in such a peaceful country without worries. Yeah, it's true. Kimimaro agreed with him. If he hadn't met Mingshin before, he didn't know whether he would be like a killing tool and disappear in the mist village like the Kaguya clan that night. Time passed quietly in the gaps between the students and teachers, and in a blink of an eye it was the evening after school. Mingshin returned home and continued to practice tree climbing. In his spare time, he saw that Kimimaro had only made 2 or 3 seals, but he successfully turned into a clone. He remembered what teacher Iruka said in the morning, that there would be a random check tomorrow, so he stopped practicing tree climbing and started practicing the clone technique. He found that after only a few adjustments and consolidation, he was able to quickly master the essentials of the clone technique. This made Mingshin very happy. Kimimaro helped him analyze that this should be related to his constant practice of climbing trees. Because his proficiency in controlling and maintaining his own chakra has improved a lot, he can master this new ninjutsu faster. The next day, Iruka announced in the classroom that he would start the test. Everyone went to the open space outside the classroom and lined up in a row, waiting to be called to demonstrate. In the open space outside the classroom, Iruka coughed dryly and said, "Let me see how everyone learned last night. Let's start with the newcomer Kaguya Kimimaro." Several little girls who usually like Kimimaro cheered together, their faces full of expectations. Kimimaro walked out and quickly made a seal. Clone technique. Another Kimimaro appeared on the scene. Exactly the same. "You are amazing, Kimimaro. Great, Kimimaro's hand seal is so handsome." The little girls looked at Kimimaro with admiration, and the boys around him also admired Kimimaro. It only took one night for him to be able to use the clone technique skillfully. Tomorrow, I will see Kimimaro so popular with girls, and I will be so envious and jealous. Iruka nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied with the performance of this new student, and continued. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Boring. Just a clone technique. A boy wearing a black stand-up collar shirt and white shorts, with a fan pattern on his back, walked out, and said with disdain on his handsome and cold face, "Ah, it's Sasuke. Look, look." After seeing Sasuke come out, the girls around cheered louder than when Kimimaro came out. Many little girls blushed and secretly covered their faces to look at him. TSK, there are so many pretty boys in this class. Mingshin bit his thumbnail unhygienically and stared at Sasuke, looking like someone had cheated on him. Sasuke ignored the noise around him and immediately made a seal. Clone technique. Bang, the white smoke dissipated, and an identical Sasuke appeared at the scene, not inferior to Kimimaro. It worked. It's the same clone technique as Kimimaro. It's amazing. Oh, they look so similar. Which one is the clone? What's so great? I can tell right away. This one must be fake. Naruto, who was quite dissatisfied with Sasuke, punched one of the 2 Sasukes with a fierce punch, and Sasuke's clone disappeared. No, these 2 are clones. The real body should be over there. Kimimaro shook his head after careful observation and pointed at the big tree next to the 2 clones. Impossible, Sasuke. Naruto heard Kimimaro's judgment, and he punched the other Sasuke who was looking at him with contempt. Bang, he hit Sasuke and he disappeared. It was really a clone. That's right, Kimimaro, you have a strong observation ability. Iruka was very appreciative, and he also looked at the big tree and shouted, "Sasuke, you should come down." Sasuke came down from the tree. He was confident that he did not reveal any flaws, and asked Kimimaro, "How did you see it?" "After you performed the clone technique, a leaf fell from the tree without wind, and there was a piece of cloth hanging on that branch." Kimimaro pointed to the branch of the big tree. Sasuke was stunned, looked up to check, and then he was annoyed. He climbed the tree too hastily and was not used to it, so he was scratched by the branch. Seeing him turn around and chat with Mingshin again, I thought, this guy is quite powerful. He can see my flaws in such a short time. I should pay more attention to him in the future. Next up Urame Shino. A little boy wearing a pair of black glasses came out, wrapped up tightly, and made seals with his hands. Clone technique. Poof, a clone appeared, standing unsteadily and dancing with his hands. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and carefully analyzed the reason for his failure to everyone. I didn't practice the clone technique enough times last night. Yes, if you want to explain why, it's because the insect summary the first borrowed from Brother Muta at that time. Okay, next, Itomingshan. Alas, I don't know if I can successfully create a clone. I'm not sure. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't practice much last night. If you fail, I'll practice with you. Teacher Iruka and other students ignored Shino rudely without waiting for him to finish his analysis. Mingshan saw Shino put his hands in his pockets and silently retreated. He sympathized with him and said, "Brother, I can understand you. How you feel when you have something to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 8, Fate. After leaving the sequence, Mingshan waved and smiled towards the side with more girls, but, hey, look, that guy seems to be waving at us. What does he want to do? So annoying. With that seaweed hair, it will be bad if people misunderstand that I have a good relationship with him. That's right, that's right. Why don't you quickly transform into a clone? Really? Hearing these words, Mingshan's smile froze, and Naruto was still gloating on the side. Idiot, hurry up. TSK, Mingshan glared at Naruto with gritted teeth, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Clone Jutsu. An identical Mingshan appeared successfully. Very good. Next one, Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka nodded and shouted. Naruto swaggered out, still saying shamelessly, "It's just a clone jutsu. I'm going to be the Hokage in the future. I'll show you now." Naruto made seals with both hands in a very imposing manner. Clone jutsu. Bang, a clone with a big bud sticking up, a white body, and no image appeared, lying on the ground motionless, and the key is that the face of this clone is still crooked. Ah, ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by Naruto's clone, laughing so hard. Naruto slapped his thigh and said angrily, "Damn it. Oh, the future Hokage is actually lying on the ground with his butt sticking up and sleeping. How can this be allowed?" Mingshan was picking his nose with his little finger without image and grace, and mocking Naruto. "Hey, classmate, how can you say that? It's too much. Pucci, ha ha ha." The classmates around him, who had finally stopped laughing, were amused by Mingshan's teasing again. They squatted down, holding their stomachs, and almost laughed. "Okay, everyone stop making fun of Naruto, and hurry up." Iruka scolded everyone, and continued to call the roll. Naruto looked unconvinced, but he was stubborn, and didn't say anything and retreated. After school, Mingshan and Kimimaro accidentally ran into Tsuchigumo Hotaru and Lang Tao, who were about to walk in at the school gate. The little girl waved happily and shouted, "Kimimaro brother, Mingshan. Why are they here?" Mingshan looked at the wild girl running in, his heart pounding, feeling that something bad was going to happen, and asked carefully, "Uncle Lang Tao, why are you here?" "It's Mingshan. I'm here to take Miss Hotaru to register for the ninja school." Lang Tao held the little girl's hand and answered Mingshan's question while asking Kimimaro where the staff room of the ninja school was. What? Mingshan was completely blown up. This trouble was actually going to stay. "Uncle Lang Tao, didn't we agree to take this trouble, not take this girl back, Lord of the Servants?" Mingshan almost said something he didn't know. Grandpa promised me to stay and learn ninjutsu in Konoha village. I can go back whenever I want. The little girl raised her little face proudly, as proud as a victorious rooster. "Is that so? That's good." Kimimaro welcomed her indifferently. "This cheating grandpa," Mingshan wailed in his heart. After chatting for a while, Lang Tao was dragged by the little girl to go to the enrollment procedures, and did not forget to threaten Mingshan that he would prepare a new story for her at home in the evening. Mingshan was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. After the little girl's commotion, Mingshan did not plan to go home so early. He pulled Kimimaro and asked him to accompany him to the woods behind the village to practice ninjutsu and exercise. Walking through the shopping street and through a jungle on the back mountain, the two came to an open space and unexpectedly saw Naruto practicing ninjutsu in the distance of the open space. He shouted, "Clone technique." Bang, the clone appeared, but it was a pile of soft bones and collapsed to the ground. Naruto's chakra control ability is too poor. If he practices like this, how long will it take to master it? Hey, who is that? Mingxin noticed that there was a person hiding behind a tree, secretly observing Naruto. He walked over with Kimimaro. When he got closer, he saw that it was a little girl with short blue hair, wearing a long coat and long pants. She was so fascinated that she didn't even notice someone approaching. She patted the other person's shoulder. The other person was obviously scared and turned around in panic. Seeing that the one who patted her was a new classmate in the class, she patted her chest and calmed down. Blinking her smart lavender white eyes, she asked softly, "Mingxin, Kimimaro, why are you here? Hey, do you know us?" Mingxin was very surprised. He didn't remember when he met such a gentle and beautiful little girl. She is Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga family. She sits in the front row in front of us. Kimimaro looked at Hinata and thought carefully for a while, and unexpectedly introduced her to Mingxin. I just happened to pass by here, so I'll take my leave first." Hinata blushed and bowed her head to say goodbye to them, and ran away quickly. This made Mingxin feel puzzled, but when Hinata passed by, he smelled the body fragrance emanating from her body, and then saw the slightly shy face, and his mind was a little excited. Is she interested in me? It shouldn't be, you see. Kimimaro pointed at Naruto at the right time, which made Mingxin very unhappy. Hey, can't you pour cold water on me less? The weather is getting cold now. Pouring cold water is not good. You. Mingxin was speechless for a while, and didn't talk to him about this issue anymore, and walked to Naruto who was practicing the clone technique. As the footsteps approached, Naruto turned around cautiously, and was surprised to see Mingxin and Kimimaro coming over. When he thought of what happened in the morning, he asked angrily, "What are you two doing here? Oh, you must be here to see me make a fool of myself and laugh at me. What do you mean by making a fool of yourself? We are here to practice ninjutsu. I'm talking to you. Can't you talk to people properly?" Mingxin was quite helpless with this thorn. "You're lying. You must be here to laugh at me. Damn it, I must make a complete clone for you to see. Are you really a single-celled organism, a paramecium transformed into a human?" Mingxin was too lazy to complain. "Hey, what is a paramecium?" Naruto scratched the back of his head. Did he learn this in the textbook? He was very confused. Hey, it's on page 57 of the textbook. You don't usually listen to the class seriously. Please review it well when you go back. Mingxin preached to Naruto seriously. Humph, it's so troublesome to learn the content in these books. I can't understand it, even if I read it. It's better to practice more ninjutsu directly. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and didn't take it seriously. Seeing his unpromising look, Mingxin wanted to say something else, but heard a gurgling sound and wondered, what's that sound? Naruto's face turned red, and he cursed secretly. This unpromising stomach is making a fool of itself again. Are you hungry? Kimimaro looked at Naruto's stomach and asked. No, I just didn't eat lunch. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have spent money on paint a few days ago. There are still many days before the old man will pay for the living expenses for next month. Naruto held his stomach with a headache and muttered to himself in distress. Mingxin and the other two looked at each other. Several people were silent in the open space for a long time. Finally, he pinched his nose and said, forget it. Seeing you like that, we will treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat tonight? After Naruto's commotion, they were not in the mood to train anymore. Huh, really? Naruto's eyes lit up, and he couldn't believe it. Really? Hurry up and decide where to eat? Mingxin turned around impatiently and wanted to go back to the Konoha shopping street with Kimimaro. Mingxin, I blamed you wrongly. You two are good people. Naruto jumped up excitedly, opened his arms and hugged Mingxin, rubbing him hard. Idiot, let me go. This is disgusting, don't you know? Mingxin was quite disgusted and embarrassed by Naruto's sudden enthusiasm and wanted to break away from him. Kimimaro watched Mingxin and Naruto's embarrassing fight from the side, showing a rare smile, which made the two people who were playing around stunned. When they came back, it was already dark, and Naruto took Mingxin and the other two to a ramen restaurant. Ichiraku? Mingxin read it out, while looking at the sign. Naruto patted his chest, and assured them that the ramen in this restaurant was the best ramen he had ever eaten. The owner of the ramen restaurant saw Naruto and the others coming, and came out to greet them warmly. "Naruto, you brought your friends to eat so late." "Boss, you misunderstood. Actually we and Naruto." Bang. "Yes, Uncle Handbeater, they are good friends I made at school. I accidentally used up my living expenses this month, so they specially invited me to dinner." Naruto didn't wait for Mingxin to finish speaking, and put his hands on the shoulders of the two people, and excitedly pulled them into the store. "Hey, I just invited you to dinner, how can I become your good friend?" Mingxin's mouth twitched, and he wanted to shut Naruto's big mouth. "Oh, so that's how it is. Since we still have the ingredients on hand, we'll give you a 20% discount on pork bone ramen, to celebrate your new two good friends." The boss smiled, and made a gesture to make Naruto happy. "Great, that's great," Naruto shouted. After the meal, Mingxin's wallet quickly shrank by at least half. He looked at the 7 or 8 large bowls stacked on the table. After eating and being satisfied, Naruto was picking his teeth, and chatting with the boss Ichiraku. He turned around, and complained to Kimimaro depressedly, "I really regret inviting him. This guy eats too much." After leaving the ramen restaurant, Mingxin planned to say goodbye to Naruto and go home, but as he walked, he felt something was wrong. He turned around, and saw Naruto still following him. "Naruto, why aren't you going home yet? Why are you following us? My home is also in this direction." Naruto walked side by side with Mingxin, as if it was a matter of course. Mingxin had a dark face, and had no choice but to let this guy follow him. When he arrived downstairs of Naruto's house, his eyes almost popped out. This guy's home was right in front of his house. Wouldn't that mean we'll have to meet this guy every day at school? Naruto was so happy that he jumped up and down. It turned out that they would live behind their house tomorrow. "It's over. We must find the Hokage tomorrow and ask him to change our place. This is simply a nightmare." Mingxin felt dizzy and almost fainted. He quickly pulled Kimimaro and ran home, leaving Naruto feeling confused. Chapter 9 Naruto's Secret. The next morning, Mingxin asked Kimimaro to go to school first, and he went to the Hokage's office at Hokage Rock alone. "Hokage, you must arrange a new place for us to live, otherwise we can't live here." Mingxin went straight to the point as soon as he entered the room, and begged the third Hokage who was handling official business. "Oh, why is that? Mingxin, you live well, why do you want to move?" The third Hokage put down the half-corrected documents in his hand, and asked in confusion. "I want to move away from Naruto, this scourge. Every time I meet this guy, nothing good happens." Mingxin told the truth, and it was indeed true. "Is that so?" The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette, stood up and looked out the window. He stood there alone, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he finally asked Mingxin, "Mingxin, do you hate Naruto?" "I can't say I hate him, but sometimes I feel helpless about his nonsense and pranks. I moved away from him, just because I don't want to be bothered by him. However, these days, when Kimimaro and I were walking around the village, I found that everyone didn't like him very much, and they even excluded him." "Why is that?" Mingxin told the villagers about his recent disgust towards Naruto. He always found it very strange. Even if it was a 7-year-old child who loved to play tricks, adults shouldn't be so disgusted. In fact, Naruto's life in the village is not easy. His parents died when he was born, and he still has the tailed beast Ninetales sealed in his body, which once wreaked havoc and almost destroyed the entire Konoha village. The villagers treat him as a monster, fearing that the Ninetales will break the seal again and run out to destroy the village. Even if he doesn't make trouble in the village, he will be collectively ignored and cold-shouldered by the villagers. The third Hokage closed his eyes and recalled the past, and unknowingly told some of Naruto's secrets to Mingxin. "With the Ninetales sealed in his body, isn't Naruto a Jinchuriki?" Mingxin blurted out when he heard the third Hokage talking about the tailed beast Ninetales in Naruto's body. "You also know about Jinchuriki?" This time it was the third Hokage's turn to be surprised. Well, when I was wandering outside before, I once picked up a broken scroll, which mentioned the matter of Jinchuriki in the ninja village. Mingshin took out a few yellowed pages from his arms, and handed them to the third Hokage. The third Hokage took the remaining pages and browsed them. He found that the author only briefly introduced the contents of the papers. The so-called Jinchuriki is a person who is possessed by a tailed beast or its chakra. He exists as a container to seal the tailed beast or its chakra, and uses the tailed beast transformation and the chakra of the tailed beast as a unique means of attack. The contents of the remaining pages did not involve specific information about the various ninja villages, which made the third Hokage feel strange. Mingshin, is this the only content in the scroll you got? The third Hokage asked. Oh, no, there were more than these when I first picked it up. Mingshin yawned and continued, but later, after reading the contents of the scroll thoroughly at Elder Gero's place, in order not to waste paper resources, I tore it off and used it to wipe but every time I went to the toilet. This is still the remaining. The third Hokage was a little unbelievable. Looking at Mingshin, who didn't care, he felt sad secretly. What a pity. Mingshin, since you know Naruto's secret, I hope. The third Hokage coughed dryly and wanted to ask Mingshin to keep Naruto's affair secret, but was interrupted by him. Hokage, please rest assured. This is a village secret. I won't tell anyone, especially my classmates in the ninja school. Mingshin straightened up solemnly and promised. Haha, I believe you. The third Hokage continued with a pipe in his hand. Naruto has never had a real friend willing to play with him. He has been living alone until now. Mingshin, I hope you can be his friend. Why does it have to be me, Hokage? Mingshin couldn't understand this. The third Hokage looked at Mingshin's face full of confusion and explained in detail, because you are the first person who has never truly rejected Naruto. Even if other children in the village occasionally play with Naruto at school or in the park, their parents will take them home and warn them not to associate with him. Just because he has a tailed beast in his body, just because he is a Jinchuriki, does he deserve to be targeted by the villagers? Mingshin really thought it was ridiculous. Are the villagers really that stupid? If their own children became Jinchuriki and were hated so much, I wonder what they would do. Humph, it's ridiculous. The third Hokage sighed. Mingshin, I agree with what you said, but many relatives of the villagers died in the turmoil caused by the Ninetales. This kind of hatred cannot be resolved in a few words. You know Iruka, who is teaching you now, his parents also died in the Ninetales turmoil. What, teacher Iruka? Mingshin was a little unbelievable. Then when he faces Naruto every day, isn't it? No matter how painful it was, as a teacher, he never found excuses to escape, and always looked Naruto in the face. The third Hokage shook his head. Even though Naruto had the Ninetales that killed his parents sealed in his body, he never thought of giving up on him. Iruka was a qualified Konoha ninja who put aside his prejudice against Naruto and truly comprehended the will of fire. The will of fire? Mingshin didn't understand what the third Hokage meant by the will of fire. People with the will of fire will treat everyone in this village as their own family. The will of fire is a strong will to protect all the family members in this village. The third Hokage explained to Mingshin what the will of fire was. Mingshin, I believe you can't bear to see Naruto go down a wrong path in the future, because he is excluded by the people in the village. When the third Hokage said this, his eyes met Mingshin's eyes very frankly. The air was very quiet, so quiet that only the sound of the two people breathing in and out could be heard. Oh, it's really troublesome. I can't even deal with that wild girl from the Tsuchigumo family. Lord Hokage, you pushed this stubborn guy to me. Mingshin finally lost to the third Hokage and sighed with his hands covering his face. Are you talking about the granddaughter of the servants of the Walker? That girl, I think she likes you very much. Seeing Mingshin reluctantly nod his head, which was considered as agreeing to make friends with Naruto, the third Hokage was very pleased that Tsuchigumo clan and our Konoha village have a special alliance relationship. Originally, I promised to protect the members of the clan. I promised to let the granddaughter of the servants of the Walker to study in the ninja school. It's nothing. By the way, at this time tomorrow, the attendant sent by the servants of the Walker to replace Lang Tao will arrive in the village and be responsible for taking care of the daily life of Tsuchigumo Hotaru in the future. Is Uncle Lang Tao going back? Mingshin was a little reluctant. Lang Tao helped him a lot. Well, yes, that Tsuchigumo clan has many affairs that need to be handled by Lang Tao, and Master Ichiro cannot handle it alone. The third Hokage sat down again, ready to continue handling official business. Mingshin said goodbye without saying anything more, and both of them tacitly ignored the matter of changing residence. It was already noon when he came out of the Hokage's office. Mingshin walked alone on the street and suddenly saw a lot of people gathered around the mask shop in the distance. When he got closer, he could hear a very fierce quarrel. "Don't interfere with my business here, get out." The mask shop owner's scolding could be heard from a distance. Mingshin hurriedly squeezed in to see the situation and found that Naruto was pointed at and scolded by the mask shop owner, who pushed him down angrily. "Boss, what are you doing?" Naruto's face flushed, his whole body trembling, extremely unwilling, pointing at a red fox mask in the store. "I just like this mask very much, can't I just look at it? I didn't steal it or rob it." The mask owner impatiently took off the red fox mask from Naruto's finger and threw it at him. "I'm giving it to you. Get out of here quickly. Don't let me see you again." Mingshin looked around and found that the passers-by standing by to watch the excitement looked at Naruto with cold eyes from a condescending angle. "It's so annoying. Why doesn't he leave yet? This kind of monster should not be left in the village. I really don't know what the Hokage thinks. When the child comes back from school, I must warn him again not to play with him." Naruto listened to the gossip of the crowd, biting his lower lip silently, bent down, and was about to pick it up. Crack. A big foot appeared in front of him and crushed the fox mask directly with great force. Naruto looked up angrily and was about to say something, but after seeing the person who stepped on the mask, he was stunned. He saw veins bulging on Mingshin's face. He squatted down and picked up the broken pieces of the fox mask. In a rage, he threw the mask at the boss's face. Bang! The boss was hit by the fox mask and screamed in pain. He looked at Mingshin in shock and anger. "Listen to me, Naruto is my friend, Ito Mingshin. If you dare to bully my friend like this again, I will smash your store." At this moment, the volume of the shouting was almost loud, shocking everyone around. The mask shop owner didn't expect that a child who looked only 9 years old would dare to challenge him for Naruto. He was disgusted and pointed at them. You two monsters, get out of here. You are not welcome here." The people around consciously stepped away from Mingshin and separated the two of them from the crowd. Mingshin didn't care about their thoughts at all. With a dark face, he took Naruto's hand and turned away. Mingshin ran forward without looking back. Naruto came back to his senses and looked at the back of the person holding his hand. Tears welled up in his eyes. He sniffed hard a few times, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and showed the happiest smile in all these years. He made his first good friend. Chapter 10 Classmates. Mingshin dragged Naruto and ran a very far distance before he noticed that he had brought him to the gate of the ninja school. He rested his hands on his knees, panting. "Fuck, how did we get here?" Mingshin wiped the sweat off his forehead and questioned Naruto, who was also very tired. "Hey, Naruto, why are you there if you weren't at school at noon?" "Don't mention it. Teacher Iruka's class is so boring." Shikamaru, Choji, and Yao and the others climbed over the wall to play together, and then we separated in the middle of the class. As Naruto spoke, he was horrified to see Teacher Iruka running towards the school gate angrily, as if to catch them. "Oh no, Mingshin, run. Why are you running?" Mingshin looked in the direction of Naruto's strange gaze without understanding, and saw Teacher Iruka gritting his teeth. Without saying a word, he ran away with him, and even ran faster than him. Just kidding, he didn't go to class early in the morning. "Naruto, Mingshin, you two, come back here." Seeing the two of them running away in an instant, the air was filled with the angry roar of Iruka's teacher. Mingshin and Naruto were strolling leisurely in the village after crossing several intersections and leaving Iruka behind. They unexpectedly saw Sasuke. Seeing him hurriedly walk into a street, Mingshin and Naruto wondered, did Sasuke also skip class? The two decided to follow carefully to avoid being discovered by him and came to a complex building area with a round fan patterned logo with Sasuke. "This is the Uchiha clan's place, right? Why are so many shops and houses cordoned off?" Ming-shin saw that many places of the Uchiha clan were cordoned off with cordons, and turned to ask Naruto, "Naruto, do you know the reason?" "Well, to be honest, I don't know the specific situation very well. I only know that except for Sasuke, all the people of the Uchiha clan were killed overnight. This place has been closed off like this a long time ago, and the villagers are not allowed to contact the Uchiha." At that time, Naruto was only obsessed with how to attract people's attention with pranks all day long, and rarely inquired about such family news in the village. When he first heard the news from his classmates, he was very shocked. He wanted to comfort Sasuke, but he couldn't speak when he came to his lips. A long time ago, Ming-shin felt that things were not that simple. It was impossible that no one noticed the Uchiha clan being attacked and assassinated. It was quite difficult for one person to kill a pig, let alone a clan. It was very suspicious that a child like Sasuke survived. Then he heard Naruto continue. "However, I heard from the bosses of the shopping street that the Uchiha clan's place is going to be demolished." Ming-shin was whispering with Naruto when he saw Sasuke standing in front of mansion for a long time before he pushed aside the cordon that blocked his eyes and stepped into the house. Naruto wanted to follow Sasuke, but Ming-shin pulled him out to stop him. He didn't understand. "Why are you pulling me? Aren't you going in with me?" Ming-shin said to Naruto earnestly. "Naruto, everyone has their own secrets. There is no benefit in delving too deeply. Forget it. Let's leave here." "Okay." Seeing Ming-shin said so, Naruto had to give up following him and go somewhere else to play with him. The afternoon passed quickly. In the afternoon, the sun had already set. Naruto walked along the riverbank alone. He planned to go to the back mountain to practice physical skills for a while before going back. Then he separated from Ming-shin. As he walked along the bank, he saw Sasuke sitting alone on the river bridge, which was usually sparsely populated. He looked ahead with sad eyes. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected his shadow behind him, making him look so lonely. Sasuke seemed to notice someone. He turned around and found Naruto staring at him. For some reason, he felt very unhappy when he saw it was him. He was inexplicably angry with him. Seeing Sasuke suddenly glaring at him and giving him a stinky face, Naruto was originally planning to walk down the slope to take the initiative to chat with him. Seeing that he was so hostile, he also glared back with wide eyes, snorted coldly, turned his head away and walked away. Ming-shin wandered to the park alone and found two little girls squatting in a corner of the park. One of the little girls with beautiful pink hair was crying like rain, and the other little girl next to her was comforting her with kind words. "Sakura, stop crying." The child who was comforting her smoothed the crying little girl's hair, took out a red ribbon, and carefully and skillfully tied her hair into a hairstyle. It's not a bad thing to have a wide forehead. If you are afraid of being laughed at by everyone, you shouldn't always cover your forehead with bangs and appear in front of everyone like a ghost. You will be laughed at. See, it's much cuter when tied like this. Yeah, it's quite cute when tied like this. Ah. The two little girls stood up suddenly frightened by the stranger's interruption and were nervously alert to the person who suddenly appeared behind them. "Hey, are you Ito Ming-shin?" The pink-haired little girl stopped crying and recognized the person. "You are the one sitting behind me, who?" Ming-shin had been in class for several days, but he still couldn't recognize all the names of his classmates. It was the same when he met Hinata. She sat behind him, and he forgot her name for a moment. And the girl next to him was also in his class. This was a bit embarrassing. "Ming-shin, my name is Haruno Sakura, and she is Yamana Kurino from our class." Sakura looked at Ming-shin, who was looking at her for a while, and then at the angry Ino next to her. She didn't say anything. She must not know what to say. In order to break the awkward silence, she took the initiative to introduce herself, and then politely pointed at Ino next to her and introduced Ming-shin. Humph, this guy can't remember the names of his classmates, but he also eavesdropped on our girls' conversations. How rude. Ino angrily lectured Ming-shin, expressing her dissatisfaction with his behavior of eavesdropping on them. Sorry, I just happened to pass by here and heard a few words." Ming-shin scratched his head and smiled bitterly to admit his mistake, as if he was embarrassed, but in his heart he was disdainful and said, "Humph, damn girl, you dare to imitate adults, to lecture people before your hair grows out. What can you do after listening?" After chatting for a few words, he quickly said goodbye to the two girls and left the park. As soon as Mengshin returned home and wanted to take a breath, he was caught by Tsuchigumo Hotaru, who was guarding the house. The wild girl smiled evilly and pulled his hand, forcing him to tell a new story. Mengshin pulled a long face, stroked the innocent little head of the wild girl, made up stories, and sighed helplessly. His life would be lively in the future, with an Uzumaki Naruto and a Tsuchigumo Hotaru. These days, oh, there are really 8 out of 10 things in life that are not satisfactory. The next day, Langtao asked Mengshin and Kimimaro to bring Tsuchigumo Hotaru to school. When they arrived in the classroom, under the gaze of the whole class, Tsuchigumo Hotaru was very shy and hid behind the two of them. She was also evasive when introducing herself. Finally, when teacher Iruka was arranging seats, she insisted on unreasonable demands to sit with Mengshin and the others, and she would cry angrily if she didn't agree. Iruka was so embarrassed that he had to adjust the seat of the classmate next to him in order not to block Hotaru's view of the blackboard. After half a day, the wild girl's adaptability was beyond Mengshin's expectation. After the initial discomfort, she could gradually take the initiative to talk to unfamiliar classmates. Not only did she get familiar with Ino, Sakura, Hinata, etc., but she could also talk to Shikamaru, Choji, etc., and got along well with everyone. After school, Mengshin brought her back, who was still chattering all the way, and went into the house to see Langtao talking to an unknown stranger. Langtao saw Mengshin and the others coming back and took the initiative to introduce that this was someone sent by the Lord of the E.G. Nosingsa. In the future, he would take care of the daily life of Firefly, and he would rush back to the Tsuchigumo village in a few days to handle affairs. When Mengshin heard Langtao say this, he didn't know what to say for a while. What was supposed to come would always come. A few days later, at the gate of Konoha, Langtao finally explained some trivial matters to the new attendant Dunby, and solemnly entrusted Tsuchigumo Firefly to Mengshin and Kimimaro, who were seeing her off, to take good care of her. There was no word before parting. After being together for such a long time, everyone was reluctant to let go. Kimimaro, Mengshin, and the little girl were all unwilling to let Langtao leave Konoha village, but all good things must come to an end. In the end, he waved goodbye to Mengshin and the others, and set off on the way back. Spring went and autumn came, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Mengshin and his friends welcomed the graduation exam of the ninja school when the cherry blossoms fell. In the classroom, Mengshin saw a blonde boy tied up with thick ropes sitting on the ground next to Iruka. His face with 6 fox whiskers was full of indignation, and there was still a lot of paint on his clothes that had not dried. The classmates were used to this, but he still felt too embarrassed. 5 years had passed, and it was still the same as before. This was the nth time that Uzumaki Naruto had been caught for a prank. Teacher Iruka looked around, temporarily ignoring Naruto, and announced loudly to the students standing in front of him that the graduation exam would begin tomorrow, asking them to prepare for the exam. This year, their exam process is divided into 2 comprehensive exams. The first is a practical exercise of ninja tools, with a score of 50 points. The second is a demonstration and evaluation of the 3-body technique, also with a score of 50 points. The total score of the 2 exams is 100 points. After the exam is over that day, the scores of the 2 exams will be integrated and counted. If the total score is more than 60 points, it will be considered as passing the exam and being allowed to graduate from the ninja school. Hey, did the ninja school test like this before? Mengshin asked Shikamaru, who was standing next to him. He felt that the rules of this graduation exam were not much different from his previous life. The only difference was that the previous life was a Puritan test theory. No, the school's exams change every year. Shikamaru yawned, looking listless and lazy. Alas, I had planned to get my diploma and just be a ninja and make some money. It's so troublesome that I have to take exams after graduation. Nonsense. Which school doesn't require exams for graduation? I'll listen to his complaints tomorrow and complain in my heart. At the end of his speech, Teacher Iruka added a few points to everyone, hoping that everyone could graduate from school smoothly and then let everyone go back early to prepare. Then, under the gaze of everyone, He took Naruto, who had been sitting on the ground protesting and yelling, back to the shopping street to clean up the paint graffiti he left behind. Chapter 11 Ninja School Graduation Exam. Hey, mention, Kimimaro ni, shall we go to Ichiraku Ramen for lunch? The 6-year-old wild girl who always followed Mention had changed a lot after the 5-year transformation of Konoha. After the class meeting was over, she stood in front of Mention and asked with a smile. With long brown curly hair, a pair of beautiful green eyes, and a dark purple long-sleeved dress, she looked like a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, in Mention's eyes, she was still the same as 5 years ago. He only regarded her as a troublesome little clever ghost, and didn't notice the girl's physical and mental transformation at all. No, I have to help Naruto clean up the paint. I heard that this kid not only played pranks in the shopping street, but also painted the Hokage rock. Mention's head hurt, and he rubbed his eyebrows. Just after the class meeting, Teacher Iruka caught him to the shopping street to clean up the paint of the store. He really didn't know what sin he had committed in his previous life. Sooner or later, he would be pitted to death by this guy. We are going to help him clean up again. Naruto is such a troublemaker. When Aang heard Mention's words, she felt bad. Naruto was really a troublemaker. I'll go with you to help, Mention. Kimimaro, who had nothing to do, said. Okay. Mention and Kimimaro were about to leave when Aang blocked their way. Hey, aren't you going to eat ramen? You all went to help Naruto. What's the point of me going alone? I'll go to help too. Me. Aang followed and urged to help. I really can't do anything about you. Let's go together. Mention thought for a moment. If she wasn't allowed to go with him now, she might cause trouble again when she got home. Let's go. Aang happily took their hands and ran forward. Mention stumbled and almost fell down because of her pulling him. Hey, slow down. With a safety rope and a work rope, Naruto hung himself outside the Hokage rock statue and slid down slowly to carefully clean the paint on the rock. Iruka was supervising him from above. Naruto was sweating profusely while cleaning. He took off his coat and threw it aside, complaining in a low voice, Damn it, Naruto, clean up all the paint on the Hokage rock for me, otherwise you can't go home today. Iruka had good ears and heard Naruto's complaints while cleaning the rocks below. HMPH, it doesn't matter. I'm going home anyway, and no one is waiting for me at home. Naruto snorted coldly and continued to work hard. Iruka heard him say this, staring at Naruto, feeling a little heavy, and after a little hesitation, he said, Naruto. Naruto looked up at him. What's wrong this time? What should I say? Iruka showed an embarrassed expression on his face and scratched his cheek with his right hand. After you clean up all the paint, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen tonight. Teacher Iruka, this is what you said. Everyone hurry up and get to work. Before Naruto could react, a voice suddenly came from behind. Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's not right. Iruka nodded and immediately realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw Tsuchigumo Hotaru approaching with Mention and the others with a smirk, holding buckets and rags for cleaning paint. Mention, Hotaru, Kimimaro, why are you here? Naruto was surprised and happy to see the three of them coming together with cleaning tools. We came here specifically to help you, a big idiot, clean the paint on the rocks and the shopping street. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to finish it until the evening. Humph, don't thank us. Hotaru said to Naruto proudly. Teacher Iruka, you have to keep your word. Mention held back his laughter and teased him, and Kimimaro nodded silently and echoed what Hotaru said just now. I really lost to you little brats. Iruka smiled bitterly, as if he agreed. Everyone cleaned up until the evening. At Ichiraku ramen, after hand-painted bowls of steaming pork bone ramen, Hotaru and Naruto's eyes lit up, and they wolfed down the food before everyone else, regardless of their image. They were really hungry. Iruka ate his ramen. Naruto, why did you do this kind of prank on the mountain? Don't you know who the Hokage is in Konoha? Of course I know. Naruto drank the soup and burped comfortably. Basically, those who can get the title of Hokage in Konoha are the top ninjas in the village, including the 4th Hokage, who saved the entire village from the fox demon. Then why did you do this? Iruka was even more puzzled. One day, I will get the title of Hokage, and Naruto was halfway through his words, and suddenly, also, you will be able to perform the 3-body technique beautifully for everyone to see, even though you haven't mastered it for 5 years. Yes, 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 I will. No. Puff, haha, ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by this sudden interruption, and almost spit out their ramen in their mouths. After being interrupted by Mingxin, Naruto was embarrassed to make another bold statement, and shouted helplessly, "Damn it, Mingxin, you wait for me, boss, another bowl of ramen." After eating the ramen, Naruto took off his goggles, and asked Iruka teacher with a sly smile, hoping to borrow the Konoha ninja forehead protector on his head. Unexpectedly, he was directly rejected. Iruka told Naruto seriously that when he graduated from school and became a real ninja and could stand on his own, he would give him this forehead protector. The next morning, Iruka and several other invigilators led the students to the examination venue. The first round was the ninja tool test. The test content was to use a kunai or shuriken to swing out on the designated shooting line and hit a target within a certain distance. There were 9 targets in total, and they had to hit them 3 times. Hitting 5 targets was considered a pass of 40 points, and hitting all targets was a full score of 50 points. Everyone present could see that teacher Iruka was giving everyone a break in the exam. In the past, during outdoor practice, he strictly required that the ninja tools must be used to hit the targets 8 times repeatedly. If you still didn't pass the exam well, it would really be a waste of your hard work. Iruka opened the roll call book in his hand. The ninja tool test is now officially starting. Kimimaro, you go first. Kimimaro strode forward, straddling the shooting line with his feet, stretching his hands straight out to aim at the targets, closing his eyes, and taking a deep breath. What is Kimimaro doing? Why doesn't he get a kunai? No way. Is he going to use? Only Mingxin could guess what Kimimaro was thinking. Just as he was about to speak to stop him, he heard him shout, "10 fingers pierce the bullet." The 10 finger bones instantly shot out like bullets, bang, 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 silently hitting the target. The classmates saw that Kimimaro did not make any extra movements, and just stood there. After he withdrew his hands and stepped back, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my god, he hit them all. He didn't even use ninja tools, so amazing. Kimimaro, this time he will definitely get full marks. I'm so envious." Sasuke saw Kimimaro so calm and his face became more solemn. In the past few years at school, he has always regarded him as the most noteworthy rival. Teacher Iruka coughed dryly and announced the results. "Now let's announce the results of Kimimaro's ninja tool test. The final score is 10 points. Hey, what? Teacher Iruka, are you guys mistaken? Kimimaro obviously hit all the targets." "That's right." Everyone was a little shocked. Only Mingxin's expression was very calm. He had expected this to happen. "This exam is to test the results of your usual learning by using shuriken and kuai and other ninja tools. Although Kimimaro hit all the targets with his finger bones, it still violated the exam rules. After several of us discussed, if we give him a score of 0, it would be inappropriate and unfair, so in the end we can only give him 10 points. Do you understand?" "Oh, yes." Everyone was still a little difficult to accept this result, but Kimimaro, as the person involved, was calm and did not protest, and returned to Mingxin. "I'm talking to you. Can't you use kuai or shuriken to throw at the target normally?" Mingxin was a little helpless, looking at Kimimaro's face, as if it had nothing to do with him, and said, Sorry, I'm used to using finger bones." Kimimaro apologized to Mingxin in a low voice. Iruka continued to call the names. "Next, Sasuke." Sasuke responded in a deep voice and stepped out. He took the kunai, jumped up, and threw the kunai at a very fast speed, giving everyone the feeling that he threw the 9 kunai in his hand at the same time. Whoosh! He turned over and retreated after throwing. The classmates around looked over and exclaimed, "Wow, it's Sasuke as expected. He hit all the targets." Iruka also nodded in satisfaction. The result of Sasuke's ninja tool test, the final score is 50 points. When Sasuke heard the result, there was no fluctuation on his face. He just closed his eyes and ignored the noise of others. Iruka continued to call the names. Next, Hotaru. Although Hotaru is usually carefree and very lively, she was very nervous when it was her turn. to throw the ninja tools. Her hands were shaking. Seeing this, Mingshan put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her calmly. Don't be nervous, relax, just do it like we usually do when we train together. Come on. Hotaru looked at the faint smile on Mingshan's face, and the tension in her heart gradually subsided. Yeah. She put on a nice smile and nodded, then took 9 shurikens and threw them out 3 times. 4 of them hit the target in the first 2 times, but she didn't control the strength well in the last time, so all of them missed. Hotaru saw that she made a mistake in the operation and walked back with her head down, feeling a little disappointed. Clap, clap, clap. She unexpectedly heard applause. She looked up and saw Mingshan and Kimimaro, smiling and applauding her, helping her to drive away her disappointment. She felt inexplicably moved. The result of Hotaru's test, the final score is 30 points. Iruka announced and continued. Next one, Mingshan. Mingshan stepped forward, staring at the rows of ninja tools and struggling. He picked a kunai and a shuriken. Ino, who was standing on the side, saw him repeatedly picking up this and putting down that, shaking left and right until her eyes were almost dizzy, and said angrily, "Hey, Mingshan, what are you doing? Choose quickly, we are still waiting for the test." Mingshan took 9 shuriken, aimed at the target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 hit 5 targets, nodded with satisfaction, shook his head, and stepped back confidently. He also imitated Sasuke, closed his eyes, and waited for everyone's praise at the end. The result of tomorrow's test, the final score is 20 points. Chapter 12, The Edge of Lost Path. What? Mingshan suddenly opened his eyes wide and protested in disbelief. Teacher, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I hit 5 targets. I didn't see clearly. I saw you hit 5, but there are only 3 on the target now. If you don't believe me, count them yourself. Is it because you didn't learn math well, or I'm an incompetent teacher and didn't teach you well? Teacher Iruka told him calmly with bulging veins on his face. Mingshan ran to look at the target in disbelief. It turned out that of the 5 shurikens he hit, 2 fell silently and stood diagonally on the ground. The most frightening thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. The classmates and other invigilators around Mingshan pretended to be serious, looking straight ahead and looking forward to the next student's exam seriously, but the twisted muscles on their faces still exposed their true feelings. Mingshan laughed awkwardly a few times indifferently. It's just 20 points. He turned around and walked back as if nothing had happened. Iruka watched Mingshan finish his performance with an expressionless face and continued to call the roll. Next, Shino. Shino was still dressed the same as before. 5 years had passed and he hadn't changed at all. Even his sense of existence. Cough. Mingshan stopped his own fantasies. With his performance in the exam today, he had no right to complain about others. Shino calmly took 9 shuriken and threw them 3 times unexpectedly, hitting 5 of them. The final score was 40 points. Mingshan was full of admiration. He rarely saw him training physical skills at school. I didn't expect that his hand skills were so good. These few days, thanks to Muta brother who has been staying at home with me. Next, Naruto, it's your turn. It's Naruto's turn. The last one. Wow, this is going to be a good show. I don't know if teacher Iruka and the classmates have a grudge against Shino, or if his sense of existence is really weak. He was still interrupted so ruthlessly and simply by everyone. Mingshan looked at him with sympathy and silently put his hands in his pockets and retreated. It was Naruto's turn. He took out a kunai and everyone was waiting to see the last place in the exam. They were wondering if he would throw the kunai at the heads of the invigilators, including Mingshan this time. He secretly prayed that the invigilator would make a fool of himself. However, what everyone never expected was that Naruto's throwing results surprised everyone. Teacher Iruka announced his results as if he was dreaming. 9 kunai successfully hit 5 targets, 40 points, and he passed the ninja tool exam. Mingshan seemed to be happy for Naruto and encouraged him to do his best in the next 3 body test, but in his heart, he cursed, "Fuck, I'm really screwed. I'm not as good as this guy." The next ninja tool exam, with teacher Iruka taking the time to call out names, ended quickly after a morning. After several invigilators sorted out the data, the results were announced. except for Mingshin, Kimimaro and Hotaru. Everyone passed. It was so unfair. Mingshin was very depressed by this result. He squatted in a corner, looked up at the sky and thought about life. When the afternoon break came, Iruka and other invigilators led everyone back to the classroom. He and several other invigilators went to the next classroom, took out a mailbox, and drew a slip with the topic written on it. The results of the lottery came out quickly, and the final exam topic was decided to be the clone technique. They quickly returned to the class to arrange the spot check exam of the clone technique. Iruka announced in the class that the topic of the afternoon's 3-body techniques exam was the clone technique. Life is not necessarily all dark. Mingshin felt that the topic of this exam was quite lucky. The clone technique, he and Hotaru and the others were all good. Well, everyone, let's start the clone test now. The rules are very simple. As long as you can create 3 clones, you will get 50 points, full marks. Iruka looked around the classroom and saw everyone cheering happily. He continued, the students who were called should go to the next classroom alone. The others should wait in their seats. Yes. Iruka and another teacher left a few invigilators to supervise the exam. This is terrible. Why is it the clone test? Naruto felt overwhelmed. Why did they have to take the clone test, which was his worst subject so far? The students who were called went to the next classroom one by one to take the clone test. This test went quite smoothly. Soon, Mingshin, Kimimaro, and Hotaru also passed the test with full marks. When they returned to the classroom, the little girl excitedly talked to Mingshin and Kimimaro non-stop. Next, Naruto. As the invigilator called out his name, Naruto, the last one who didn't take the test, cheered himself up and went to the next room to stand in front of Iruka and another invigilator. It's okay, I can do it, he said to himself silently and quickly formed seals with both hands. Clone jutsu. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated and only a clone appeared with a pale and scattered body, collapsing on the ground. The other invigilator sitting next to Iruka took the initiative to plead for Naruto and give him another chance before he announced the results. After much hesitation, Iruka finally agreed to the request. Naruto was overjoyed and cherished this hard-earned opportunity. He mobilized all the chakra he could control and shouted, "Clone Jutsu!" Seeing that this was still a clone that was lying on the ground with a pale and scattered body, Iruka announced to Naruto helplessly, "Naruto, your 3-body jutsu score is 10 points. The total score for the graduation exam is failing. Teacher Iruka, Naruto did very well in the ninja tool test this morning. He has excellent ability to use ninja tools, plus he has completed the clone jutsu. Let him." Teacher Mizuki, other students, like Choji who had the worst 3-body jutsu score, at least split into 3 people. But Naruto, in 2 exams, only split into 1, and it was useless. I can't let him pass. Iruka decisively rejected Mizuki's plea. It's not that he didn't give Naruto a chance to make up for it. It's just that his clone jutsu was too poor. Naruto returned to the classroom unwillingly and sat down in his seat. When they saw him enter the classroom, they immediately guessed that he must have failed. Alas, they didn't know what to say. The 3 of them were speechless and didn't know how to comfort him. Iruka and other invigilators came over from the next class and announced that all the exams were over. Those who passed the total score should go to the next class to receive their graduation forehead protectors. Great, I'm also a ninja in the village now. Mom, you have to give me a big meal tonight. Your daughter, Mingshin, is also a ninja in the village. Dad, look, this is my ninja forehead protector. Well done, you are worthy of being my good son. The ninja school was full of cheers from students and parents. Even the girl Hotaru held their hands in front of Mingshin and Kimimaro, shouting that she wanted to go home and tell Dunbei not to leave dinner for the 3 of them. They would have a big meal at a restaurant outside tonight with their pocket money, saved to celebrate becoming a ninja of Konoha. Hey, let's celebrate, but you have to bring Naruto along. Mingshin was grabbed by Aang's hand, which made him feel uncomfortable. He broke free and said with a smile, "Hey, you have to invite Naruto as well." Hearing Mingshin say this, Aang pouted and looked a little unhappy. Seeing this, Mingshin reached out and flicked her forehead, saying with a smile, "You wild child are too easily carried away by success." Don't forget that you only managed to graduate by luck this time. Naruto is a good friend who grew up with us and a neighbor. He didn't pass the graduation exam. At this time, we should drag him along to celebrate and encourage him well. Humph, you only know how to talk about Naruto every day, but I haven't seen you talk about me every day and play with me. Aang rubbed her forehead that was hurt by the flick and muttered softly, "Hey, I say, it seems that he is the only one in the class who didn't pass the graduation exam this time." Mingshan turned around and saw two parents who came to pick up their children behind her. They were discussing the exam and looked at Naruto with contempt. TSK, that's what he deserves. He makes trouble and plays pranks on our street every day. If he becomes a ninja. Ouch, my foot. When Aang passed by the two, she cried out softly. One of them lost balance and stepped hard on the foot of the aunt who was gloating over her misfortune. The aunt jumped up and down in pain and cursed, "Hey, don't you have eyes when you walk?" Aang hurriedly bowed her head and apologized sincerely. However, Mingshan's eyesight was very good. On his side, he could clearly see a slightly mischievous smile on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. He also pretended to bow his head and walked over and stepped hard on her foot. Ouch. The other aunt also jumped up and down and cursed, "Little boy, where are you going? Are children nowadays so rude? It's really infuriating." The two people kept nagging and scolding them. After their quarrel, they didn't want to laugh at Naruto anymore. They took the child and left quickly. In the distance, Naruto, who was lost, sat alone on the swing in front of the school gate and watched. Mizuki suddenly appeared in front of him at an inopportune time. Naruto looked up with some confusion, but he smiled and said, "Naruto, come, let's go somewhere." Naruto put on his goggles curiously and followed Mizuki away. The third Hokage, who was standing in the distance, was chatting with the parents of the students. When he saw Mizuki taking Naruto away, he frowned and called Iruka. "Iruka." The third Hokage and Iruka came to the secluded staff room together. "What's the matter, Hokage?" Iruka was a little puzzled. "I understand your painstaking efforts, but Naruto also grew up alone without the company of his relatives. Even with good friends like tomorrow, it can't fill that empty heart. I hope you can comfort and enlighten him." The third Hokage took Naruto's test results and continued, "In a few days, arrange another opportunity for him to take the makeup exam." "Okay, Hokage." Iruka agreed with mixed feelings. Iruka sensei is not deliberately trying to make things difficult for you, Naruto. In a secluded place, Mizuki talked to Naruto very gently. "Then why is he only targeting me?" Naruto said dissatisfiedly. "He may hope that you can really become stronger because he himself is also an orphan." Mizuki persuaded Naruto very patiently. "But, I really want to graduate," Naruto said eagerly. "There is nothing I can do about this, so I will tell you a secret." Mizuki smiled mysteriously. "What secret?" Naruto looked at him half believingly. Chapter 13, Stealing the Sealed Book. At dusk, Mingshan and the other two dispersed around the school to look for Naruto. After he and Aang had played a prank on the two aunts, they had originally planned to take Naruto to a big meal, but they couldn't find him. Strange, where could he go? Mingshan wondered while jumping onto the roof to check. "Mingshan, I see, he's over there." Kimimaro's voice came from a distance, pointing to the park. The three of them reunited and came to him. Naruto lowered his head and pinched his chin to think about something. Swish. He was startled by the sudden appearance of Mingshan and the other two. What happened, Mingshan?" Naruto took a step back. "Heh, you still have the nerve to ask. I was planning to go to a big meal with you, but we haven't seen you for a long time. Where did you go?" Aang asked him with her hands on her hips. No, I was just planning to go home." As he said this, Naruto looked around. "I have something to do and have an appointment with someone tonight, so I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow." Without waiting for Mingshan and the others to say anything else, he left first. Why is this kid so sneaky? Hotaru looked at Naruto's back in some surprise. "Let's go and follow him tonight." Kimimaro said this, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Naruto has a bad relationship with the people in the village. Except for us classmates who don't exclude him, who would want to find him at this time. Following him is not a good idea, right? Hotaru looked at Mingshan and asked him to make a decision. Kimimaro is right. I saw Naruto's words were evasive just now, and his face was a little excited for no reason. Someone must have taken the opportunity to persuade him to do something. The graduation exam had just ended. Naruto, who was in a low mood before, was as sneaky as Hotaru said when he saw him again. It was very suspicious. At midnight, Mingshin and the other two had been hiding near Naruto's house. They saw him suddenly open the door and leave from the tree and sneak towards the Hokage rock. When they arrived at the office building under the Hokage rock, Naruto sneaked into the building. Seeing this, the three hid outside the Hokage building and waited for him to come out. Naruto searched through the boxes and cabinets in the office of the third Hokage and finally found an extra large scroll. He didn't even open it to look at it, but just put it on his back and fled quickly. Whoosh! Mingshin saw Naruto running out with an extra large scroll on his back, and he didn't know what it was, so he immediately signaled the other two to chase him. Naruto ran all the way to the woods where he often came to train and stopped. Just when he was about to take a breath and sit down to rest, whoosh, Mingshin and the other two appeared in front of him, shocking him and making him step back repeatedly. You want to scare me to death, Mingshin, really? Naruto patted his chest and saw clearly that it was them, and then he calmed down. Naruto, what did you steal from the Hokage's office building? Mingshin looked at the scroll on his back and felt that something was wrong. This is the Book of Sealing, which contains very powerful ninjutsu. Teacher Mizuki told me that, as long as I learn one of the ninjutsu here, I can pass the school's graduation exam. Naruto showed off to Mingshin and the other two very proudly. After Mingshin heard what this guy said, he was so angry that he laughed and slapped Mingshin's head hard. You idiot. Why did you hit me? Naruto rubbed the back of his head that was hurt by the beating, staring at Mingshin with big eyes, angry about being beaten for no reason. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? Mizuki tricked you into stealing the book and you stole it. I really admire you. Mingshin scolded him with a look of disappointment. How is it possible? Mingshin, don't say bad things about Teacher Mizuki, he won't lie to me. Naruto refuted his words very paranoidly. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Give us the sealed book and return it for you before anyone finds it. Mingshin didn't want to argue with Naruto anymore, so he reached out to take the scroll. Unexpectedly, bang. Naruto slapped him hard. No, I must learn the ninjutsu in it. Let Iruka recognize me and pass the graduation exam. Naruto's temper also rushed up and refused forcefully. Mingshin was really furious, with veins bulging on his face. Once the third Hokage found out that the Book of Sealing was missing, and it was Naruto's fault, he would be in trouble. What an idiot. Mingshin, Naruto, don't do this. Seeing the increasing tension between the two, Hotaru's heart was lifted up, and she was about to cry. She didn't want them to fight, and she didn't know what to do. Mingshin, let Naruto learn the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing. It's useless even if you give it back now. Kimimaro pulled Mingshin and persuaded him. Kimimaro, Naruto is ignorant. Are you fooling around with him? Mingshin was almost mad with anger. No, you misunderstood me. Since Mizuki asked Naruto to steal the Book of Sealing and told him to stay here to practice, it is certain that he will come here to kill him and keep the book for himself. Seeing that Mingshin had taken his words to heart, Kimimaro was no longer as impulsive as before and continued, while there is still some time, let him practice the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing so that he can deal with Mizuki's arrival and give him more self-protection ability. No way, Mr. Mizuki. After hearing Kimimaro's shocking inference, I uncovered her mouth and couldn't believe it. Indeed, I was angry and confused. Mizuki is indeed likely to kill Naruto to silence him. Mingshin calmed down and thought about it carefully, then looked up at Naruto's stubborn and stupid look and shouted, Naruto, quickly open the Book of Sealing and learn as much as you can. Naruto was frightened by Mingshin's attitude. His expression changed too quickly, and he was a little at a loss. What are you still standing there for? Go read the book. Kimimaro is right. I don't have time to explain to you. Mingshin helped him open the scroll without saying anything, and pointed to the first ninjutsu. Just practice this. Let me see. This ninjutsu is multiple shadow clones. Naruto complained after reading it. What is it? How can it be my least favorite ninjutsu? Stop talking nonsense. Finish reading it quickly, and I will help you find other ninjutsu you can practice. You practice first. Ming-Shan stopped Naruto's complaint, glared at him, and quickly unfolded the scroll to help him check if there are any other suitable ninjutsu to learn. Hina, Kimimaro, come and help. Ming-Shan called on the two of them to help. Hokage-sama, this time you can't say he's playing a prank. The Book of Sealing contains dangerous forbidden techniques sealed by successive Hokages. If it falls into the hands of others and is stolen out of the village, it will be a devastating disaster. The ninjas who came to the Hokage building together were furious when they learned that Naruto had stolen the Book of Sealing. They couldn't stand his misdeeds this time. Iruka didn't know how to excuse Naruto. Well, now you guys go and bring Naruto back. The third Hokage ordered very seriously. Yes. Naruto, where have you been? Iruka looked around anxiously, hoping to find him earlier than others. As long as we get rid of that stupid boy Naruto, the Book of Sealing will be mine. Mizuki showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and rushed to the woods. In the woods, Naruto was still sitting on the ground practicing multiple shadow clones, while Ming-Shan and the other three were concentrating on studying the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Sealing. But they found out. What is this? Aang couldn't stand it anymore and raised her head. She stopped looking at the sealing book and kept looking down. Her neck was too sore. What is this Ai's energy? It needs to use the Sharingan to activate it, and it can only be used once. Once the eyes are used, they will be scrapped. What's the use of such a ninjutsu? That's not the case. Ai's energy is the unique forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't recorded in the sealing technique, we wouldn't necessarily know about it. Ming-Shan shook his head and refuted. Then is it useful to remember these? Who among you knows the eye technique? Aang questioned. Well, Ming-Shan was a little speechless for a while. From the perspective of the eye technique alone, this thing is quite powerful. At the moment, when the ninjutsu is activated, the state of the caster will be recorded with the Sharingan. Then, within the effective time of the technique, any damage suffered by the caster, even including the caster's near-death state, can be physically restored to the state recorded by the Sharingan. But it is indeed as Aang said, even if they know it, it is useless. Immortality reincarnation, Shiki Fujin. Kimimaro read through them and fell into thought. Although these ninjutsu are not suitable for practice, the contents recorded in them are worth collecting, especially the impure world reincarnation. If there is no corresponding sealing method, ordinary ninjas really have no way to solve this technique. Forget it, let Naruto learn multiple shadow clones. Most of the ninjutsu in this sealed book are indeed not suitable for Naruto to practice. Ming-Shan said, and he was going to roll up the scroll. His eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a very interesting ninjutsu behind the impure world reincarnation, called wood release, tree world birth. This technique can generate huge trees with chakra as the source of life, and manipulate the trees for attack and defense at will. At the same time, it can also capture enemies remotely, and the effective distance can be close or far. This is simply an almighty ninjutsu. What are you looking at? Seeing Ming-Shan staring at him intently, Aang moved her face closer curiously. Hey, you can't practice this ninjutsu, what's the point of looking at it? Don't you think this ninjutsu is amazing? Alas, it's a pity that I don't have the bloodline limit ability to use wood release. I like this. Ming-Shan took out a small notebook and pen from his waist bag behind him. Forget it, I'll copy down all these ninjutsu and take them back. When I get bored in the future, I can take them out to study and kill time. Who knows, I might be able to crack and use them. Humph, just brag. In recent years, Aang-Shan was tired of hearing Ming-Shan's bragging, and she was indifferent, just thinking that he was fantasizing about something unrealistic again. Someone is coming. Kimimaro sensed that someone was approaching from behind, and reminded the three of them. Naruto, you wait where you are, we will ambush around. Naruto nodded, nervously put away the sealed book again. Ming-Shan and Aang-Shan separated, and kept a close eye on the person coming. Hey, Naruto. The person coming was Iruka. Ming-Shan breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to pay attention. Ah, I'm glad you found it, Mr. Iruka. I just memorized a ninjutsu. Naruto pretended to be stupid and said perfunctorily. Why is Naruto so messed up? He is practicing the ninjutsu of the Book of Sealing in the woods. What can he practice here? Iruka was very puzzled. Chapter 14. Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto. Teacher Iruka, I'll show you a very powerful ninjutsu I learned from the Book of Sealing. If I succeed, will you let me pass the graduation exam? Naruto was full of expectations. What? Iruka finally understood why Naruto had been practicing ninjutsu here, and asked anxiously, who told you to do this? It was Teacher Mizuki. Teacher Mizuki told me about the Book of Sealing, and where it was hidden. As long as I can practice the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Sealing, I can pass the graduation exam. Naruto told Iruka very simply and truthfully. It turned out to be Mizuki. Iruka was extremely shocked, and suddenly, he sensed, get out of the way. He didn't have time to think about it, and shouted to push Naruto away to avoid the attack, but his thigh and arm were hit by the kunai. You actually found this place. A shadow appeared on the tree in front of the two. So that's what happened. Iruka pulled out the kunai on his body, and looked at Mizuki on a big tree. Naruto, give me the Book of Sealing. Mizuki shouted at Naruto. What's going on with Mr. Mizuki? Naruto looked apprehensive. Could it be that he really didn't dare to hand over the scroll easily, as Menshin and Kimimaro had inferred? When Hotaru saw that Mr. Iruka was injured, he was anxious and wanted to jump out, but Menshin stopped him with a gesture in the dark. Now was not the best time for them to take action. Naruto, you must not give him the Book of Seals. Iruka warned him very seriously. This scroll sealed by the Hokage contains too many dangerous ninjutsu. Mizuki used you to get it. Really? Mizuki retorted indifferently. Naruto, Iruka said this on purpose, because he was afraid that you would get the scroll. Huh? Naruto looked at Mr. Iruka in doubt. What nonsense are you talking about, Mizuki? Don't be fooled by him, Naruto. Iruka argued, telling him not to believe it. Mizuki said jokingly, haha, let me tell you the truth. Asshole, shut up. Iruka scolded. After that incident 12 years ago, the village made a rule. Mizuki said slowly, word by word. Naruto didn't understand. A rule. That is a rule that only you, Uzumaki Naruto, can't know the secret. Mizuki sneered. Why don't you let me know? What is the rule? Naruto was full of questions. Shut up, Mizuki. Iruka began to anxiously try to stop Mizuki from speaking. It is the rule that you must never reveal Naruto's true identity, that he is actually a nine-tailed fox demon. Mizuki cruelly revealed the secret. What? Except for Menshin and Iruka who already knew, the rest of the people were shocked. Naruto couldn't believe this fact. Is it because of the nine-tailed fox that Naruto was bullied and excluded by other villagers when he was a child? Kimimaro looked at Naruto silently, recalling the bad words he heard in the shopping street with Menshin. In other words, you are the nine-tailed fox demon who killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Do you understand? Mizuki told Naruto's past at this time, and his smile became more and more despicable. Enough. Iruka screamed hysterically, but Naruto could no longer hear him. You've always been deceived by the people in the village. Don't you think it's strange? Even if my pranks were a bit too much, why are they so annoying? Asshole. Naruto lowered his head, tears streaming down his face, his heart full of resentment. Naruto. Hotaru heard Mizuki tell Naruto's secret in the dark, and felt ashamed of her previous prejudices against him. Menshin calmly gestured to Kimimaro and Hotaru in the dark, asking them to move carefully together and surround Mizuki who was relaxing his vigilance on the tree. Haha, no one will agree with you. Even Iruka hates you now. Mizuki pointed at Iruka who was shaking all over and laughed at Naruto. Naruto turned his head with difficulty and saw Iruka's face full of pain. He sat on the ground helplessly, not knowing how to think. So go to hell, Naruto. Mizuki took off the Fuma Shuriken from his back at some point, spun it at high speed, and threw it out, attacking Naruto. Naruto looked at the incoming Fuma Shuriken and crawled back in panic, trying to dodge, but it was obviously too late. Naruto, get down. Naruto held his head with his hands and lowered his head. A dull sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh rang in his ears. Naruto felt someone lying heavy on his back, so he turned around and saw that it was teacher Iruka who was protecting him on all fours. He was stabbed in the back by a Fuma Shuriken and coughed up blood that dripped onto his fox face. He felt sad. Why? Well, because we are the same. Iruka had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. After my parents died, no one praised me anymore, and no one recognized my efforts. I have poor qualifications, and I always do funny and stupid things in class, just like you, wanting to attract other people's attention. But no matter how well I perform, no one notices my existence. So I keep repeating all kinds of stupid things, and it's really painful. This was the first time that Iruka showed his weak side in front of his students. Tears fell unwillingly on Naruto's face, touching his heart. Right, Naruto, you are the same as me. You must be very lonely and very painful. I'm sorry, Naruto. If I could do better, I wouldn't let you have such a sad past. Haha, that's ridiculous, Iruka. Mizuki covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking, sickened by their conversation. Hokage's office. The third Hokage saw Mizuki's bad behavior in the woods through the crystal ball. Mizuki, that guy, actually told everything. He was furious at the act of exposing the village's secret to Naruto. Naruto has probably never been so uneasy. He might release the power suppressed by the ninjutsu in his body. In addition, he has obtained the Book of Seals. If he unseals the seal by himself, the Nine Tails will once again. Hey, is that tomorrow? The third Hokage saw Tomorrow calmly gesturing in the dark below where Mizuki was standing, commanding a surprise attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them waited for a long time, and when they were relaxed, they suddenly attacked. Hotaru split a shadow clone, and from the left and right, he crossed his hands and threw kunai at Mizuki continuously, covering Kimimaro, who was quickly climbing up the tree. Mizuki was shocked and angry. He could not figure out the situation, and could only block with all his strength. Swish, Kimimaro jumped onto the branch, and appeared behind him. Holding an arrow bone knife, he stabbed through his body with great force. Bang, Mizuki's body suddenly turned into half a piece of wood. He used the substitute technique to escape. Mingshin had roughly measured the ninja tools on Mizuki when he was listening to their conversation in the dark. Except for the wind demon shuriken on his back and the leg bag tied to his thigh, there was no other equipment. Mizuki was panting under the big tree, looking at Kimimaro on the tree and the two Hotaru beside him. He was horrified. He did not expect that two just graduated kids would cooperate so well. Suddenly, Mingshin appeared behind Mizuki silently, without giving him a chance to react, and pressed the shuriken against his neck artery, and asked expressionlessly, "Mizuki, are you still laughing?" With a little force on his hand, blood immediately oozed from his neck. "You, damn it." Sweat oozed from Mizuki's forehead, and he dared not move. He did not expect that he would be subdued by a few little devils in 2 or 3 moves. Mingshin, don't kill him. Hand him over to the Hokage. Announce his crimes and clear Naruto's name. Iruka injured the great pain and pulled out the Fuma shuriken on his back and quickly stopped Mingshin. He saw that the child had a strong killing intent in his eyes, which was not good. "Teacher Iruka, let me help you bandage your wound." Aang released the clone and trotted to Iruka with the regular bandage taken out of Mingshin's waist bag in his hand. The storage space of the waist bag was limited and could not hold too many things. There was only a bandage, so he wrapped the wound first. TSK. Mingshin kicked him hard in the back, and Mizuki screamed and fell to the ground, and he was merciless to him. Kimimaro jumped down from the tree and knocked Mizuki, who wanted to raise his head and curse, unconscious with a few punches. Mingshin put away his ninja tools, pulled up Naruto, who was still standing on the ground, and said to him with mixed feelings, "You single-celled idiot. Iruka teacher said so many earnest words, but you half believed them, and Mizuki only used a few lies to deceive you. Do you believe them so firmly?" Naruto was speechless. "What do you mean by me? If Iruka teacher really regarded you as a demon fox, how could he sacrifice himself to block the shuriken for you?" Mingshin ignored Naruto's embarrassed resistance and pushed him in front of Iruka. "You are the same as everyone in our class. You are recognized by the teacher, the best student. You work harder and more focused than any of us, but sometimes your brain is too stupid. No one can understand and agree with you. You understand the pain in everyone's heart. You are not a demon fox that brings misfortune to the village, but the Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village." Naruto waited for Mingshin to finish speaking, and he was already looking at Iruka teacher and everyone with tears in his eyes. Iruka was also silently wiping away tears. He had never thought that Mingshin would speak out his heart, and he was even more relieved from the bottom of his heart that Naruto had such a good friend by his side. Thank you, Mingshin, for always being by Naruto's side and not giving up on him. The teacher nodded sincerely to express his gratitude to him. I just said what I should have said. Mingshin scratched his face awkwardly. Even if I didn't say it, you would have said it to Naruto and helped him to open his heart, right? Kimimaro carried the unconscious Mizuki on his shoulders and walked to everyone. Mingshin, we should go. Naruto still has things to do. Ah, what is it? Why don't I know? Naruto wiped his tears and looked at Kimimaro in confusion. Mingshin slapped Naruto's uncivilized head hard. You have been practicing the ninjutsu in the sealed book for so long at night, you wouldn't have forgotten the purpose. Ah. Yes, I remember now. Naruto suddenly remembered and scratched his head embarrassedly. Teacher, Naruto will definitely pass graduation this time. Please give him another chance. The three people looked at each other tacitly and bowed to Iruka teacher and asked in unison. You guys, I have no choice but to agree to this. Iruka sighed with a wry smile at the three students and then turned to Naruto and shouted, Naruto, why don't you start quickly? Yes, yes. Naruto handed the sealed book to the three people who left Mingshin. This time, he stood in front of the teacher with full confidence, made seals with both hands, and shouted, multiple shadow clone technique. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Tono Hosuke. A few days later, the story of Naruto stealing the Book of Seals gradually faded away, and no one spread it. That morning, on a rooftop, Mingshin asked himself with a twitch in his mouth, why should I come with you? Naruto sat upright on a stool, posing boldly, looking very powerful, but the photographer was speechless and asked Mingshin uncertainly, do you really want to take a picture? Ask him, hey, master, why are you looking at me? The photographer turned a deaf ear and just stared at Mingshin, which made him want to curse. Hey, it's not too late to change it now. I ask you again, are you going to do it again? I won't go, it's only once in my life. Naruto refused decisively and firmly. Take a picture, he insisted so much. Master, you can take it, I'll charge more at most. Mingshin gritted his teeth and really wanted to kill this guy. Damn it, you have to pay me for taking pictures. Really, I've never seen such mischievous kids like you. Don't regret it when you blame me. The photographer started to work while cursing. Mingshin wanted to run away immediately because of this. It was too embarrassing. The guy sitting on the stool had his face and hands painted as pale as a hanged ghost. Not only that, but there were also several swelling red lines on his hands and cheeks. It was as scary as it could be. It was a ghost that he insisted on taking such photos to enter the files in the ninja registration book. After the photos were finished, Mingshin didn't want to stay with him for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto grabbed his clothes and turned back to glare at him. Aren't you done taking the photos? Well, I still need a few days to get it. No. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Don't be like this. Mingshin, are we still good friends? Naruto begged Mingshin. Go to the river to catch fish by yourself. Mingshin said this and wanted to leave without looking back, but was pulled by Naruto again. Then I'll trade you my own new ninjutsu. That's fine, right? Naruto gritted his teeth and spent all his savings. Huh, you can also develop ninjutsu? Mingshin looked disdainful, obviously not believing his nonsense. Hey, don't disbelieve me, I'll show you. Naruto secretly pulled Mingshin to a deserted place and made seals with his hands. Why are you so mysterious? Mingshin saw that he looked so focused and obscene and couldn't help but roll his eyes in contempt. Bang. This is. Naruto showed an expression that could only be understood but not expressed in words, and Mingshin actually understood it instantly and nodded solemnly. After learning the new ninjutsu, Mingshin sent Naruto to the Hokage office building to get his ninja file, and he wandered around the village alone. Passing through the bustling streets, Mingshin saw Kimimaro standing outside a bookstore reading a book on one side, ran over to greet him, and went to the dumpling shop he often visited to buy snacks for Hotaru and ANBU. "Didn't you go out with Naruto this morning?" Kimimaro held the packed snacks in his hand. "Oh, don't mention him. I paid for him and took the photos, and then I sent him away." Mingshin yawned and walked side by side with Kimimaro. "Kimimaro, time flies. We have been in Konoha for 5 years. Yes, it has been 5 years since I left Kirigakure and lived here with you." Kimimaro also had a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He still remembered that night when he met the ragged boy. He was so stubborn to stop himself from killing people, and so determined to become his strength. He knew Mingshin never believed in the so-called gods, but he firmly believed that it was the gods who sent him to save himself. "Last year, when I was communicating with Elder Jiro, he said that there would be a shrine event held every 4 years this year. Tomorrow, we will take Hotaru back to the land of tea." "Okay, that wild girl has never been to the land of tea." Bang. Oops. Mingshin was busy chatting and accidentally bumped into a young man who was walking towards him, knocking him to the ground. "Sorry, are you okay?" Mingshin hurriedly helped the man up and looked him up and down. Although he was a head taller than him, he looked very frail. He was probably not a ninja from the village. His clothes were more like those of ordinary civilians. "I'm fine." The young man adjusted the thick glasses on his nose and asked the two politely, "Excuse me, do you know where the hot spring street in Konoha is?" Kimimaro pointed the direction to the young man, and Mingshin squatted down to help pick up the scrolls that the young man had scattered on the ground. He was about to return them when he saw a sentence on the title of the scroll, and his curiosity was immediately attracted. Compression and quantization of ninjutsu. Mingshin opened the other person's scroll without permission. The more he looked at it, the more incredible it was, and he kept nodding. Seeing this, Kimimaro and the young man looked at him reading awkwardly. Are you interested in my scientific theory?" The young man asked Mingshin seriously instead of being angry at Mingshin's browsing of his notes. "Theory?" Kimimaro looked over curiously and scanned it roughly, not really understanding the content. "Dude, you are really talented. You can think of this. If there is sufficient funding and equipment for research and development, your theory should be feasible." Mingshin's face was full of admiration. It was rare for someone in the ninja world to talk about scientific theory research. He took the initiative to give him a thumbs up and praise him. "My classmate, it's great that you can agree with my theory. It's really great." After hearing his words of approval, the young man was very happy and excited to grab Mingshin's arm. Several notebooks fell to the ground again. His whole face turned red and his eyes stared at him passionately. Mingshin felt very cold when he was looked at. Goosebumps fell all over his body. He cried out in his heart, "Fuck, what classmate? I'm straight. What's the look in your eyes? Don't get too excited, buddy. Calm down." Mingshin struggled to break free from his grip. Kimimaro listened for a long time, but still didn't understand why the young man was so excited. After listening to Mingshin's words, he was a little scared when he saw the fiery eyes and didn't dare to look him in the eye. "Well, I'm really happy to meet someone who understands the theoretical knowledge in this area here." After the young man finished speaking, tears flashed in his eyes. "Hey, big brother, come, let's talk somewhere else." Mingshin saw this and quickly pulled him away. If this guy cried in the crowd, he might be accused of something messy tomorrow. Several people ran to a corner of the park and stopped, wiping the sweat off their face. Mingshin said to him earnestly, "Brother, let me tell you, what you wrote is still in the theoretical stage. It's good to transform ninjutsu into what you call big data to improve its efficiency, but without long-term capital to support research and development, it can't be realized at all." "Well, I know that." After calming down, the young man nodded as normal and continued, "But I won't give up just like that. One day, I will use the scientific ninja tools I developed myself to prove it in the future." Scientific ninja tools. Kimimaro was still confused when he heard this. "What is the one you are going to develop for?" "Kimimaro, if this Buddhist theory is really feasible and can be successfully developed, it will become a cross-era significance for ninjas. They only need a convenient, fast, chakra-storing ninja tool to be worn on their hands, which will allow ordinary people whether they have chakra or not, to easily use ninjutsu. Mingshin finished speaking in one breath, and just when he felt thirsty, the young man cleverly took out a small bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to him to quench his thirst. How is it possible? Kimimaro looked at the young man with glasses in surprise, feeling that what Mingshin said was like a fairy tale. Well, it's no wonder you reacted like this. If it weren't for me, nothing. Mingshin stopped talking in time, almost exposing the fact that he was a soul traveler. If it weren't for what? Hey, Kimimaro, don't pay too much attention to the details. By the way, buddy, why haven't I seen you in the village before? Mingshin turned a blind eye, changed the subject, and asked the young man. In order to acquire more different scientific knowledge, I travel around all year round. The young man explained with a smile, and introduced himself generously. My name is Tono Hosuke. Nice to meet you. You're welcome. My name is Ito Mingshin. I'm Kaguya Kimimaro. Tono Hosuke took out a pocket watch from his arms, checked the time, and said regretfully, several of my companions are still waiting for the reunion in the hot spring town. We are about to set off for the next country. Next time if I have the opportunity to come back to this village, I will look for you to talk about science again. Mingshin nodded in agreement, wrote down his address to him, welcomed him to come to Konoha again, waved and watched Tono Hosuke's back. After leaving for a long while, Kimimaro walked to Mingshin and asked, will the theory he wrote really have such a big impact in the future? I scanned his book on compression and quantization ninjutsu several times before. It is by no means empty talk. It's just that now is not a good time. The timing in all aspects is not mature enough, and his theory has no place at all. Are you kidding? Is there anyone talking about science in our village now? Basically no. Mingshin and Kimimaro were walking on the way back and discussing. The third Hokage is known for his knowledge of all kinds of ninjutsu, but once it comes to scientific theories like development and research, he is basically at a loss. Mingshin felt sorry in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that there are no ready-made computers available in this era, there would be no way to analyze ninjutsu into data through calculation assistance so that it can be used in a reasonable way. The two walked a long way back home. After giving snacks to Hotaru and Unbi, they went outside to continue practicing taijutsu. When it was night, they went back to their rooms early to rest and get enough rest to prepare for the school's arrangement of their graduation classes tomorrow. Chapter 16 First Kiss. It was a foggy day, and just as it got bright, Mingshin was awakened by a series of frequent knocks on the door. I'm coming. Stop knocking, it's too noisy. He lazily walked out of the bedroom and shouted at the door. He yawned, and just as he opened the door, he saw Aang and Unbi standing outside. He was speechless. Are you so free so early in the morning? If you don't open the door, I'm going to use water escape to break it in. Aang rushed into the room with a smile. I'm really sorry, Mingshin, Miss Aang. Dunbui came in and apologized, but was stopped by Mingshin. It was not the first day he met this wild girl. After washing up with Kimimaro in a hurry, he didn't even have a few bites of breakfast before the energetic Aang girl forced him out of the door and went to the ninja school together. She had been looking forward to going to school since last night. Let's fight. Suddenly, a kid jumped out of the wall, startling Aang, who was excitedly pulling the two people forward. When he loosened his hand, he almost knocked Mingshin and the other two to the ground. Hey, kid, what do you want to do? Mingshin put his hands on his knees and panted, looking sideways at the kid who jumped out, stepped on his curtain, and fell down again and asked, what are you doing, Konohamaru? A voice came from the front. Mingshin turned around and saw Naruto walking towards him. Hey, Mingshin, you are here too, just in time to go to school together. Naruto saw Mingshin and the other two standing next to Konohamaru and was very happy to go to school with them. You scared me, Naruto. Whose child is this? Aang patted her chest to comfort herself. He is the grandson of the third Hokage. Naruto walked over and pulled Konohamaru up. HMPH, you are worthy of being Naruto's elder brother. Konohamaru was pulled up, and while patting his clothes, he praised with admiration, you are worthy of being the one I have chosen. I didn't do anything. Naruto was a little confused. Hey, come and have a serious showdown with me today. Konohamaru pretended to be ready. Mingshin was afraid of wasting time, so he decisively interrupted and rubbed his little head. Sorry, kid, we still have to attend the school's briefing. Let Naruto accompany you another day. HMPH, I'm not a kid. My name is Konohamaru, and I will become a man who surpasses the Hokage in the future. Konohamaru slapped Mingshin's dirty hands away and proudly declared his ambition. Fuck, he is the same as Naruto. Mingshin cursed in his heart. On the surface, Mingshin pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead and told Konohamaru that after their brothers and sisters came to school today to attend the briefing, they would become real Konoha ninjas. This made Konohamaru envious, and he had no choice but to make a harsh statement, saying that he would go home before challenging Naruto next time. After Mingshin coaxed Konohamaru away, he sighed and continued to walk to school with Naruto and the others. After so many years, he still hated dealing with little kids. Although he ignored the fact that he was only 14 years old, psychologically he had lived to live and was much more mature than his peers. Several people quickly arrived at school, opened the door of the classroom and went in. Many classmates cast their eyes over, and when they saw Naruto appear, everyone was very surprised. Hey, why are you here too? Shikamaru yawned, turned around and saw Naruto, very surprised. Today is a briefing session for graduates only. Shikamaru, you have bad eyesight. Can't you see the forehead protector on my forehead? From today on. Naruto pointed at the forehead protector and was about to brag proudly at the door of the classroom, but was pushed away by Mingshin behind him. Hurry up and make way. There are students behind you who want to come in. If you want to brag, go back to your seat and brag. Hey, Mingshin, can't you just look at the atmosphere? Naruto protested dissatisfiedly. Naruto, let's go. We are indeed blocking others from coming in. Kimimaro looked back and patted Naruto on the shoulder to remind him. Naruto then reluctantly walked forward, making way for other students to come in and out, and returned to his seat in a daze. Mingshin yawned and sat in his seat with Hotaru waiting for the teacher to come in, but the waiting was really boring. After a while, he was so sleepy that he fell asleep on the table. Naruto has graduated too. Hinata, who was sitting far away, silently stared at Naruto's back as he walked in, and was sincerely happy for him. It was quiet for a while, and then there was another sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. Two girls opened the door at the same time and shouted breathlessly, I'm the first one to arrive. I won again, Sakura. What are you talking about, Ino? It was obviously me who stepped into the classroom before you. The two of them started to quarrel. Hey, Sakura and the others are here. Hearing the sound, Hotaru turned around and saw that they came in. She smiled and stood up and waved to them. Sakura and the others heard the shouting and found that it was Hotaru who was calling them. Just as they were about to walk over to say hello, they saw Sasuke sitting behind Hotaru. Sakura reacted faster than Ino and ran over first, making Ino so angry that she chased after him. Ah, it's Sakura. She's coming over to my side. Naruto heard the footsteps, turned around and saw that it was Sakura. He couldn't help but stand up happily and walk towards Sakura, wanting to talk to her, but unexpectedly. Get out of the way. Sakura pushed Naruto, who was laughing happily, away, stopped beside Sasuke, and greeted him shyly. Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke just looked at Sakura coldly and said nothing. Can I sit next to you? Before Sakura could answer, Ino, who came over, wanted to push her away. The seat next to Sasuke is mine. Humph, first come first served. Sakura refused. Hey, I was the first to enter the classroom. Ino retorted angrily. The two of them argued back and forth, which aroused the dissatisfaction of other girls around them. They also gathered around and quarreled over who would sit next to Sasuke. So annoying. Sasuke impatiently ignored these little girls. In the Hokage's office. That's him, the first among the newcomers this year, Uchiha Sasuke. This child is the survivor of the Uchiha clan. Yes. The third Hokage stared at the noisy students in the crystal ball, his eyes showing deep thought, thinking about how to arrange and assign them. Hokage, Tsuchigumo Hotaru is the granddaughter of the servants of the way. We should have sent her back to catch Tsurugi Mountain after graduating from school in the past few years, but now we keep her in Konoha village as a genin. If the advisors know about this, they will be very dissatisfied. It doesn't matter. I have already told the two advisors about Tsuchigumo Hotaru. That Tsuchigumo clan is also very unstable now. The servants of the way do not want this child, Tsuchigumo Hotaru, to come back to catch Tsurugi Mountain at this time. The third Hokage added new tobacco to his pipe, and the scene in the crystal ball shifted to Mingshin, who was sleeping on his stomach, and Kimimaro, who was reading a book. Hokage, what should we do with Ito tomorrow and Kaguya Kimimaro? They are people who escaped from Kirigakure before. Don't worry about these two children. They are not spies. I sent people from the ANBU to the Land of Water to investigate their backgrounds a long time ago. After tomorrow's parents were killed, Kirigakure did not issue a wanted order for him. After the demise of the Kaguya clan, Kimimaro was not wanted by Kirigakure either. You don't have to worry too much about these two children. After that, the third Hokage changed the subject and started discussing with many Jonin how to arrange the students' classes. Hotaru saw that the girls in the class started to fight for Sasuke again, and she stuck out her tongue and sat down without getting involved. Naruto was jealous and furious. Bang, a man jumped onto Sasuke's desk and looked down at him. Sasuke saw that Naruto, the last one in the class, dared to jump in front of him and looked down at him so rudely. He thought he was boring and looked up at him with a contemptuous smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. Seeing this look in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto naturally became even more angry. He looked down even lower and stared at Sasuke. Sasuke stared back without showing any weakness. The confrontation between the two people's eyes almost produced fierce sparks. Shut up, can't you let me sleep quietly for a while? Mingshin raised his head in dissatisfaction, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and threw his head back to relieve the soreness in his neck. He said, "Hey, is there something on my head?" It seemed that the back of his head hit something. He turned his head and his whole heart trembled when he saw it. Fuck. Under Mingshin's unintentional knock, Naruto's center of gravity shifted instantly. He fell down and had a romantic French scene with Sasuke. Their attractive little mouths were intimately pressed together. This scene was so beautiful. Mingshin had a strong desire to survive, and he consciously continued to lie down and sleep without making any noise. Very Buddhist. The girls around him were petrified on the spot. Naruto and Sasuke quickly pushed each other away and lay on the table separately, retching at both ends. The scene was quite embarrassing. Hotaru covered her mouth, looked at the two with a blushing face, and said that sentence at an inappropriate time. Is this their first kiss? Sasuke vomited and vomited, staring at Mingshin, who was pretending to sleep below with a fierce look. Mingshin, I will kill you. Fuck. Feeling a strong murderous intent, Mingshin immediately shook his head and dared not continue to pretend to sleep. He looked up and tried to argue for himself. No, this can't be blamed on me. This was an accident. It was really not intentional. Besides, I think you two enjoyed kissing each other. Mingshin. Naruto was furious and wanted to rush over to strangle him. There is murderous intent. However, Naruto suddenly felt a murderous intent rushing towards him from behind. He turned his head tremblingly and was horrified to find that the girls around him and Mingshin surrounded him. Naruto, Mingshin, you two guys. Sakura and the others were already on the verge of evil, looking at the two of them. Hey, why do I have to suffer too? He kissed your male god. You should go find him. Mingshin stammered to explain. This was purely an accident, Sakura. I'll never kiss Sasuke's mouth again, even if you kill me. Sakura and Ino cracked their knuckles. Questions are useless. You two are guilty of death. Hey, don't hit people in the face. Chapter 17 Class Division. A park. The other Jonin had already left, but the third Hokage left one of them alone and asked him to accompany him to rest and chat on a bench in the park. Why? A young man with long white hair, a black mask, and his left eye blocked by a forehead protector asked. Why? The third Hokage smoked the cigarette in his pipe. Why did you let me take care of the three of them? He stared at the children playing in the sand in front of him and continued to ask. Because, among the three children, one is the last one in the class, one is an excellent student, and the other is a smart female ninja, just like your former Minato class. The third Hokage didn't let him wait too long for the answer. What? The young man was shocked by the words of the third Hokage. So, you specifically arranged it for me? Kakashi, I'm the Hokage after all. I will not decide personnel based on personal feelings. I have also put some thought into the allocation of talents. The ideas of those school teachers are another matter. The third Hokage put his pipe aside. Nowadays, ninjas act collectively. The class organization has a great impact on the success rate of the mission. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the people who manage the village to develop diversified specialty classes. Just like the K-class organized last year, it is not the balance that the school teacher said, but a class organization that has been strengthened in terms of physical skills to improve efficiency. K's genin class is indeed like this. Kakashi agreed. And this year, it has been organized into a search specialized class, and it is also preparing to organize a tactical specialized class that uses secret ninjutsu. The third Hokage poured out the burned tobacco in his pipe. From this aspect, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Sasuke also has the possibility of opening the Uchiha Sharingan. Kakashi added the rest of the words for the third Hokage. I just said that you are the only one who can assist Sasuke's Sharingan now. But the third Hokage actually had another sentence that he didn't say to Kakashi. He only thought about it silently in his heart. This is also a precaution. Sasuke must open the Sharingan that can control the Nine-Tails to prevent the tragedy of the past from happening again. I already know the specialness of these two children, but what about the girl named Sakura? Kakashi was still a little puzzled about the girl that the third Hokage specially arranged. I think she has the potential to become an excellent female ninja, but she is still very ordinary at present. However, talent can narrow or alienate the distance between people, and men will also realize the existence of women, so they will promote each other's growth under competition. The third Hokage refilled a new pipe of tobacco, lit it, and took a puff. That is to say, you also considered the growth of Ban. Kakashi understood why the third Hokage made such an arrangement. That's right. The third Hokage stood up and walked around with the pipe in his hand. I understand what Hokage is thinking, but the classes I led the last few times have never been successful. It seems that I'm still not suitable to be a responsible jonin. Kakashi wanted to give up. Did you eliminate them out of personal feelings? The third Hokage looked at him and asked. No. Kakashi shook his head. Although you were a little harsh on them, the world of ninjas is too cruel. Some things are better to be understood while they are young. As far as the results are concerned, this is an important part of their lives. The third Hokage took a puff of cigarette, turned around and walked forward, intending to leave the park. But shouldn't this be based on results? Kakashi sat still in his seat, not intending to catch up with the third Hokage. Maybe it should be so, but I believe my judgment is correct. It is because of this belief that I will entrust them to you, just like Minato did back then. The third Hokage did not look back, but smiled and walked away. Hokage-sama. Kakashi looked up at the sky and saw a flock of birds flying across the blue sky. He murmured to himself, Minato-sensei. The whole classroom was in an uproar because of Naruto and Sasuke's kiss. Everyone was whispering about their relationship. Iruka walked into the classroom and coughed hard to quiet everyone down. Everyone sat down again and was about to start the briefing. When he saw Mingshin and Naruto slumped on the desk, he was frightened. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Mingshin raised his handsome face that was swollen like a pig's head with difficulty and stammered a bunch of words that Iruka couldn't understand, leaving him confused. Seeing this, Shino took the initiative to explain to the teacher the reason why the two of them are like this is because Naruto took Sasuke's first kiss. If you want to know why Naruto wants to, forget it, they are still the same. Everyone, congratulations on becoming independent ninjas from today. Great. I'm also a ninja in the village like my sister. I'm so nervous. I don't know if I can do it well. Shino is a tragedy. Have Iruka and his classmates really never felt his presence? Mingshin felt very sympathetic to him and was often interrupted ruthlessly and rudely. But now you are just novice genin, and the real hard work has just begun. From now on, you will be divided into groups of 3, forming a team, and follow a jonin teacher to perform tasks. Iruka patiently explained what would happen after becoming a genin. when they heard that they would act in groups of 3 in the future. This caused widespread heated discussion among everyone, and everyone was guessing who they would be partnered with and who the Jonin teacher would be. However, many girls focused on who would be in a group with Sasuke and Kimimaro. After all, these two were the focus of the class. 3 people in a group. If I'm partnering with Kimimaro, it doesn't matter. The others are just a hindrance. Sasuke looked around. Except for Kimimaro, who had the strength and qualifications to be his partner, he didn't take the others seriously. Sakura and I must be assigned to the same group. The other one should be tomorrow. If it's not him, anyone can do it, as long as it's not Sasuke. Naruto put his hand on his chin, stared at teacher Iruka, and thought silently in his heart. In order to make each class have a balanced ability, we have made the following allocations. Teacher Iruka took out the group list that the third Hokage and many Jonin had discussed and sorted out. Some of the students whose names were called were happy, while others were not. After more than 10 minutes of arguing, the members of Team 7 were called next. The following is Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Naruto was so happy that he shouted before he finished listening, which made Sakura very angry. Just when she was extremely disappointed, Iruka continued, Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura was so happy that she jumped 3 feet high, while Naruto looked unbelievable. He was actually grouped with the person he hated the most. Sakura also showed off to Ino, who was sitting behind her, which made her veins pop out. I'm not in the same class with Naruto. Hinata looked at Naruto with a little disappointment. Mingshin happened to see this scene. He looked at Hinata, and then at Naruto, and the more he looked, the more unhappy he became. Fuck, Naruto looks so ugly, but there are still girls who have a crush on him. It's so unfair. Damn it, why don't any pretty girls like me? Next are those from class 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shinoa Burame. Iruka turned to the next page. From class 9, Hotaru Tsuchigumo, Hotaru Kaguya, and Menshinato. Great. Hotaru happily took their hands in their seats. It's great to be assigned to the same class with Kimimaro-san and Menshin again. Not at all. Hey, girl, let go quickly. It's so embarrassing. Menshin tried to break free from her hand reluctantly, and Aang was so angry that she grimaced. Humph, you are very unhappy, right? He stood up suddenly and stared at him fiercely. No, I'm not happy enough. Menshin was born in the year of the dog, and he changed his mind as soon as he said it, and whispered, after the meeting, I will treat you to a Ichiraku ramen. Kimimaro saw their fight and smiled without saying a word, just like an elder brother watching his younger brothers and sisters fighting there. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, Nera Shikamaru, the above are assigned. As soon as Iruka finished reading this series of names, Naruto became noisy, stood up and pointed at Sasuke. Teacher Iruka, why should an excellent student like me be in the same group with this guy? Have you ever been excellent? Menshin was puzzled and suddenly complained to Naruto about this truth. Morning is right. Sasuke is the best student in your class. Naruto, you are the worst. Iruka responded to Menshin's question in time. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The whole class was amused. Don't hold me back, idiot. Sasuke looked ahead and said coldly. Damn it, what did you say? Say it again. Naruto was angry and wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Sakura, who couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded him severely, and he became quieter and didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Iruka sighed. He really couldn't do anything about Naruto, and announced the end of the morning briefing. Before dismissing, he added one last thing to the whole class, that the Jonin teachers would come to the classroom in the afternoon, and told the students to wait in the classroom. After the meeting, Menshin and Kimimaro were pulled by Hotaru and ran happily towards a Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Tomorrow she will lament that her living expenses for this month will be emptied again. She is so miserable. Every month it is either because of Naruto or this wild girl. Did they agree to take turns to squeeze her? In the crowd leaving the classroom, Sakura carefully looked for Sasuke, wanting to have lunch with him to enhance their relationship, but she couldn't find him. Naruto followed behind Sakura and greeted her enthusiastically with a shameless face. Sakura, it's rare that we are in the same class. Let's go to lunch together. No, why do I have to eat with you? Sakura snorted coldly, refused to walk away, and continued to look for Sasuke. Naruto had no choice but to find a secluded place to have lunch by himself. Chapter 18 Moonlight Gale. It's so unlucky, it's not fun at all. I finally got assigned to the same class with Sakura. Naruto complained on the top floor of the school. Nothing good happened. Huh. Naruto suddenly saw Sasuke leaning on the window below, looking at the scenery outside the window, and eating rice balls. He narrowed his triangular fox eyes, and a very obscene idea flashed through his mind. Ichiraku ramen restaurant boss, give me another bowl. Aang put down the empty bowl, and asked the boss for another bowl of ramen. Hey, girl, don't eat too much, you will get fat. Mingshan stopped her, and explained very cleverly, well, isn't there a Jonin teacher coming over in the afternoon? It's not good to be late. Let's go back to school and wait. Oh. Aang had to pout, and in order not to delay things, she went back with Mingshan and the others unhappily. It's over, there's only this much left. It seems that the next few days will be difficult again. Holding the empty wallet in his hand, Mingshan lowered his head and sighed. Hey, isn't that Sasuke? On the way back, Aang saw Sasuke leaning against a tree by the roadside, staring at Sakura who was eating on a chair with a loving look. She was very curious, when did Sasuke have such a good impression of Sakura? Mingshan also put away his wallet, looked up and saw this scene, and exclaimed, that's not right. Why is it that in my impression, Sasuke is indifferent to all girls? Suspicious. He saw Sasuke walk to Sakura who was shy with his eyes full of enthusiasm. Sakura, what fascinates me most about you is your broad forehead. I can't help but kiss it. Hearing this, Sakura was conquered by Sasuke's sweet words, and looked at her male god with a face full of infatuation. Mingshan pulled the two of them closer, and overheard such disgusting words, and was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell, fuck? Mingshan expressed disbelief. Is this still the Sasuke he knew? Wow, Sasuke is so bold. Aang was very excited and whispered about Sasuke's behavior of flirting with girls. This is not the real person. Someone must be deliberately changing into Sasuke's appearance to deceive Sakura. Kimimaro calmly shook his head and guessed the truth. Well, now that you mention it. Mingshan thought about it carefully, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He thought of that guy, the guy with yellow hair and 6 fox whiskers on his face, and his mouth twitched. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Naruto who turned into him. What? Naruto turned into him? Hotaru was a little dumbfounded. Forget it, don't worry about that guy, let's go back to the classroom. Mingshan shook his head, too lazy to care about this idiot, and took Hotaru and Kimimaro to go back the other way, away from Naruto's live show of flirting with girls. The three of them walked on another way back to school. In front of them came a strange ninja with a black mask on his face, revealing only one eye. He passed by the three of them with a melancholy look in his eyes. Judging from the direction he left, it seemed that he was going to the memorial alone. What's wrong, Mingshan? Why are you looking at him? Seeing that he was staring at someone, Aang asked Mingshan in confusion. Oh, nothing. Mingshan turned around and continued to walk. He is Hatake Kakashi, Kimimaro said. Is he someone you know? Mingshan was very curious about how Kimimaro knew him. No, I ran into him a few times when I went to the hot spring street to buy things before. Later I asked the store owner and found out. Kimimaro told them the truth. They returned to the classroom without any problems. Many classmates arrived earlier than them, waiting for the teacher to come. Mingshan looked at the time, and it was only a while before the meeting time. Bang! Mingshan and Kimimaro had just sat down when they saw the classroom door being opened. There was a person standing at the door. The person had serious dark circles under his eyes. He was coughing and looking for someone. When he scanned Mingshan and them, his eyes fixed on them and walked over. Ito Mingshan, Kaguya Kimimaro, Itsachigumo Hotaru. He compared the three people with the information in his hand, and shouted to them calmly. Yes. The three of them stood up immediately. I'm the Jonin of your class, Jekao Heiate. Cough, cough. He started coughing before he finished speaking. We are having a meeting now. Please follow me. After saying that, he turned around and walked ahead. Mingshan and the other two left their seats and left the classroom under the envious gazes of their classmates. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw Naruto with a bitter face, rubbing his stomach, and going into the classroom. "Hey, where are you going, Mingshin?" Naruto asked as he looked at the three of them, who were about to leave the classroom under the guidance of a pale-faced ninja. "This is our Jonin of our class, Heiei Sensei. We are going to have a meeting now. Naruto, see you later." Mingshin briefly introduced himself to Naruto and hurried away with them. The three followed Heiei to an open space in the woods. He roughly looked at the three of them and said, "Well, first introduce yourself. I think it would be better for the teacher to introduce himself first, so that we can get to know you." Mingshin took the initiative to speak. "Me." Jifeng was stunned. "Okay. My name is Moonlight Jifeng. I like Xian. Cough. I hate people who are not responsible for doing things. I don't want to tell you about my hobbies. My dream in the future is to be with Xian." Cough. Jifeng only said halfway, and he couldn't stop coughing. "Hey, why do you keep coughing when you mention Xian's name?" Mingshan was speechless. Jifeng coughed and didn't say anything else, waiting for the three of them to speak. Aang looked at Kimimaro and Mingshan on both sides and raised her hand actively. "Let me say first, my name is Tsuchigumo Aang. I like a lot of things, but what I like most is to see Kimimaro and his brothers pay for me to buy things." Cough, cough. This is good," Jifeng said with a smile, but he was muttering in his heart, "Do you like them, or do you like them to pay for you to buy things?" What's annoying is that every time Mingshan sees me, when he goes out, he will find an excuse, pretending to have something to do without me, and slip away alone. When Aang said this, she rolled her eyes at Mingshan. Mingshan also imitated Heiei's fake cough, ignoring her dissatisfaction. "I have many interests, so I won't go into detail. My future dream is that I hope that Kimimaro, my brother, and Mingshan, the three of us, can live together forever." Aang said this very lively and innocently. For an 11-year-old girl, her dream is so simple. Kimimaro, who was standing aside, originally looked at teacher Heiei with his eyes level, motionless, but after hearing the last dream spoken by Aang, his whole body instinctively trembled. His eyes shifted to the girl, and a ripple appeared in the depths of his heart. Mingshan originally pretended not to see the girl's speech, but after hearing the dream spoken by Aang, his heart couldn't help but palpitate like Kimimaro, and he couldn't help but look at this little girl who would never grow up in his eyes. After listening to Aang's self-introduction, Heiei nodded with appreciation to show his approval. Without waiting for Heiei to call out his name, Kimimaro took the initiative to speak first. "My name is Kaguya Kimimaro. I don't have many hobbies. When I have nothing to do, I like to go to the bookstore to read alone. There is one thing I hate to see, and that is seeing Tomorrow and Hotaru get hurt. I don't have any dreams for the future for now. My name is Ito Tomorrow. I particularly like girls with big breasts. No, what I particularly like is to sit down and chat with gentle and virtuous girls. What I hate most is being snatched away by pretty boys and having the girl I like taken away from me. My future dream is to pick up countless girls. No, my future dream is to travel the world with the girl I like. As for hobbies and interests, okay, I get it. Tomorrow, you're good to go. Thank you." Heiei couldn't bear to listen anymore and interrupted him quickly. He was depressed. How hungry this kid is. He talks about women every other sentence. "I haven't finished talking yet." Mingshan couldn't help but mutter something. He turned his head and saw Aang looking at him with a red face. What's wrong with this girl? Why is her face so red? After coughing for a while, Jifeng summarized the speeches of the three people and announced that he would carry out missions with them starting from Mingshan. "Teacher Jifeng, what is the first mission?" Kimimaro asked. Survival drill." Moonlight Jifeng said. "It was clearly said to carry out the mission with us. Why did it become a drill? If it was a drill, we have done it many times in school." Aang didn't quite understand. "This is a trial." Moonlight Jifeng didn't explain much. "Is it another selection and assessment among us graduates? If we fail, will we be sent back to school?" Mingshan said his own inference. "Yes, you react quickly." Jifeng nodded. "Then there will definitely be a large number of people eliminated." "Teacher Jifeng, how many people can be recognized by your Jonin to become Genin this time?" Mingshan asked. "Only 9 people can be recognized as Genin." Jifeng said the number. So few? Aang looked at Kimimaro and Mengshin worriedly. It's okay, the three of us will definitely pass. Kimimaro smiled and calmly comforted Aang's worries, allowing her to gradually let go of her inner uneasiness and adjust her mentality. Well, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, we will gather here for practice. I will judge whether you are qualified at that time. You must remember to bring your own ninja tools. Hay-8 coughed for a while and gave the three of them a final explanation. Understood. The three of them replied in unison. Hay-8 nodded with satisfaction and left, leaving the three of them where they were. If we graduate from school and fail to pass the trial and become junior ninjas, it will be so embarrassing. After teacher Hay-8 left, Aang stared at the blue sky and white clouds and talked to herself. Mengshin stroked her head and encouraged Aang, asking her to have confidence in her own strength and believe that the three of them will definitely pass tomorrow's exam smoothly. The next day, the three of them arrived at the gathering place on time and found that Hay-8 was waiting for them there earlier than them. Have you been waiting for a long time, teacher Hay-8? Mengshin walked over and scratched his face and asked. No, I just got here too. Hay-8 coughed, took out the ninja sword from his back and asked the three, are you ready? Chapter 19, A Trial. The three of them spread out to surround Hay-8. Mengshin and Aang carefully took out kunai from their waist bags, while Kimimaro pulled out 2 bone knives from his body. If you can successfully defeat me, a Jonin, within 1 day today, you will pass this trial. Hay-8 said the rules of the trial. It was very simple. As long as the three of them defeated him today, they would pass the trial and become qualified genin. Hay-8 held the ninja sword in his hand, and his slightly weak and sick face became solemn. A strong pressure emanated from him. Mengshin felt that the whole air was filled with a murderous aura, and the forest seemed to calm down in his momentum. Is this the aura of a Jonin? Mengshin's face was solemn. He and Kimimaro looked at each other and made an attacking gesture. Swish, swish. Kimimaro kicked his foot and quickly moved to the side of Hay-8 like a residual shadow, aiming at his throat, throwing a bone knife over, and then accelerating to attack him closely. Hay-8's head shifted in an instant and avoided the attacking bone knife. Staring at Kimimaro, he did not let down his guard and suddenly sensed a crisis in his heart. Behind. Jifeng suddenly swung his ninja sword to block from behind. Clang. He blocked the shuriken that Hotaru had sneaked up behind him. Jifeng spun the ninja sword again to meet the attack. Clang. Clang. The ninja sword's light was like a pool of autumn water, and it barely blocked Kimimaro's multiple consecutive attacks while sliding down in 2 or 3 steps. Jifeng turned over and jumped into the air, dodging a large number of shurikens that were shot from behind. When he landed, Mengshin created 2 shadow clones to move left and right together, while Mengshin picked up the fallen bone knife from the ground and attacked from behind. Jifeng stood there calmly with his feet apart, not moving, holding his sword horizontally and concentrating on guarding against the 3 people. Suddenly, his body became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his breath was gone. The 3 people were suddenly at a loss. Bang, bang. Without any warning, the 2 clones were swept away by a gust of wind and disappeared. They appeared as Jifeng paused slightly and then disappeared again. Mengshin quickly approached Aang and stood back to back with her, guarding against his sudden attack. Clang. The blade flashed, and a crisp metal collision sound was heard. Several narrow bones suddenly grew out of Kimimaro's back to withstand the sneak attack swept by Jifeng. Holding the back of the blade, he chopped at Kimimaro's back, but was blocked by the protruding bones. This made Jifeng, who had just appeared, retreat quickly, widening the distance between them and the 3 of them, and asked in surprise, is this a bloodline limit, Kimimaro? Jifeng had a more intuitive understanding of the hardness of his bones for the first time. This high-density bone was as hard as steel. Ordinary physical attacks could not break through his bone protection at all. Once his bones became an attack weapon, they were even sharper and were not inferior to real steel weapons. That's right, but I still want to thank Mr. Hay-8 for showing mercy. Kimimaro was not proud. He knew very well that Hay-8's sneak attack only used the back of the knife to chop him. If it was a real fight, it would not be so easy to defend. Firefly, come closer to me, Mengshin whispered to Aang, while Hay-8 was talking to Kimimaro. What's wrong? Aang put her ear closer. In a while, I will stick to Kimimaro and fight with Mr. Hayate, and you lurk around us and wait for an opportunity. He will definitely hide again. When the time comes, you will. Mingshin gave Aang detailed instructions and immediately held the bone knife in his mouth, took out 6 shuriken from his leg bag with both hands, held 3 in each hand, and rushed towards the target quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sound of the wind, the shuriken attacked Hayate, who was in confrontation. Mingshin threw it, and his hands were not idle. He made seals and conjured to shadow clones to faint and cooperate. Seeing this, Kimimaro didn't wait for Mingshin to say anything. He put away his bone knife and followed Mingshin's tacit cooperation. He ran to surround Jiffen from behind, stretched out his 5 fingers, and shouted to Jiffen as he walked. 5 fingers pierce bullets. The 5 finger bones instantly whizzed and attacked like bullets. Clang, clang, clang. Jiffen flexibly blocked the shuriken and the finger bones, swung his knife with his backhand, and without even looking behind him, he swept it with all his strength. Bang, bang. Mingshin's 2 clones disappeared. In a flash, he judged by intuition, it's above. He raised his hand to block Mingshin's head with his horizontal knife. Clang. The long knife resisted Mingshin's bone knife, and he used both hands to force back his attack, but unexpectedly, behind him. Swish, swish. Kimimaro came behind Jiffen in an instant. This time, he didn't give him a chance to react. He used the bone knife to make continuous high-speed thrusts. The sharp tip of the knife silently pierced into Jiffen's back. Bang. Jiffen's body disappeared and turned into a large piece of wood. Substitution jutsu? Kimimaro muttered. He must be nearby. Mingshin turned his back to Kimimaro and scanned the surroundings. Ding. Kimimaro's ears were keenly aware of a strong wind sweeping in front of Mingshin's left hand and right. The bone knife quickly blocked the right side of his left hand in time. Sparks flashed, and the attack that Jiffen attacked with the back of the knife was disintegrated. Without hesitation, he jumped back and disappeared again. Hoo hoo hoo. Jiffen retreated a few steps away from the 2 of them, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. He noticed the sound of flowing water in his ears, lowered his head, and saw a wall of water coming up. He thought to himself, not good. Water escape water formation wall. Almost at the same time that Kimimaro discovered Jiffen, 3 fireflies suddenly appeared around them and ran between Mingshin and the other 2. The 3 of them violently sprayed a wall of water like waves from their mouths in a large area. The water wall surrounded them in a circle. Hoo hoo. A wet and embarrassed translucent figure suddenly appeared in the southwest corner. It was Jiffen. Wireflower dance wire. Kimimaro had suddenly pulled out a section of spine from his back and threw the bone fiercely towards the figure. With a flick of his wrist, the bone line wrapped around Jiffen's waist, making it impossible for him to break free. Jiffen was forced to stay where he was. Seeing the 3 people surrounding him, he quickly swung his knife at the bone line to try to break free. He swung his knife 6 or 7 times in a row, but there was no scratch at all. The bone was too hard. The 3 people, including Aang's clone, quickly ran towards Jiffen with weapons in hand and swung them hard. Their weapons stopped at a space position 1 centimeter away from him. Mingshin looked at the teacher with a smile on his face. I lost. Seeing this situation, he knew there was no point in fighting anymore, and Jiffen simply admitted defeat. Huh, did we win? Aang was a little unbelievable. Yeah. Kimimaro and Mingshin nodded together. They passed. Great. Aang's 2 clones disappeared, and suddenly her legs went weak, and she was about to sit on the ground. Mingshin reached out and supported her in time. Girl, what happened to you? Mingshin asked with concern. No, nothing happened. I was fighting with my teacher with my nerves tense. I just used water array wall with my clone. I consumed a lot of chakra and felt a little dizzy. Aang wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile. Hayate and the 3 of them took back their weapons. He admired them sincerely and congratulated them on passing the test. All of them passed. Hayate looked at them in surprise. The 3 of them were just fresh graduates. The youngest Aang was only 11 years old. He didn't expect that they were so powerful. A genin could actually use water array wall, a water basin in jutsu. Mingshin and Kimimaro's joint response and coordination made him look at them with new eyes. They were so skilled that people couldn't believe that they were genin. It was the first time for them to fight with John indirectly. Their physical skills had already surpassed those of ordinary genin. I didn't expect that the three of you were so powerful that I lost before I even had time to use my best moves. Hayate smiled bitterly and told the truth. No, it's you who underestimated us, teacher. If we really fight seriously, we are not your opponents at all. Mingxin shook his head honestly and seriously summarized the shortcomings of the three of them. It was not that they cooperated perfectly without any flaws, but that the teacher was lenient. Yes, Mingxin is right. We still need the teacher's guidance in many areas. Aang also seriously echoed Mingxin's words. They are not as impetuous and arrogant as their peers. They know how to echo each other and complement their own strengths and weaknesses. These children are all excellent. Jifeng sighed in his heart and was glad that he was assigned to such an excellent genin class by the third Hokage this time. Everyone stood in the open space and chatted for a long time until Aang's stomach growled. Everyone looked at her with a smile. The little girl shyly covered her face and ran to hide behind Mingxin. She stamped her feet in anger, threw a tantrum, and took it out on Mingxin, yelling that he should treat her to ramen. No need for Mingxin to treat this meal. I'll treat you, Jifeng said with a smile. Wow, Teacher Hayate, you are so nice. Mingxin raised his hands to Teacher Hayate in surprise and cheered. Kimimaro and Hotaru turned to look at him. At this time, he had the mentality and behavior of a 14-year-old child, which was rare. After walking a distance in the direction of returning, Hotaru jumped on Kimimaro's back mischievously, threw all the ninja tools and items to Mingxin, and yelled that she couldn't walk anymore, and asked him to carry her to eat ramen. After letting her make a fuss on his back for a while, the little girl was so sleepy that she fell asleep on his back. Kimimaro turned his head to look at Hotaru sleeping on his back, and walked forward with a smile without saying a word. Kimimaro, you are too gentle to her. If you let her do it like this, she will become more willful and capricious in the future. Mingxin scolded Kimimaro rudely. It's okay, you are still here, Mingxin. Kimimaro smiled softly at Mingxin. The relationship between the three of you is really good, Mingxin. Hayate said to Mingxin as they walked. No, we are both just used to this wild girl's willful and capricious behavior. Mingxin muttered, refusing to admit it. While they were chatting, it was already past noon. When they passed by the practice field, they suddenly heard someone shouting. Hey, is there anyone here to help me untie the ropes? Hey, isn't that Naruto's voice? Mingxin and Kimimaro looked at each other, curiously followed the source of the sound, and saw that the guy was tied up and thrown on a large wooden stake, shaking his head and shouting for help. Mingxin, Kimimaro, great. Naruto was overjoyed when he saw Mingxin and his friends coming. Chapter 20 Mission. What's wrong with you? Mingxin asked him in confusion. Nothing. Help me untie Mingxin. I'm starving. Naruto hesitated for a long time, but couldn't answer clearly. It was too embarrassing to say it out loud. Mingxin saw him like that, so he simply didn't ask what this guy had experienced, and took him to Ichiraku ramen restaurant to eat ramen. Anyway, this meal was treated by Hayate. When this guy heard that there was free ramen to eat, he was very happy and shouted to get going quickly and walked side by side with them. When they arrived at the ramen restaurant, Hotaru woke up, jumped off Kimimaro's back, and competed with Naruto for the ramen. Hayate ate while chatting with Mingxin and Kimimaro, and explained to them that he would officially carry out the village's commission tasks from tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Hayate couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Looking at his poor wallet, his heart ached. Next time, he would never dare to take the initiative to treat them to food. It was too cruel. These foodies were too greedy. After Mingxin and the others came out of the ramen restaurant with satisfaction, Naruto said goodbye to the three of them and went home. Just as Hayate came out of the store after paying, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Someone called him. Hayate. A masked ninja with beautiful long hair stood behind him. Hayate turned around and saw the person coming. His pale face became gentle and he said, "It's you, Xian. Aren't you on duty today? Who is this?" Mingxin and the others turned around and saw a masked ninja. They were wondering who she was. Then they saw her take the initiative to take off the mask. She was a very beautiful and dignified woman with bright eyes. She looked at Mingshin and the others and smiled faintly. You are the students that Hayate is taking this time, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Yuzuki Xian. Hayate. Xian, you are so beautiful. Are you the wife of teacher Hayate? The wild girl Aang interrupted before the other person finished speaking, causing Xian to block what she wanted to say after hearing it, and her face flushed. Cough. Jiffen was coughing again, and was almost done, but when he heard what Aang said, he started coughing even harder. No, little sister, you misunderstood. Jiffen and I are not in that kind of relationship yet. We are still good friends. Xian was hesitant to explain to Aang and the others, but her face became redder the more she explained. Wow, teacher, I'm so jealous of you. You actually have such a beautiful girlfriend. Damn, I haven't caught up with a beautiful girl yet. Mingshin was gossiping very much, complaining about the unfairness of God. Haha, is that so? Are you dissatisfied? Aang sneered faintly behind him. Just kidding. Mingshin trembled all over, but I really can't compare with the teacher. Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiffen hurriedly wanted to cover his mouth, but saw Mingshin cough dryly and stretched out his hand to stop his childish behavior. Kimimaro, Hotaru, we should leave, Mingshin said with a smirk, and winked at Hayate and Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't delay their date. Be sensible, you two. Hearing this, the two adults turned their heads to look at the scenery. Hey, why do you want to leave? Hotaru wanted to protest mischievously, but Kimimaro pulled her over, and he also teased Mingshin and the teacher. Be good, don't be a light bulb. Hotaru, we should leave, see you tomorrow. Hey, you guys. Hayate coughed wildly, and was teased by Mingshin and the others until his face turned red like Yu-Gi-Oh! He stared at her for a long time without saying a word, and really didn't know how to start. Hayate teacher, go on a date with her this afternoon. We will meet you in the park tomorrow morning to get the power of attorney together. After saying that, without waiting for Hayate to say anything else, the few of them went home. Hokage office building. Iruka knocked on the door of the Hokage's office with a document in his hand. Come in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the third Hokage smoking and correcting documents. Hokage, this is the list of qualified classes handed in by the Jonin this afternoon. Please take a look. Iruka handed the document over. Yes, as expected, Kakashi from Team 7, Kyuri from Team 8, and Asuma from Team 10 all passed. The third Hokage nodded continuously, showing a satisfied smile, and turned to the next page. Hey, did Team 9, led by Hayate, also pass? Yes, Hayate just handed it to me on my way here. Iruka replied. Hayate was in a hurry to deliver it, and there was a masked ANBU ninja beside him. He didn't think much about the two of them, and brought the report of Team 9 to the Hokage's office. The children of Team 9 actually defeated Hayate, and passed the assessment. The third Hokage looked at the report of Team 9, and was very surprised. What? Iruka was also shocked. He couldn't imagine that 3 newly graduated students could actually beat a Jonin. After all, it was just an exercise. However, Hayate mentioned in the report that the 3 of them had strong collaborative capabilities and cooperated very well. In addition, Kimimaro's bloodline limit ability was very good. The third Hokage put down his pipe and murmured, Hayate fought Kimimaro alone and didn't gain any advantage. He also said that, even if he tried his best, he might not be sure to beat him. The power of the corpse vein of the Kaguya clan is so strong. After a long silence, Iruka was about to speak. There was another knock on the door. The third Hokage saw a man of the same age standing at the door with a cane. He walked slowly towards him. His face sank. Why are you here, Danzo? Are you not welcome to see me here, Hiruzen? Danzo said in a flat tone. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave first. Iruka saw Danzo coming in, and it was inconvenient to say anything more, so he took his leave from the third Hokage, and went to take care of school matters. He turned around, and nodded to him, and closed the door when he left. Danzo, you are not in the route to deal with your affairs. What do you want to see me today? The third Hokage asked him directly about his purpose. I want to ask you for a genin. Danzo stated his request. Who do you want? The third Hokage added new tobacco to his pipe and lit it, his face serious. Kaguya Clan. Danzo walked to the window and looked at the scenery. No. The third Hokage decisively rejected Danzo's request. It's a pity to waste such an excellent talent here and not make good use of him to become a mere ordinary genin. Let him come to our route to work. I will cultivate him well, Hiruzen. Danzo turned his head and looked at the third Hokage with sharp eyes. You don't need to say anything more. No matter before or now, I will not hand Kimimaro over to you. The third Hokage sternly refused. I haven't forgotten the incident with the Uchiha clan. I warn you, don't try to get close to Kimimaro again. Danzo. HMPH. Whatever you want, Hiruzen. Danzo turned around with a bad face and passed by the third Hokage. You will regret it. The third Hokage looked thoughtful and looked at Danzo's back. Kimimaro. The next morning, the three of them gathered in the park early to wait. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, they saw Hayate coming. Half-hour teacher, how was it last night? Aang asked him gossipingly with a smile. What do you mean? Hayate didn't react, but then realized that this was referring to him and Xian. Hey, what are you asking, kid? Hayate coughed a few times, turned around and walked forward pretending to be serious, no longer paying attention to their teasing behind him, and brought them to the place where they received the commission. Here, Hayate patiently and briefly explained to them the daily work of ninjas. Noobers who have just started out will only take simple tasks to accumulate experience. Every day, the village will issue a large number of commissions to entrust ninjas to do things, from taking care of the elderly and the weak to raiding other countries to assassinate important figures. The commission registration form records various commissions. These jobs are divided into 4 levels ABCD according to the difficulty, from Jonin to Genin, and are assigned to the corresponding ninjas according to their abilities. As long as they can successfully complete the task, the client will pay the village. After the task is completed, will the client pay us directly, or will the client pay the money in the village himself? Tomorrow asked. It depends on the situation. Some clients will send someone to the village to issue the task, and then notify the client to pay in the village after the task is completed. Some clients will go to the village in person to pay in advance, because the journey is too far and troublesome, and then let the ninja go to perform the task. There are also clients who first pay a part of the deposit to the village, and then pay the balance directly to the ninja who performs the task after the task is completed, and let him take it back to the village. Jifeng explained in detail. What a cumbersome process. It's really not as convenient as using Alipay to transfer money. Mingshan blurted out that this settlement method was too troublesome. Alipay? Everyone was puzzled. What is that? Mingshan laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject, urging Jifeng to take the task. He found a few very simple team tasks on the entrustment registration form. The rewards were not high but convenient. Jifeng originally planned to lead them to complete them one by one, but Mingshan shook his head to express his opposition. He suggested that the three of them take those individual tasks that can be completed individually. In this way, the settlement income of the tasks will be higher than the small tasks received by the team in the early stage. After all, they now have to rely on completing tasks to support themselves. The subsidies issued by the village began to stop when they became genin. If they complete more single tasks, they can also exercise their ability to be independent. The most important thing is that it can allow Jifeng to free up time to accompany Sister Xian, and he doesn't have to follow them all the time. Hearing him say this, Hayate felt very embarrassed and scolded Mingshan. What are you thinking about, kid? This is for your own good, Hayate. Women are very sensitive. When you have time, spend more time with Sister Xian. Mingshan did not even call him teacher and taught him to promote their relationship. I don't need you to worry about our affairs so much, thank you. Hayate was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. You are only 14 years old and you are not doing well all day long. Alas, this is what Iruka taught you in school. Chapter 21 Mrs. Kade's request. Don't mention him. He doesn't know when he can get a girlfriend. I used to advise him to find a girlfriend at school. Otherwise, when he gets older, no one will want him. Whenever it comes to girls, Mingshan will nag in front of him like an old grandfather. Kimimaro and Aang stood aside without even twitching their eyebrows. They were numb to his nagging and didn't react at all. Only the teacher, Jifeng, who had just met Mingshan not long ago and was not very familiar with him, Soon couldn't stand his nagging and nodded repeatedly. The staff of the commissioning office saw their lively performance and couldn't help laughing. They coughed dryly and urged them to accept the task quickly. If they didn't accept it, they shouldn't stand there and hinder others from accepting the task. Jifeng adopted Mingshan's suggestion and found ordinary single-player tasks of D level for them to do. He accompanied and supervised the 3 people and did not participate in the task. Time passed in this boring and tedious process of accepting commissions again and again, until one day half a month later, the 3 of them went to the commission office as usual to accept the task, and Hayate went out because he had to deal with important matters entrusted by the 3rd Hokage, so he asked the 3 of them to accept the commission themselves today. When they arrived at the door of the commission office, they found that the 3rd Hokage had come today and saw Naruto lying on the ground and playing a funny game. Yesterday we had pork bone ramen at noon, so let's have miso today. Naruto counted on his fingers and said to the other members of Team 7. Hey, listen to me. Naruto, are you listening to me? The 3rd Hokage's nose was almost crooked by him. I'm sorry, Hokage. Kakashi apologized for Naruto's blame. The old man always preaches to me like this, but I have grown up, and I'm not the kind of kid who can only play pranks as the old man always thinks. After saying this, Naruto turned his face away and didn't look at the 3rd Hokage in anger. Good morning, everyone. The 3 of them came over. Mingshan, you guys are here too. Naruto looked up and saw Mingshan and the others coming over and said happily, good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Kimimaro greeted Kakashi. Hello, Kimimaro. Kakashi nodded to him without any airs. Sasuke just glanced at the 3 of them and didn't plan to speak. He was as proud as ever. Hotsuga, you guys are here too. Sakura walked to Hotaru's side and started chatting enthusiastically. What are you upset about again, Naruto? Mingshan looked at the guy sitting on the ground and was quite speechless about him. He was making trouble every other day. No, I tell you, the old man always asks us to do some work like babysitting or running errands to help others buy things. Don't ask us to do this kind of task again. Naruto complained to Mingshan madly. You've only been doing this for a short time, and you're already losing your temper. Hotaru shook his head and complained about this guy. We in Team 7 want to do bigger and more powerful missions. Old man, give us other missions. Naruto yelled to the 3rd Hokage for other mission commissions. Okay, I understand. Seeing that this guy was so persistent, the 3rd Hokage decided, since you insist so much, I will give you a SEAL level mission and arrange for you to protect someone. Really? Naruto immediately became excited. Great, the 3rd Hokage handed over an escort commission that had just been issued today to Kakashi and the others and shouted to the outside of the door to invite the client out. The door was opened and a drunk old man holding a bottle of wine walked in. The 3rd Hokage told him that Kakashi and others from Team 7 would escort him back to the Land of Waves. He staggered in front of them and looked at them. The old man complained very dissatisfiedly, what, are they all little devils? He took a sip of wine and continued to curse. The guy over there who looks a little silly and is the shortest. Are you really a ninja? Haha, uncle is really funny. Who are you talking about? Naruto looked around with a smile. Sasuke and Sakura stood beside him consciously, and they knew who was the shortest in an instant. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Naruto was trying to make trouble for the old man with his teeth and claws, but Kakashi grabbed his collar with one hand. Mingshan couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked over and slapped Naruto on the back of his head. Idiot, that's your client, why kill him? This made the guy quiet down and stop screaming. The client took another sip of wine and introduced himself as Dazna. He asked that, before escorting him back to his country to finish building the bridge, he hoped that all members of Kakashi's Team 7 would risk their lives to ensure his personal safety. Naruto, who accepted this task, was full of curiosity about the outside world. He had never left the village alone before. He excitedly went back with Kakashi and the others to make preparations and said goodbye to the 3 of them tomorrow. The room returned to silence and Tomorrow went to the commission to accept the task. I found that there were very few D-level tasks that could be done today on the D-level task column, not as many as in the past few days. Tomorrow continued to look through other things and found a more interesting task in the C-level task column. the wife of the daimyo of the honey country, KO, commissioned the ninjas of Konoha to ship items to her mother's home, the daimyo of the country of Anus. This is a job of delivering express to another country. It's not as simple as delivering things to the neighboring village, but it can be taken up. This task is not difficult, but the journey is a little far, and it takes a little longer. Mingxin thought about it for a while, and then took the job. He came back to discuss with Aang and the others, and planned to set out, to deliver the goods to the kingdom of the annoying today. Deliver the entrusted items to the kingdom of the annoying? Kimimaro thought for a while. This is a sea-level task. Should we tell Hay-8 before going? Brother Kimimaro, there's no need to be so troublesome. It's just a long trip to deliver something. We can still tell Hay-8 about this after we come back. Besides, he's out doing things and hasn't come back yet, right? Aang impatiently agreed to Mingxin's proposal, as long as they go early and come back early. Okay, let's go to the shopping street to buy some dry food and bring all the ninja tools before we set off. Seeing that both of them said so, Kimimaro didn't say anything more. Mingxin nodded in agreement, and then the others bought the dry food they needed for the journey, took the ninja tools they needed, and then returned to the commission office to pick up the goods. Kimimaro carried the goods given to him by the commission office, and the three of them set off. Mingxin, Kimimaro, and Hotaru stood outside the gate of Konoha. Mingxin recalled the scene when he and Hotaru first came to Konoha 5 years ago, and sighed. It's been 5 years since I came here to Konoha. Except for occasional letters, I don't know how Grandpa and others are doing now. Hotaru fiddled with her little hands and suddenly rolled her eyes at Mingxin, saying angrily, "It's all because of you." Hey, what does it have to do with me? Mingxin was so depressed by Hotaru's inexplicable contempt. "I'm not going to care about you, brother Kimimaro. Let's go." Hotaru took Kimimaro's hand and left, with a puffy face, and didn't talk nonsense with Mingxin. Is it true that women of all ages like this? They can turn against each other at any time. Women. Mingxin shook his head speechlessly and followed them. After most of the day, the three of them ran quickly in the forest at the border. Mingxin checked the map of the far country that he bought from a street bookstore. The far country is located at a transportation hub, surrounded by small countries, and does not have a direct territorial border with any large country. The country of fillings they are going to is in a large buffer zone between the wind country and the fire country. One of the small countries is located at the junction of the territory of the other country. On the way, the three of them will also pass through the border of the forest country. The forest country, both sides of the forest. Hey, girl, run slower. A large river in the forest country runs through both sides of the forest. The beautiful scenery is not inferior to the beautiful scenery of the canal in the previous life. Under the blue sky, the three of them ran on the river. Mingxin shouted to Aang, who was in front of his sight. "Mingxin, let her have fun on the water for a while we are watching the goods." Kimimaro turned around and said to Mingxin, "Really, you shouldn't have taught her how to walk on water." Mingxin complained, "You even pestered the third Hokage to teach her ninjutsu in private. Well, at the beginning, you taught her the tree climbing training. Later, she saw you practicing walking on water by the village river and clamored to learn it. You couldn't persuade her, so you asked me to teach her." Kimimaro's expression was stern, imitating the way he usually scolded him, pretending to scold Mingxin. "You are so slow, hurry up." Hotaru shouted from the front to the back, making her hands into a trumpet shape to urge the two of them to hurry up. Mingxin shook his head and ran forward side by side with Kimimaro. "Help." A shrill cry for help came from the shore, and Hotaru joined Mingxin and the others. "There are people being chased by ninjas over there. Let's go over and take a look." The three of them ran over quickly, only to see 4 bodies lying in the open area by the river. 3 ninjas with no marks on their foreheads were chasing a young man carrying many scrolls along the river. "Boy, put your stuff down quickly. I can let you die quickly. Go meet your companions." The leader, with brown hair and stripes on his nose, showed a cruel smile on his face. He held an umbrella and pulled out a sharp long knife from the umbrella handle. He slowly walked towards the young man who had no way to retreat. Just when the young man was desperate, Mingxin and Aang threw a series of shurikens from behind him. Ding, ding, ding. Blocking them. The leader was angry. "Who are you?" Unfortunately, he was answered by more shuriken attacks. Kimimaro stretched out a hand, 5 fingers piercing bullets. Bang, bang, the 3 ninjas screamed and dodged. One of them pulled out a silk thread from his hand and quickly drew a flower seal with both hands. Ninjutsu, Shorkill flower rope. A beam of white light flashed and swept towards Aang and Mengshin. Kimimaro quickly ran in front of the two, took off his shirt, pulled out his spine, and threw it out with force to stretch the bone line. Snap. As soon as the white light approached, it was shattered by the bone line. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. I'm a career. Hey, why is it you, Fangs who? Mengshin and the other two appeared in time and protected the young man. He looked back and found that the person who called for help was Fangs Hutono, who had chatted with them in the village and met them once. Mengshin, it's you. Great, we are finally saved. Fangs Hu calmed down and complained indignantly. My companions and I passed through the forest here and were attacked by these ninjas while resting by the river. Everyone was killed by them and I was the only one left. He pointed at the 3 ninjas with trembling fingers. Which village are you from, ninjas, to do such a robbery? Mengshin took out 3 kunai from his leg bag with one hand, looked at the 3 people, and was alert to each other. Humph, we can't bear it. Kit, don't meddle in other people's business. This matter has nothing to do with you. A ninja with white cloth wrapped on both sides of his face warned them gloomily not to meddle in other people's business. What can't bear it? Although you are ugly, are you so unbearable to look at? Mengshin teased with disdain. Boy, since you want to die, let me, Shura, take you there. The leader sneered, turned the umbrella upside down, and launched a ninjutsu at Mengshin and the others. Ninjutsu, May Rain Blood River. Mengshin and Aang together pulled Fangs Hu and hurriedly retreated to the other side to avoid the 1,000 bones shot from the umbrella. Ding, ding, ding. Under the surprised gaze of the shinobi leader Shura, Kimimaro ignored the 1,000 bones that hit his body, waved his bone knife with one hand to block it, and it fell with a ding ding sound. Iron wire flower dance, wire. With the other hand, he threw the bone wire at the 3 shinobi, but unexpectedly, it dinged in the air and entangled with the oncoming silk thread, stopping the attack. I won't let you get close to us again. The ninja who manipulated the silk thread entangled the bone thread with one hand and threw out the silk thread with the other hand, which barely entangled Kimimaro's whole body, making him unable to move. Soon the silk thread was all over his body. HMPH, Manjusra's silk thread is tougher than steel wire. You can't break it with your strength. Shura held the narrow and sharp blade and ran quickly towards Kimimaro. Just accept your death. Toki, the leader, will deal with that little devil. You go underground to catch the 3 behind. Don't let them run away. Manjusri pulled the silk thread to wrap Kimimaro tighter and said to the other Funin. Understood. The Funin called Toki. He raised his right hand and hit the ground. Ninjutsu, earth turning technique. He went underground and attacked Mengshin and the others. Mengshin, Kimimaro brother is entangled by these silk threads. Let's go and save him. Aang saw that Kimimaro was wrapped tightly in silk threads and couldn't move. She wanted to go over to help. Mengshin held her shoulder with one hand and shook his head. Don't go. Don't worry. They are no match for Kimimaro. But the guy with the cloth on his face is coming. Watch your step. Aang had to suppress her anxiety and believed what Mengshin said. Together, they carefully guarded against the ground around the 3 people. Harder than steel wire. Kimimaro looked at the blade that was coming at him, and even the ferocious expression on Shura's face could be clearly seen. He said calmly, what a pity. What? Wenshu didn't understand what he meant for a moment. Dance of Karamatsu. Suddenly, dozens of very sharp and narrow bones burst out of Kimimaro's body. Shura didn't have time to dodge and was too close and was pierced by countless sharp bone spurs. Cough. Shura spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Kimimaro in disbelief. You. Shura wanted to say something else with difficulty and waved the long knife that he hadn't had time to chop down weakly. Kimimaro just took a step forward and the silk threads all over his body broke with a bang. He threw down the bone knife with his right hand, swung his arm, and extended it into the strongest hardened bone spear. He whispered softly, "Dance of iron wire flowers flower." The bone spear silently pierced into Shura's chest at the heart. Shura looked down at the bone spear that had pierced his body, blood constantly flowing from his chest. He opened and closed his mouth towards Kimimaro, tilted his head, and eyed Shura. When Shu looked at the leader who was pierced by the bone spear in doubt, Kimimaro shook his hand, and he fell to the ground like a rag. Seeing Kimimaro running towards him quickly, he turned around and wanted to run. 5 fingers piercing bullets. Bang! When Shu's calf was hit by the finger bones, and he fell to the ground with a scream. When he looked up, a bone knife was directly against his throat. He dared not move. Don't kill me. When Shu retreated on the ground with his hands, dragging himself and begging for mercy from Kimimaro. Tuki, who had drilled out of the soil, was ready to approach Mingshin and the others, and launch an attack. But after hearing Wenshu's scream, he paused, turned around and was shocked to see that 2 companions behind him were dead and 1 was injured. He immediately turned the drill in his right hand angrily, and attacked Kimimaro from behind. Kimimaro saw the drill coming at him from the corner of his eye, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. He turned around and directly hit his drill with the bone spear. Click, click. There was a sharp sound of metal friction and collision. Tuki dropped his hand helplessly. The drill had been smashed into pieces on his bloody hand, and only the fingers with white bones could move. His chest and lungs were pierced by the bone spear. His throat felt sweet, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth, splashing Kimimaro with blood. He lowered his head and his eyes were unfocused, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Kimimaro pushed his body hard with his hand, and with a plop, he collapsed next to the dead Shura. Everyone who saw this scene, except Mingshin, was shocked by the strength of Kimimaro's bones. It was the first time Aang saw a murder, as if she didn't know Kimimaro. His killing method was so simple and effective. She looked at him in fear, holding Mingshin's arm with both hands and trembling constantly. Mingshin resisted the urge to vomit, turned around and held up Aang's frightened face, smiled and comforted her. "Hey, be good, it's okay. Kimimaro protected both of us. The world of ninjas is so cruel, you know, if we don't kill them, they will come to kill us." He took the trembling Aang into his arms, patted her back gently, and gradually stopped her shaking. Mingshin looked up at Kimimaro, and found that he was also looking at them, with a dim look in his eyes. Obviously, when he turned his head just now, he saw the fear of him in Aang's eyes. Well, Aang is seeing this kind of scene for the first time. It's normal that you are not used to it. Go ask that Fuba to see if there are other accomplices. Mingshin coughed dryly, let Aang go, picked up the shirt that Kimimaro had thrown on the ground, and handed it to him. Yes. Kimimaro nodded and took the shirt, turned around and looked at Wenshu indifferently. Do you have anyone else? Yes, in the base. I can take you there. Wenshu answered timidly. Kimimaro tied him up with bone thread and put him in place. His calf was pierced by his finger bones. Even if he used the silk thread in his hand to wrap around the tree and escape, he couldn't run far. He walked back to Mingshin and the others. Before he could say anything, Aang dodged when she saw him and hid behind Mingshin, which made Mingshin very helpless. Kimimaro shook his head to show that he didn't mind and asked him to take Tonu Fangsuk with him. Fangsuk. Mingshin walked in front of Fangsuk and pushed his shoulder. After a while, he came back to his senses from the scene just now. What's wrong, Mingshin? Mingshin helped him up. Let's bury all these bodies together and then go to the lair of this gang of thieves. After saying that, Mingshin took out a small scroll from his waist bag and unfolded it. He took out the digging tools from the sealed space inside and instructed Fangsuk and Kimimaro to roll up their sleeves and bury the bodies to prevent them from stinking under the sun and causing unnecessary trouble. After Mingshin and the others buried the bodies of these people, they asked Wenshu to lead the way to their base camp. Along the way, Kimimaro and Mingshin each kindly supported the injured Manjusri. Aang carried the goods and followed behind them with Fangsu. Kimimaro was afraid that the goods would be damaged in the fight, so he let her carry them. Don't worry, although you are not willing to do evil and kill innocent people, the leader is dead. As long as you can turn over a new leaf, we will not do anything to you. Mingshin indifferently persuaded Manjusri. The main culprit was dead, so there was no need to kill the minions. After going to their base camp, he would hand him over to the local authorities for processing. Thank you, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Manjusri nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. This forest is called the Lost Forest by the locals. If there is no one familiar with the environment here to lead the way, it is easy to get lost. Fangsu took out a spare pair of glasses from his arms and put them on. The previous glasses were accidentally stepped on when he was attacked by Bujin. He looked around and said to everyone, "Don't worry, there is a guide." Manjusri, how far do we have to go? Mingshan asked. We still need to walk for half a day and we will arrive at night. Wenshu looked at the sky and replied. The few people were silent. At night, a thin mist rose in the forest. Under the leadership of Wenshu, they soon arrived at Fuan's base camp. After carefully avoiding the alarm set outside the base camp, Mingshan asked everyone to be quiet and not make any noise and wait outside the gate. He took out a detonating talisman from his leg bag and stuck it on the gate while slapping the gate hard. Who is outside? A voice came from inside. Mingshan shouted loudly, "Old man, open the door quickly, I'm delivering a courier." What courier? We didn't order such a thing. Get out. The person inside impatiently told Mingshan to get out quickly. It must be you who ordered it. Old man, open the door quickly and let me in. Mingshan pinched his throat and said shrilly, Aang and Fangs who looked at each other and watched him continue his performance. Boy, if you say there is no, then there is no. If you don't get out, don't blame us for being rude to you. The person inside began to speak harshly to Mingshan in a rough voice, and he was going to get serious. Haha, fellow, if you don't open the door, I'll blow it up. Mingshan warned him for the last time. What kind of psychopath is this? Look at me. Boom. Boom. Before the people inside came out, the door was blown open by him. He blocked his ears with his fingers. Under the strange gazes of everyone, Mingshan walked to the side of the gatekeeper who was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body and still had a breath left. He shed a few cat tears and sighed in pain. Fellow, I told you a long time ago that I'm just a courier. It's okay to just open the door. You just won't listen to me. The man stared at the boy with his eyes wide open, trying to raise his hand, but he couldn't. Mingshan saw it and couldn't bear to let the fellow suffer anymore. He made up his mind and took out a kunai and stabbed it into his heart so that he could close his eyes and die in peace. Chapter 23 Merutetsu. Who's outside? The violent explosion attracted the attention of the people inside. Everyone rushed out with weapons to meet the enemy's sneak attack. The leader, who was tall and sturdy, was a head taller than the others. Seeing Wenshu being supported by two half-grown little ghosts, he was puzzled. What's wrong with you, Wenshu? You are so embarrassed. Where are the leader and the others? The leader and Toki were killed by them. Merutetsu. Wenshu pointed at the little ghosts. What? Died in their hands? Merutetsu looked at Mingshan and the others with some disbelief. Well, let me say a few words. Your leader Shuro was unfortunately killed by Kimimaro when he was fighting with us. Mingshan said this. If you put down your weapons and surrender, we can spare your lives. Haha, little ghost, what a joke are you talking about? Asking us to surrender? The leader must have been too careless and underestimated the enemy. He was killed by their sneak attack. Let's go together to avenge the leader. A group of people shouted and raised their weapons to rush over. Mingshan held a shuriken in his hand and was about to start fighting. Tomorrow, let me do it. You step back and protect Hotaru and the others. Kimimaro rushed over first and said to Tomorrow. Tomorrow opened his mouth to remind Kimimaro not to kill them alive, but his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye and he didn't have time to say it. Willow dance. Kimimaro waved the bone knife and rushed into the crowd that had not reacted yet with a gentle and unnecessary movement and launched a series of attacks like chopping melons and vegetables. As expected, after a few screams, the ground was full of corpses lying in all directions. Merutetsu stood still, neither rushing up with his companions nor saving them. When the tip of Kimimaro's bone knife pointed at him, Merutetsu unexpectedly closed his eyes and did not resist. Tomorrow was not surprised. Just now, when he said that the leader was killed by them, Merutetsu did not show any anger and did not look like he wanted to avenge the leader. Your name is Merutetsu, right? Why don't you resist or run away? Mingshin ordered Hotaru and Hosuke to take good care of Manjusri, walked to Kimimaro, asked him to put down the bone knife, and questioned Merutetsu. I have long been fed up with what Fushigi did. Now that Shura is dead, I can finally be free. Merutetsu said in a low voice, you can do whatever you want to me, but I have a request that I hope you can agree to. What do you want? Mingshin asked him. I secretly hid the orphans left by the families attacked by our Fushigi on a hill. Merutetsu sincerely requested Mingshin and Kimimaro. I hope to send those children safely to the capital of the forest country and have them adopted. In this way, even if I disappear in the future, they don't have to wander around and suffer. What, Merutetsu, you actually betrayed us a long time ago. Manjusri scolded Merutetsu for being stupid and taking in the orphans of the families killed by their Fushigi. After hearing his curse, Merutetsu frowned and ignored the bone knife's departure. Mingshin asked Kimimaro to put the bone knife away. They watched him walk to Manjusri with an expressionless face, picked up a spear scattered on the ground, and stabbed Manjusri fiercely. Aang was about to speak to stop him from killing, but was stopped by Mingshin, who came over. When the spear left Manjusri's body, a lot of blood gushed out of his stomach. He lowered his head in disbelief and covered his stomach. He slowly fell to the ground and pointed at him. Merutetsu, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed to death by Merutetsu's another shot. Hey, he surrendered to us. Why did you still want to kill him? Aren't you companions? Aang was very angry and puzzled why he had to kill him. He, like Shura, has his hands stained with the blood of innocent families. He deserves to die. Merutetsu threw away his spear, lowered his hands and said calmly, Fukin is a criminal. Everyone, including me, deserved to die long ago. We have harmed so many innocent lives. Everyone was silent for a while. Mingshin broke the silence and began to arrange the aftermath. Hina, you and Fangsook, please work hard. You don't have to bury them this time. Pile the bodies together. I will burn them all after they are piled up. We agree to your request. Mingshin asked Hotaru and Fangsook to clean up the mess, while he and Kimimaro walked to Merutetsu. Merutetsu, take us to the warehouse. Fukin has been a bandit for so long, he must have a lot of money left. Merutetsu nodded in agreement, walked in front to lead the way, and they followed behind. The three of them came to the storehouse, opened the door, and opened the box placed in the storehouse. Looking at the treasures in the box shining with jewels under the light of the fire, Mingshin rushed to the box in a very unpromising manner, and even grabbed a few treasures, and stuffed them into his arms. Seeing him do this, Kimimaro reminded him in a strange way, why not use the space scrolls for tools to store treasures? Wouldn't it be more convenient? Mingshin was stunned, looked up at Kimimaro, gave him a thumbs up, and sincerely praised him for being a real talent. Mingshin took out 2 scrolls from his waist bag, filled some of them, and stopped taking them. It's not that he didn't want all the treasures, but he only took 2 space scrolls this time. Now he regrets it very much. If he had known that there would be opportunities to make a fortune outside, he would have brought a few more space scrolls. Merutetsu, you pack all the remaining treasures together, put them in a big box, carry them away, and we will wait for you at the gate. Mingshin explained the things and went out with Kimimaro first. Okay. Merutetsu did as he was told in a taciturn manner. You ask Merutetsu to put all these valuables in a box. Do you want to take them back to the village? Kimimaro asked him in confusion. You still understand me? Mingshin said to Kimimaro, planning to find a carriage to check all the valuables back. The three of them returned to the gate. Mingshin walked to the pile of corpses that had been piled up, lit it, and the fire started. He didn't pay attention to the fire. Mingshin discussed with Hotaru and the others to rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, Merutetsu will take them to the hill, where the children are, fulfill his request, and escort the treasures out. Kimimaro tied Merutetsu to a big wooden stake with bone wire, to prevent him from escaping in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. He himself had no aversion to this, and gladly accepted the binding to show his trust. Everyone rested in the Shinobu base camp for one night. The next morning, under Merutetsu's guidance, they walked out of the psychedelic forest. Several people arrived at the place, he said. A group of children saw Merutetsu carrying a big box and coming with everyone from a distance. The children cheered happily as they walked down the mountain and walked to Mingshin. "Merutetsu, you're back." One of the little girls wearing patched old clothes pulled Merutetsu's clothes, as if she saw her parents who had been away from home finally came home. She smiled happily. There was also a little boy who was older than her beside her, who was also concerned about him. "I'm fine, Mingshin. I have good news for you." Merutetsu put down the box and touched Mingshin's head. "I will be able to take you to the capital of the forest country soon and help you find a good family to take you in so that you don't have to suffer with me anymore in the future." The children around them were reluctant to get up after hearing Merutetsu's arrangements for their future. Many of them who were younger than Hotaru had already started crying and were unwilling to leave him. It seems that the children like being with him very much. Mingshin looked at these orphans, recalled the helplessness and loneliness he felt when he first came to this ninja world, and felt compassion. After gritting his teeth and making up his mind, Mingshin called Merutetsu over, turned to Hotaru, Kimimaro, and Fangsook, and said, "Hotaru, Kimimaro, Fangsook, Fubatoshi has been destroyed, including Merutetsu's core members have all been wiped out by us." Mingshin paused and continued, "The ill-gotten gains we seized in the warehouse have also been returned to the families that were previously robbed by the bandits. When we report the bandit suppression to the local authorities in the forest country, we will report it like this." "Okay." Hotaru was about to make a comment and question why the situation was reported in this way, but Kimimaro shook his head and signaled with his eyes not to ask, just follow Mingshin's arrangements, and Fangsook's life was saved by him, so he had no objection, and he felt that Merutetsu's actions were indeed not that of a great evil person. Merutetsu was very surprised by what Mingshin said and was interrupted by him just as he was about to speak. "Merutetsu, the ill-gotten gains in the box will be left to you and these orphans as living expenses in the future." Mingshin called on Hotaru and Fangsook and prepared to leave. "We still have to hurry to the capital of the forest country. I hope to see you again in the future." "Wait a moment, Mingshin, since you said so, I can't say anything more. Thank you for giving me a chance to reform." Merutetsu was grateful. "But, let me take you out of this maze forest in the end. If there is no one familiar with the environment here to help you guide the direction, it will take you a long time to get out of this forest." The three of them and Fangsook nodded in agreement and set off with him. With the help of Merutetsu, they quickly passed through the maze forest and said goodbye to them and left. Mingshin and the others traveled for another half a day to arrive at the capital of the forest country. He asked Hotaru and Kimimaro to find the local government first and report to them about Bunbush's situation. He took advantage of this free time to buy some dry food from a street store. As soon as the two of them left, Fang Zhu pulled Mingshan back and said he wanted to break up with Mingshan, saying that he would stay in the capital of the forest country for a while before leaving. Mingshan felt a little sorry, but everyone has their own ambitions, so he still left him some money for the trip. Fang Zhu accepted the money gratefully. He took out an old wooden box from his backpack and said it was a thank you gift for saving his life. Fang Zhu, "What is this?" Mingshan took the wooden box in his hand and felt that it was very light. This wooden box was accidentally found in the ruins of the Uzashigakure village when I went to the old site of the Uzashigakure with my previous companions to investigate. Fang Zhu pushed the frame of his glasses. At that time, we wanted to explore and see if there were any treasures left in the Uzashigakure village, but we found nothing. We only dug up this box when we were digging deep underground. There was nothing inside, only two very strange talismans. There were several lines of ancient texts written on the open flap. According to our research and speculation on ancient texts, the talismans must be attached to the body to show their effects. Fang Zhu explained the origin of the box in detail. Chapter 24, Mountain Spring Night. "Really?" Mingshan opened the box and took out the talisman with doubt. The talisman was 5 centimeters wide and 20 centimeters long. He felt light and light in his hand. Looking at the complicated and incomprehensible patterns on the rune, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. He really felt a sense of vicissitudes emanating from the talisman. He couldn't tell what it was. It seemed to exist even older than them. We tried to stick the talisman on ourselves, but nothing happened. We also cut ourselves to try, but it didn't work either. Fang Zhu and the others hadn't figured out what the talisman was used for. I said, you don't even know what this is for. Mingshan put the talisman back into the box. Then you give this thing to me. What can I do with it? Well, this is a little gift from me. Mingshan, you saved me. I have to give you something as a return gift. Otherwise I will feel bad. Fang Zhu looked at him very seriously, which made Mingshan quite speechless, so he had to put it in his arms, thinking to himself, I saved you in the forest country, not for your reward, but if I refuse his kindness, I'm afraid something will happen again. That would be bad. Forget it, just accept it. After accepting the things given by Fang Zhu, he said goodbye to Mingshan and left. Mingshan went to the street to buy supplies, and happened to meet up with Aang and Kimimaro, who came back from the government. What is this? Let me see it. Aang, the girl with sharp eyes, saw that he was holding a box in his hand, and wanted to snatch it away, but Mingshan refused to give it to him, and put it in his arms. I can't give it to you. This is something Fang Zhu gave me. According to him, the talisman inside can cure all diseases. Mingshan laughed evilly and fooled her. Aang rolled her eyes at him, so that she would not be fooled. If it was really that magical, why didn't Fang Zhu keep it for himself? He was just fooling a ghost. Kimimaro smiled and put his hands on their shoulders. He scolded them in a serious tone, asking them to stop joking and playing. They had been out for so long, but the goods had not been delivered to the kingdom of Zan. The two of them stopped playing and set off with him on the same day to deliver the goods to the kingdom of Zan. Mingshan, how long will it take to reach the kingdom of Zan? Aang leaned against a big tree and asked him breathlessly. After we climb over the mountain in front of us, we will reach the kingdom of Zan. Mingshan half squatted on a branch and said while eating dry food. In the past 2 days, the three of them finished the encounter with Shinobuzu in the border of the forest country and moved to the border between the other country and the country of the Anim. According to the instructions of the pedestrians they met on the road, they are now very close to the country of the Anim, and they can reach it as long as they climb over the mountain in front. Cough. Kimimaro covered his mouth and kept coughing. Brother Kimimaro, how are you? Are you okay? Hearing the cough, Hotaru jumped from the big tree to Kimimaro's side and cared about him. Since Kimimaro had a fierce battle with Shinobuzu, although he did not suffer any injuries, he often started coughing. After leaving the forest country, Mingshan and Hotaru checked his whole body and found no problems. He originally planned to ask a doctor to come and diagnose him to see what was wrong, but Kimimaro shook his head and rejected their arrangement in order not to delay the mission. Kimimaro, let's rest for a night in front before leaving. It's getting dark now. But Kimimaro put down his hand and wanted to say something else. No buts. Mingshan did not allow him to object, took his arm, and walked forward slowly. It's fine if you don't want to see the doctor, but don't think that we don't know that you have been holding on. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Kimimaro apologized. HMPH, Kimimaro brother, if you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore. Aang didn't like him talking like that, and pinched the muscles on Mingshan's arm to vent her anger. It's all your fault. Hey, be gentle. Mingshan grimaced in pain. It's none of my business. In the mountain forest at night, the cool breeze blew across the dawn. Kimimaro put the goods in his arms, lay down by the campfire, and rested early. He was indeed holding on as Mingshan had exposed. Aang sat by the bonfire and fiddled with the fire to make it burn more vigorously. She couldn't hide her worry in her eyes. Mingshan, will brother Kimimaro be okay? I don't know. Looking at his current condition, if there is no high-intensity battle, he should be able to hold on until we go to the kingdom of the anchovies to deliver the goods. When we return to the village, we will take him to the Konoha hospital for a thorough checkup. Mingshan was also worried about him, but now she could only believe that he could hold on until the mission was completed and he could return to Konoha smoothly. I'm going to go outside for a walk to relax. Aang stood up and wanted to go outside for a walk. Okay, be careful, don't go too far, girl. Mingshan lay down and looked up at the stars, telling her to be careful and come back early. Aang walked aimlessly, stepped on a big tree with both feet, stood on the top of the tree, and looked out at the scenery. Suddenly, she was attracted by a faint glow in the lower right corner of her sight. If she didn't look carefully, she might not be able to find that there seemed to be something flickering there. There seems to be something there. I'll call Mingshin to go and have a look. She jumped down from the treetop, ran back to the campfire, and shook Mingshin, who was almost asleep, awake. What's wrong, Aing? Mingshin yawned. I found a strange place. Come with me to have a look. Aing whispered to Mingshin about her discovery. Mingshin didn't think much about it. He glanced at Kimimaro who was sleeping beside him, and followed Aing-shin to find the place she mentioned. What is this? Aing-shin and Mingshin came to the place, where the faint fluorescent light was emitted. It was a pool of water. Under the moonlight, the color of the pool was particularly conspicuous with the light green fluorescent light. Strange, how can there be a mountain spring here? Mingshin looked around. There were no cliffs or streams, but a pool of water appeared out of thin air. The two approached the pool. A breeze blew, and the sweet scent of mountains and rivers came to their faces, and a refreshing and comfortable feeling filled their lungs. There's something wrong with this spring. Look at the color of the water. Mingshin and Aang walked around the pool and found that the water was light green. He thought there was something glowing under the water, which happened to be illuminated by the moonlight and reflected the color. But when he squatted down and scooped up some water with his hands, he saw that the water itself was this color. Is there something wrong with the water? Let me smell it. Aang also squatted down and scooped up some water, sniffed it with her nose. It shouldn't be a big problem. Mingshin, you're just worrying too much. After saying that, he scooped up another spoonful with both hands and wanted to drink a sip or two to try. Mingshin saw this and hurriedly slapped the water off her hands and warned her not to try it randomly to avoid any accidents. Aang had to nod and obey perfunctorily, thinking that he was making a fuss. Mingshin carefully inspected the surroundings of the pool and accidentally heard a faint whirring sound from 2 or 3 meters away from the pool. He turned around and looked carefully in the bright moonlight. He found a cave entrance that was not easily noticed and was covered by grass. He walked over and pushed aside the grass. The entrance was very spacious, but not very high. He had to lower his head to enter. He touched the edge of the cave. The traces did not seem to have been drilled recently. The inside was deep and deep, as if there was no end. Why is there a cave here? Aang followed curiously and pointed at the entrance. Mingshin took out a tinder from his waist bag, pulled off the lid, and blew gently on the tinder. Flames suddenly flew out, swaying and flashing with the wind, illuminating the entrance of the cave. I'll go in front, Aang, you follow me closely behind. After saying that, Mingshin bent down first and walked into the cave, and Aang followed closely behind. After entering the cave, the two walked inside and found that there was something else going on here. The passage was not only winding, but also getting wider and wider. When they reached the back, they could walk straight. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the end. At the end, Mingshin and Aang were surprised to see that there was actually a curved pool of water connected together. The color of the pool water was darker than the water outside, from light green to dark green, and the sweet smell of the mountains and rivers was more intense. The pool here was probably connected to the pool outside. Mingshin was thankful. Girl, fortunately I didn't let you drink it. Hey, this water is really problematic. The color and smell of the water made Aang feel scared. She patted her chest, thinking that it was something delicious. She was too naive. She took 2 steps forward and lowered her head to see if there was anything in the pool. Unexpectedly, be careful. Mingshin saw a large piece of soil under Aang's feet loose and slipped into the water. Without thinking, he reached out his hand like a conditioned reflex and pulled the girl hard, pulling her back hard. Plop. Mingshin finally turned around and saw Aang and fell backwards safely to the ground, but he lost his balance and fell into the water. Mingshin. Aang was stunned for a second or two and hurriedly stood up, rolling and crawling, and threw himself to the edge of the pool, shouting his name. Aang was about to cry anxiously, "Woo, don't be in trouble, Mingshin." Wow. A head popped out from beside Aang, and one hand was grabbing the mud beside the pool, revealing half of its body with difficulty. It was Mingshin. Aang quickly stretched out her hands and helped pull him out and dragged him back to the ground. Mingshan bent over and coughed violently, coughing up a large amount of dark green water from his mouth. As soon as the water was coughed out, it merged into the ground and disappeared. He lay on his back on the ground and gasped for breath. Aang lay on him and cried loudly, and it took a long time to stop. "I'm fine, girl, don't worry." Mingshan raised his hand and pressed it on her little head to comfort her. Mingshan slowly moved his whole body and tried to stand up. "Help me up quickly, we should go back. If Kimimaro wakes up and doesn't see us, he will be very worried." "Okay." Aang carefully helped Mingshan up. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Mingshan walked unsteadily, as if he was drunk. His mind began to become unclear, and dark green liquid kept flowing from the corners of his mouth, which was very strange. Aang saw that the expression on his face was very uncomfortable. She didn't dare to walk too fast. She supported him, and the two of them walked slowly back to the campfire together. At this time, Mingshan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed Aang away with force, tore his shirt with both hands, and the things in his arms fell to the ground, clinking, waking up Kimimaro. He covered his eyes impatiently and screamed, "Ah, my eyes." He rolled wildly on the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over. Chapter 25 Miracles. Mingshan. Kimimaro opened his eyes and looked up. He was shocked by Mingshan's horrific condition. He didn't know what happened, and didn't have time to ask. He hurriedly stood up and threw himself on Mingshan, pried his hands apart, and worked with Aang to hold him down, forcing down his body that was shaking violently and was about to collapse. "Mingshan." Aang cried and trembled as she held down his body that was stretching wildly with both hands. "Aang-shan, tell me what happened?" Kimimaro asked her anxiously. Aang-shan told Kimimaro what happened in a broken voice while crying. "I'm sorry, Mingshan, woo." Aang-shan looked at Mingshan with great shame and cried bitterly. "Ah." Blood began to seep out of Mingshan's eyes, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his eyes, tearing his retina. It was itchy and painful. He wanted to reach out with his hands to close his eyes, but Kimimaro held his hands tightly like iron pliers. What should I do? Aang-shan was at a loss. She didn't dare to look at Mingshan's painful appearance. It was all her fault that he was hurt like this. "Aang, don't cry. Take a deep breath and calm down." Kimimaro pressed Mingshan's chest with his legs to prevent him from getting up frantically, and patiently persuaded Aang to calm down. "We can't panic now, otherwise Mingshan will be really hopeless. Go look for it at the place where his belongings fell just now. I think Mingshan should have brought some medical medicine out of the village." Okay. Aang nodded quickly and buried her head in searching by the campfire. From time to time, she looked at Mingshan, who wanted to roll over and struggle. "Mingshan." Just as Aang was searching on the ground more and more desperately, suddenly, she saw the old wooden box that Mingshan had carried before, next to the campfire. The lid of the wooden box was knocked to the ground and opened, and two talismans popped out, which just fell on Mingshan's torn clothes, and stained with the dark green water on Mingshan's torn clothes. The water was actually gradually absorbed by the talisman paper at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this talisman really? Aang saw that the talisman was so strange. As soon as she got it in her hand, she heard Mingshan screaming again. His voice was almost hoarse, but it still couldn't relieve the torture. His arms and feet began to crack and bleed. "Have you found the medicine, Aang?" Kimimaro felt that Mingshan, who was suppressed under him, was no longer struggling violently. His strength seemed to be weakening. His heart sank, and he turned to urge Aang. "Never mind." Aang wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth to take the two talismans over. Kimimaro felt strange when she saw her coming over with the two talismans. "What are you doing with these talismans? Where's the medicine?" Aang didn't answer him. She put the talisman paper on Mingshan's forehead with one hand and put the talisman on his chest with the other hand. In an instant, the two talismans disappeared from his body. A strange scene happened. "What is this?" Aang and Kimimaro saw a scene beyond their understanding. The air around them was spinning and flowing. The mountains, forests, stones, and even farther away gradually gathered together and rushed towards Mingshan. After the air rushed into his body, the wounds on Mingshan's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood that had previously seeped out of his skin was also discharged from his body and flowed to the ground. He looked extremely weak and thin. The changes did not stop, but continued amazingly. His internal organs began to show visible blue chakra running everywhere. Under the astonished gaze of Kimimaro and Hotaru, the chakra changed from blue to green, and it was dark green, just like the mountain water that Mingshin accidentally drank. This talisman. Kimimaro looked at Hotaru in disbelief. This is what Mingshin said before, the thing in the box, the talisman that Fangzu gave him. I don't know what happened. Hotaru was also at a loss. She just tried it with a try it mentality, and stuck it on him. She didn't expect such an amazing miracle to happen. Crack. It seemed that something in Mingshin's body broke apart. The green chakra surged rapidly, and turned into blue chakra. Suddenly, there was a bang, and his whole body was shining with green light. It was so dazzling, that the two raised their hands to block their sight. After a while, they returned to calm. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the air and the forest around him had returned to normal. Mingshin was lying quietly on the ground, and his expression was no longer as painful as before. The two checked his body, and found that he was safe and sound, and finally out of danger. That's great. Aang cried with joy, and once her body and mind relaxed, she fell limply on Mingshin. Kimimaro also took a deep breath. After he felt relieved, he went to pick up the shirt that Mingshin had torn around the campfire, and piled it aside. Hina. Kimimaro looked back, and saw Aang still lying on him. He tried to wake her up, but failed. It seemed that what happened just now really consumed too much of her energy. After a while, she was so tired, that she fell asleep directly. There was no choice, but to help her get her sleeping position right and lie on her side next to Mingshin, while he himself stayed by the campfire to keep watch, waiting for the two of them to wake up. The next morning, just after dawn, a thin mist emerged from the mountains and surrounded the woods. Kimimaro stared at the birds chirping on the treetops. A slight sigh reached his ears. He turned around and saw that it was Mingshin who made the sound. He hurried to his side. Mingshin, are you awake? He said softly. Is that Kimimaro? Mingshin raised his eyelids tiredly. He saw Kimimaro holding his hands tightly with a faint smile on his face. It seems that everything is fine, Mingshin. Kimimaro held up the back of Mingshin's head with one hand and picked up the bamboo tube on the ground with the other hand. It was filled with clean water he had just drawn from a nearby stream and fed it to him. Thank you. Mingshin drank a few sips to moisten his throat. Where's Aang? She fell asleep beside you. Kimimaro gently stroked her little head last night when you were crazy and in pain. She kept blaming herself and repeatedly said that she had made you like this. Kimimaro told Mingshin what happened last night and said with fear that if Aang hadn't pasted the two talismans sent by Fang Zhu on him in time, he might have died from excessive bleeding due to the rupture of his wounds all over his body. What does this silly girl have to do with her? Mingshin stood up and moved around with difficulty. He was not as confused as yesterday and even felt that his current condition was better than yesterday. What is this? He raised his hand and stretched it and found that many white tree whiskers had grown inexplicably in his palm. He was so scared that he quickly clapped his hands and slapped off the white tree whiskers. What's wrong, Mingshin? Kimimaro walked closer to him and asked. What are these? Mingshin pointed to these white tree whiskers of unknown origin and showed them to Kimimaro. When the tree whiskers were still in his palm, he could feel a strong chakra pulsating in his body. Different from the chakra he usually practices, it covers his whole body powerfully and flows through the veins in his body, but it does not conflict with the original chakra, and it gradually has a tendency to merge. Although this chakra is good, he can't be happy. There is no doubt that this is related to the mountain water he accidentally drank last night. There are actually a lot of these white tree whiskers. Look. Kimimaro was not surprised to see the tree whiskers. He pointed to another place to Mingshin, as if he was used to it. At dawn in the morning, a lot of these white tree whiskers came out of your body, but I tried my best to help you get rid of them. What? Mingshin was shocked. He didn't think he had any changes. He turned around quickly, pulled open his crotch, and took a look. It's okay, I cut it carefully, and also trimmed your hair by the way. It's beautiful, isn't it? Kimimaro said a thunderclap, as if nothing had happened, which shocked Mingshin on the spot. Fuck. When Mingshin looked at Kimimaro again, his eyes changed, and he retreated in fear and dread. What's wrong with you? Kimimaro wondered. No, nothing. Mingshin forced a smile, thinking in his heart, big brother, don't look so self-righteous, it's too scary. Well, Mingshin, you're awake. Aang was awakened by the sound of their talking. Seeing Mingshin walking around with his upper body naked, she was very surprised, and her eyes turned red. That's great. Ah, I'm fine, girl. Mingshin came back to his senses, and saw that Aang's eyes were red and her face was covered with tears. Afraid that she would cry out of guilt again, he quickly reached out his hand to comfort her little head and said gratefully, girl, thank you for taking care of me all night with Kimimaro. Hearing Mingshin say this, Aang couldn't help but scream wow and cried in his arms. This was the first time in her life that she had been so frightened all night. Let's go and destroy that spring. If other passers-by encounter this kind of thing again, they won't be as lucky as me. Mingshin pushed Aang away and said to the two of them seriously. He knew that if it weren't for the two ancient talismans sent by Fang Zhu, he would have died in the frenzy last night. Yeah, that's right. We can't leave that kind of thing to harm others. Aang also nodded angrily, shouting to destroy the damn spring. Kimimaro followed Mingshin and the other two to the pool they found last night. They were surprised to see that the color of the pool had changed. It was not the light green color of last night, but the common spring water that we usually see. How could this be? Aang walked to the edge of the pool with an incredible look on her face and looked into the water. It was very clear, without anything, and it was not like last night at all. No, this water is still the green water from last night. Mingshin shook his head and judged, the water in the pool still has the same sweet smell as last night. Aang sniffed hard, and it was indeed the same smell as last night. Let's go into the cave and take a look, Kimimaro suggested, and walked into the cave that Mingshin had discovered not far away. Okay. Mingshin and Aang followed him in. The three of them went all the way to the end and found that the water in the pool here had the same color as outside, and it had changed. What's going on? Mingshin was puzzled. Seeing this situation, Kimimaro couldn't answer. Thank you OO for the recommendation vote cast yesterday. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.